Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament, direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1. Statement on the significant matter of the passing of Sir Anthony Mason.
If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly as possible. I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Mr Speaker, I rise today to move that this House records its profound sorrow at the passing of Sir Anthony Frank Mason, AC, KBE, GBM KC, former Chief Justice of the High Court of Australia, who passed away peacefully on the 17th of March and was laid to rest at a service in Sydney just yesterday. Sir Anthony Mason was one of the most consequential jurists in the history of our great nation. Born in Sydney on the 21st of April 1925, he was raised during the Great Depression and, like so many of his generation, answered the call of duty in the Second World War, enlisting in the Royal Australian Air Force in January 1944 and serving as a flying officer. Returning home, he pursued arts and law at the University of Sydney, graduating with first-class honours and the University Medal, an early indication of the singular legal mind that will go on to shape Australia for decades to come. Called to the bar in New South Wales in 1951, Sir Anthony quickly established himself as an outstanding advocate. In 1964, at just 39, the Menzies government appointed him Solicitor General of the Commonwealth, one of the most senior legal officers of the Crown. His appointment as Australia's 4th Solicitor General was significant. Not only was he remarkably young, but his appointment also marked the first time a person held the role of Solicitor General who was not also the Secretary of the Attorney General's Department. Sir Anthony subsequently served as a judge of the Court of Appeal of the Supreme Court of New South Wales before being elevated to the High Court of Australia in 1972. He served with great distinction on the court for 23 years, the last 8 as Chief Justice, having been appointed to that role by the Hawke government in 1987. As Chief Justice, Sir Anthony presided over a period of extraordinary legal development in Australia. He led a court that delivered some of the most significant and enduring judgments in our nation's history. Under his stewardship, the High Court handed down its unanimous decision in Cole and Whitfield, which brought clarity and coherence to the interpretation of Section 92 of the Constitution as it relates to trade within the Commonwealth. He presided over the landmark Mabo and Queensland No. 2 decision of 1992, which recognised the doctrine of native title and corrected a profound legal wrong at the foundation of this nation's settlement. And it was under his leadership that the court first recognised an implied freedom of political communication in the Constitution. Sir Anthony devoted his life to upholding and promoting the rule of law. His jurisprudence was defined by intellectual courage. Initially regarded as a jurist not inclined towards reform or innovation, he grew more receptive to change as he evolved throughout his judicial life. Those who observed him at the height of his legal career, including the Chief Justice of New South Wales, Andrew Bell, who served as his associate, said that to observe at close quarters this master judicial craftsman was an opportunity as rare as it was invaluable. Beyond his formal honours, Sir Anthony Mason was known to all who worked alongside him for his sharp mind, his principled independence and wicked sense of humour. The Parliament owes an enduring debt to Sir Anthony Mason for his years of dedicated service to our great nation. I have no doubt his judgments will be studied and applied by lawyers, judges and scholars for generations to come. The High Court has advised that a ceremonial sitting will be held in June to honour his memory, a fitting tribute to a man who devoted his life to the highest institutions of justice. On behalf of the government, I extend my deepest condolences to Sir Anthony's family, to his colleagues at the bar and on the bench, to the legal profession he served so magnificently, and to all those whose lives he touched through his dedication to justice. May Sir Anthony Mason rest in peace.
I give the call to the member for Fairfax to speak in response to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the Coalition associates itself with the very fine remarks of the Attorney-General and acknowledges the passing of former High Court Judge Sir Anthony Mason. Sir Anthony was a towering figure in Australian law and public life who passed away on the 17th of March, just a few weeks short of his 101st birthday. Wow. After serving our nation in the Royal Australian Air Force and after achieving some stellar academic awards in 1964 at the age of 39, the Menzies government appointed Mason Solicitor General of the Commonwealth. In August 1972, the McMahon government appointed him a Justice of the High Court of Australia at only 47 years of age. Justice Mason served as a judge of great distinction, including as the 9th Chief Justice of the High Court from 1987 to 1995. Throughout that time, he played a pivotal role in shaping modern Australian legal thought. He was known for his careful reasoning and leadership during a period of significant legal development in Australia. His judgments and influence on the direction of the court will continue to be studied for generations to come. Sir John Kerr was his mentor, and at the New South Wales Bar, he was also a lifelong friend. It was under Justin Mason's leadership that the High Court recognised in 1992 an implied freedom of political communication in the Australian Constitution. This development has strengthened protections for free speech within Australia's system of representative democracy. Perhaps the best known case of the Mason Court was the 1992 Mabo case, in which native title was recognised in Australia for the very first time. Our thoughts are with his family, his friends, and all who had the privilege of working with him. A grateful nation thanks Sir Anthony Mason for his service. May he rest in peace.
I give a call to the Attorney-General.
I move that further statements on the passing of Sir Anthony Mason, AC, KBE, GBM, KC, be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I give a call to the Honourable Member for Calais.
Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Calais moving the following motion. That this House, 1, notes that all the major parties have let the residents and communities of central western New South Wales down with broken promises, empty announcements and funding cuts with respect to the Bells Line of Road and Great Western Highway. B, the people of the Central West see expressways and tunnels being built all over Sydney, the North Coast and South Coast, yet are told to make do with a bridge built by a convict chain gang in 1832 as their main access road in and out of Sydney. And C, the indefinite closure of the Great Western Highway demonstrates that the people of the Central West are being shortchanged and ripped off when it comes to the funding of a decent access road to Sydney. And 2, calls on the Australian and New South Wales governments to introduce a support package for businesses in the Central West being devastated by the indefinite closure of the Great Western Highway, and B, the Australian government to commit significant and substantial funding in the upcoming budget for improved road access between the Central West and Sydney. Mr Speaker, today is April Fool's Day and the current state of the Great Western Highway is an appalling joke. The people of the Central West are done playing the fool for governments that have been neglecting our region for decades. Our region just isn't facing one disaster and emergency. We are being choked by a dual failure of infrastructure and essential fuel supply. I speak of the indefinite closure of the Great Western Highway because a bridge built by a convict chain gang in 1832 has unsurprisingly failed. You cannot make this up. The urgency of this matter was clearly brought home only 2 days ago when a single vehicle crash on Chifley Road proved how precarious our situation is. When one vehicle can shut down the only remaining route between the Central West and Sydney, the system hasn't just failed, it has collapsed. There was no access in and out of the Central West at all. We now have an extra 12,000 vehicles a day being forced onto a detour that was never designed for this volume. Our local roads are being pounded into the dust. In Little Hartley, what used to be a bustling tourism and trade corridor is now a ghost town. I've stood on the ground with local business owners, people like Margaret and Alan Jackson from Maple Springs Nursery. They've had their income cut to 1/10 of what it was. Shannon Kuss, a father of 6 and owner of Erin's Quality Outdoor Power Centre, has a 20-minute commute which has blown out to 70 minutes. His customer numbers are at 0, and he has warned that without government assistance, his business, his family's livelihood, will fold. Ian Fitzgerald operates ICF haulage, running trucks from Hartley to Sydney multiple times a day. He employs 14 permanent staff members, and this is what he has told me. To send our trucks around through Lithgow, Chifley Road and the Darling Causeway adds around 2 hours per trip. Add to this the current fuel price and we are going broke. We will be laying off staff within the next week or so unless we can get some sort of support. For transport operators, including Ian and others like Ken Muldoon from Mully's Transport, it's twice the cost for twice the time for half the profit. That's what they have told me. The pain is being felt across many sectors, from hospitality and tourism providers to retail and transport. For the Central West, Easter and the autumn period is peak season for tourism. You don't get these months back. Once a small business closes its doors, it often stays closed. But what really gets us, what really infuriates us, is that we see billions being poured into gold-plated tunnels under Sydney and world-class expressways to the North Coast and South Coast. Yet our region is treated as an afterthought. We've just seen $2 billion dropped on the expressway to the new Sydney airport. We see announcements about high-speed rail to the Hunter, which will cost about $93 billion. But all we get out west is cheap words and small change and a patched-up convict bridge built in 1832. It is disgusting. The people of our region are disgusted. Words cannot convey the depth of anger and disgust that our residents feel over this issue. We produce the food that feeds the cities and do the mining that underpins the economy. If our farmers can't sow because of fuel shortages and our businesses can't move goods because of a crumbling antique bridge, then the whole nation will suffer. We need direct financial relief, emergency assistance for those businesses smashed by the highway closure. This is not a handout, it's a survival kit for a crisis government neglect has created. We are done with the white papers and the planning studies. We need a genuine commitment in the upcoming budget for a long-term solution that doesn't depend on convict engineering from 1832. This must be designated a national infrastructure priority as a matter of urgency. You cannot fix a major artery with a Band-Aid. You need a permanent, high-speed connection to Sydney. The most terrifying word for our business owners right now is indefinite. They need certainty, not forever roadworks. They need real financial support, and they need it now. I'm calling on the government to stop treating the people of the Central West like second-class citizens and deliver on these two demands. 1, an immediate business support package that will provide direct financial relief for the local families and business owners who are being smashed by this highway closure. Governments created this disaster, and they now have to step in and clean it up and fix it. We need the federal government, as our second item and demand, to commit significant and substantial funding in the upcoming budget for improved access between the Central West and Sydney. It's not too much to ask. Surely it's not too much to ask. The government knows what the issues are. They really do. When the Prime Minister was the Infrastructure Minister in 2010, he actually put out a press release, here it is here, which said that the corridor for a tunnel as part of a bypass of the township of Mount Victoria and Victoria Pass will be preserved so work on them could proceed when additional funding becomes available. Here's the release. That's what he said. He was talking about a tunnel in 2010 and that the corridor had been preserved for one. Plans and announcements have been going on for decades. The National Party turned the first sod on the Bells Line of Road Expressway in 2007. It never happened. Then we had the tunnel, which the Perrottet government refused to commit any funding for. And in June 2022, they effectively mothballed and walked away from it because they said it wasn't a priority. Where was the National Party then? The tunnel was then totally killed off by the Minns government. And then you had the current federal government making off with $2 billion in committed federal funding for the highway. It was an epic funding snatch and grab. So there is plenty of blame to go around. In question time last week, the Prime Minister said that the truth is that all governments, state and federal, should have done something about this. He's right. The Prime Minister is right. They should have. But with state and federal government failures having caused this, they now need to proactively get in there and help with a support package and a longer-term solution. I'm sorry, but you cannot keep kicking this can down the road any longer because the road can't handle it anymore. It's time for the government to actually have our backs and invest in a 21st century solution we all deserve. We've had a gutful of the empty words and the empty promises. Action is needed, and I call on this government to step up and lead.
Is the motion seconded? The member for Kennedy.
Speaker, in the last wet season, as usual, North Queensland lost 6 people due to flooding on the highways. The Gairloch and Seymour Rivers, just north of Ingham, cut the national highway, I emphasise the national highway, and cut nearly 500,000 people live north of Ingham in Australia. Nearly 500,000 people. The Greater Cairns region, the Greater Innisfail region, Greater Marie-Barathenon region, big population centres by any standards in Australia. And they're cut off every year by 2 rivers. I mean, no one's doing anything about them. They are also cut off by the Herbert River. And very tragically, I am well aware, as an historian, I suppose, that the Ingham, the town of Ingham, just north of Townsville, a town of about 20,000 people, the Aboriginal story for that area is Quincan area. Don't go there. There's water from mountain to mountain. So at some stage, the whole of the coastal plain went 30 foot underwater. Well, if you have a simultaneous flood in the upper and lower Herbert, goodbye. Ingham, the mooted death toll is mooted to be about 300 or 400 people will die. So, I mean, just nothing has been done about the Gairloch and Seymour Rivers. There's nothing being done about Herbert River diversion, which Dr. Bradfield spoke about back in the 1920s. The bridle track tunnel has, to some degree, caused those 6 deaths in the last flooding. We can't get off the coastal plain. We're trapped There's a Great Dividing Range there. There's about 30 kilometres, and then you hit the sea. And at Cairns, the Great Dividing Range hits the sea. So we're trapped in that area every year. And heaven only knows they know about it, because not only myself but numerous other people have screamed about it. Dormagee is cut off every year for about 3 months, and I can't help but think, oh, they're blackfellas, don't worry about them. I just can't have any other explanation as to why Dormagee gets cut off every single year for 3 months. I don't know any other town in Australia that fits into that category. There probably are some, but I'm not aware of them. And also, if you put a high level weir in, and I make this point to the Parliament of Australia, if we're going to build a bridge, don't build a bridge. As in South East Queensland, they build bridge dams. So they build a dam and they have a roadway across the top of the dam. So it serves a double purpose, and if you like, halves the cost of the dam and halves the cost of the bridge, if you like. And the a magnificent example of that is Georgetown. The inland, the Gulf country, is completely cut off every year by the fourth biggest river in Australia, the Gilbert River, every year. And it's an ideal site for a bridge dam, just almost right where the road is now. But little tiny Georgetown would grow to a town of 25,000 people. Well, that's what happened in Griffith when irrigation went in. That's what happened in Mareeba when irrigation went in, and numerous other towns I could quote. So wouldn't it be wonderful if this government put a city out there in the middle of nowhere and develop the beautiful opportunities for tourism? The current failure to have that bridge is costing the Australian people about $15 million a year in tourist lost dollars. When the Ironsley Bridge went in, the figure was $20 million a year, and this will be just about the same as the Ironsley River Bridge. But the wonderful governments of the old Country Party built the Australian Beef Road Scheme. Now, it's no use. I bought 250, mate of mine and myself bought 500,000 acres for $25,000. Why? Because you couldn't get in or out of the place.
Order.
There's no road. You put a road in, now it's producing $6 million a year, Mr Speaker.
Kennedy's time has expired. The question is the motion be agreed to. Call to the Leader of the House.
I'll move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. No. I think the ayes have it. No, have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Lock the doors. No, lock the doors. The question is, the debate be adjourned. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Bean and Braddon as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Calare and Wentworth as tellers for the noes.
this what you feel like? Sort of,
Literally blocking the door.
No, I wasn't around. I didn't.
No, I watched it on TV.
Order. The result of the division is ayes 81, noes 16. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. I've received messages from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I've also received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment. Copyright Amendment Bill 2026, Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment, Strategic Reserve Bill 2026, and Treasury Laws Amendment Fuel Excise Relief Bill 2026. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I declare that unless otherwise ordered, Customs Legislation Amendment False Trademarks Infringement Notices Bill 2026 and Treasury Laws Amendment Delivering an Efficient and Trusted Tax System Bill 2026 stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill.
If members can return to their seats quickly or leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I give a call to the member for Lyne.
Mr Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following from occurring immediately. 1. The member for Lyne presenting a bill for an act to establish a commission of inquiry into the behaviour, practices and performance of the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder and for related purposes. 2. Debate on the second reading of the bill proceeding immediately for a period of no longer than 1 hour. And 3. Any questions required to complete passage of the bill then being put without delay. Mr Speaker, as the Nationals member for Lyne, I rise to speak not just about this bill, but about what is at stake for the people, towns, farms, businesses and communities of the Murray-Darling Basin. As one of the inaugural independent directors of the Riverine Plains Farming Systems Group, which operates across southern New South Wales and north-eastern Victoria, the issue of water rights and access was critical. As a farming extension and research development body, for most of its projects, there needed to be water in the right place at the right time to ensure that projects could proceed, be tested, verified and turned into practical advice for growers and farmers. Across the Murrumbidgee, the Riverina and across the basin, water policy is not theoretical, it's not abstract, it's about the health of catchments, town water security, flood preparedness. It's about the viability of our growers, producers and farmers, whether they're in dairy, beef, horticulture, mixed farming or cropping, who rely on predictable water rules and practical on-ground management. It is the difference between a town and a community growing or slowly fading away. And right now, people in those communities are asking a very simple question. Who is standing up for them when it comes to water? This bill, the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder Commission of Inquiry Bill 2026, goes directly to that question. It establishes a commission of inquiry into the behaviour, practices and performance of the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, the TEW. It will examine how the management, use and outcomes of Commonwealth environmental water holdings, whether it is delivering real ecological outcomes and, critically, what impact those decisions are having on agricultural productivity, regional economies and basin communities. And let me be very clear, this is scrutiny that is long overdue. Because under this Albanese Labor government, water policy has become increasingly opaque, increasingly centralised and increasingly disconnected from the people who live and work on the land. Labor likes to talk about environmental water as if that label alone gives it a social licence, but communities in the basin know better. They know that behind that label are decisions, real decisions, that affect river flows, irrigation allocations, land values and ultimately livelihoods. The TEW is not some passive observer. It's one of the largest water holders in the country. It decides when water is delivered, where it goes, whether it is traded and whether it is carried over. Those decisions shape markets, they shape river systems, and they shape communities. So why is it that under this government, scrutiny of those decisions has become harder, not easier? Why is it that communities are too often told after the fact what has happened, instead of being properly consulted before decisions are made? And why is it that farmers and regional businesses are expected to comply with strict rules, metering and reporting, yet when it comes to the Commonwealth, transparency is treated as optional? Let me say this again. Irrigators are required to account for every drop of water without fail, yet the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder is not. That is a double standard this bill seeks to address, because what we are hearing loud and clear from basin communities is that trust is breaking down. Stakeholders are asking basic practical questions. What watering action is proposed? What does success look like? What risks are being taken? What impacts will there be on private land, infrastructure and local communities? And too often, they are simply not being told. Instead, they're getting bureaucratic language, delayed reporting and decisions that seem to prioritise Canberra over communities. And this matters because environmental watering done poorly has real consequences. It can cause bank slumping. It can put pressure on private crossings and pumps. It can waterlog productive land. It can damage private infrastructure. It can put pressure on local roads and councils. None of that is an argument against environmental outcomes. It's an argument against bad policy and poor implementation. And that is exactly what communities across the Murray-Darling Basin are reacting to right now. Mr Speaker, this bill comes at a time when some of the basin community, those in the electorate of Farrer, are facing a by-election. Let me be clear. This by-election is a referendum on the Albanese Labor government's approach to regional Australia. And nowhere is that clearer than in water policy. Because what people in Farrer are seeing is a government that keeps shifting the goalposts, a government that keeps expanding Commonwealth control over water, a government that talks about balance but delivers policies that hollow out irrigation communities and undermine confidence in the future. Businesses cannot plan, farmers cannot invest, families cannot make long-term decisions. Why? Because they do not trust that the rules will stay the same, and trust once lost is very hard to rebuild. That is why this bill is so important, because it does not just add another review. It establishes a targeted, agile and urgent independent commission of inquiry with real powers. It can compel documents. It can test evidence. It can hear directly from communities and experts. And it will report to this parliament, not just to the government of the day. That is a core difference to a royal commission. The commission will examine the size and composition of CHU's water holdings, how watering priorities are set, how decisions are implemented in practice, whether environmental outcomes are actually being achieved, the impacts on third parties, on farmers, irrigators, councils and communities, the CHU's trading behaviour and governance and accountability arrangements. These are not academic questions. They go to the heart of whether the basin plan is being implemented in a way that is fair, transparent and effective. Because water users comply with complex rules, metering and reporting, because the community expects integrity in water management. That expectation must apply equally to the Commonwealth. When the Commonwealth holds and moves water, it should be subject to clear reporting, independent audit and strong scrutiny. Mr Speaker, it is also important that the Commission is credible with commissioners that have the right mix of expertise and lived understanding of basin communities and river operations. It also means in terms of reference that gets to the heart of the issue and processes that give stakeholders confidence they will be heard. Now, the government will say there are already reviews underway. And yes, there is a review fatigue in basin communities. Communities are tired of being consulted without being heard. But this bill is different. It's not another broad bureaucratic exercise. It's a focused inquiry into one of the most powerful actors in the water system, the Commonwealth itself. And if the government is confident in its approach, it should welcome that scrutiny, because scrutiny is not a threat. Scrutiny is a safeguard. It's a safeguard for the farmers who rely on predictable water rules. It's a safeguard for the towns that depend on agriculture. And it's a safeguard for the environment itself, because good environmental outcomes depend on good governance. The explanatory memorandum says this bill has no financial impact. But let's be honest, the real cost has already been paid. It's been paid by communities that have seen water taken out of production without clear outcomes. It's been paid by businesses that cannot plan for the future. And it's been paid by families who are wondering whether their towns have a future at all. That is what is at stake. And that is why, in the context of the Farrer by-election, this issue resonates so strongly, because people are not asking for special treatment. They're asking for fairness. They're asking for transparency. And they're asking for a government that understands that water policy is not just about environmental targets. It's about people. This bill is about restoring that balance. For those reasons, I commend the bill to the House.
Yeah. Is the motion seconded? Give the call to the member for Barker.
The motion is seconded, and in seconding the motion, can I take this opportunity to thank and congratulate the member for Lyons for bringing this matter to the place and her outstanding contribution that she just made. Mr Speaker, I want to take you back. It was 2012 and I had been asked to be the Liberal candidate in the seat of Barker. That included the communities of the Riverland. Now, as a young person living in Mount Gambier on a family farm, I'd spent my fair share of time moving irrigation pipes. In fact, as long as I can remember I was moving those pipes, or indeed from the point at which I could lift one. And so I understood the importance of irrigation to farming entities. But to be fair, I wasn't someone who'd spent a lot of time in the Riverland, and I was keen to correct that. And I remember one day I was in the Riverland driving along, and I saw a strange sight near the bank of a river adjacent to a farm. It was an elderly man digging a trench from the river to a point. It piqued my curiosity. I stopped. I walked down and asked to speak to the man. He was a man in his 80s, and he was digging a ditch from the river to a red gum. And he said, "Son, I'm digging this in the shadows of the millennium drought to make sure this tree survives." And in that moment I knew, the people of the Riverland, farmers in those communities cared deeply about their environment. This was an elderly man who, quite frankly, ought not have been digging at all, let alone that ditch. And so, Mr Speaker, I say to the House, that is why the people of my electorate are so incredibly disappointed when they see that the sacrifices they make to ensure that water has transferred from productive use to environmental benefit is not being treated with the same respect or requirements that have to be occasioned onto irrigators themselves. The people of the Riverland want the Chew to succeed. They want environmental outcomes, because otherwise that elderly gentleman would never have been there on the end of a long shovel. And that's why this motion is so important. That's why this commission is important, because we have to give the people, the 2 million Australians who live within the basin, confidence that the water held by the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder is being put to the best environmental use. That the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder is meeting the same sort of transparency and governance that irrigators themselves have to face. It's not enough, as the member for Lyons has said, to say, well, this is environmental water, so of course that's good. Well, it's only providing a social good if it provides the environmental outcome. And too often my constituents, and I expect others who live and work and represent areas of the basin would have heard this as well, too often constituents ring me to say, "Tony, what are they doing? They're irrigating in the middle of summer, in the middle of the day. It's a complete waste." But you see, that's why this commission is so important, so we can hold decision makers to account. This is a significant capital asset that is held on trust for every Australian. Whether you live in the basin or not, you're a shareholder in that capital held by the Commonwealth water holder. That asset in a continent as dry as ours is just so valuable. It was Mark Twain who said, of course, whiskey's for drinking but water's for fighting over. And in that context, this water, this precious environmental water, needs to be managed appropriately, and that's why this commission is so important. We need to ensure people living and working in the basin have the confidence that that shareholding, that capital asset that's held on trust for every single Australian, including everyone in this building, is being managed appropriately. And it's only with that kind of transparency, that kind of accountability, that we will deliver that trust. And by the way, without that trust, the work of the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder will fail because it will lose political will.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Those who have spoken in the debate are people who know the basin well, and so some of what I go through now is for the benefit of members generally, so I don't want this to be seen for those who've had much of their livelihood, or in some all of their livelihood within the basin, to think that this is me explaining to them. But I think there's some facts about water that, for the benefit of the House and for the operation of the plan, I think are helpful for me to lay out, so I do it in that context. In the first instance, and I'm always troubled by the acronym, the CHEW, because the letters aren't in that order. But anyway, it's the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, which was established under the Water Act, which is actually, the office is a creation of the Howard government. And the concept when the Water Act was brought in and the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder was established was in the face of an acknowledgement from the Howard government and supported by our side in opposition, was that the river system had been over-allocated to death. And the concerns that were put by the member for Barker in terms of people living within the basin wanting the system to be healthy is something that had been acknowledged, and acknowledged really strongly. There is a regular characteristic within the basin that people will generally acknowledge over-allocation for the water entitlements that are given to their north, effectively. So in areas like the Riverland, when I spent time in the Riverland when I was putting the basin plan together, there was a view back then, which I presume is still the view, but I haven't ground-truthed it recently, that people were concerned that there was over-allocation in catchments further north and higher up in the system. That certainly was the view back then. Because effectively, and I remember the view by the member for Groom back at the time before he went off to his current minerals job, that when when he used to say, well, the water falls on my land first, so I get it. And that was his perspective. But effectively, state by state, a river system that runs across the country, what we had was, when it was viewed state by state, the allocations were being done in a way that did not allow for the health of the system. So the perspective that was put forward by the Water Act was to be able to say, we need one of the irrigators within the system to effectively be someone whose job is to irrigate for the environment. And that's what the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder is. An acknowledgement that the system will never go back to being a fully natural system. The Murray itself has locks and dams the whole way through. The system will never flow as a completely natural system, but effectively, to be able to ensure its health, we need one of the irrigators to be someone who is charged to be irrigating for the purposes of the environment. And that's what the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder is there to establish. In terms of different forms of compliance and different forms of oversight that are there, There's significant parliamentary oversight which already occurs with respect to the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. The Inspector General of Water Compliance is a really important role. It's a role which, for some of what is being suggested here, I think the Inspector General is well positioned to do a whole lot of that work for what's been suggested in the speeches so far. The Inspector General of Water Compliance is a position that I think those opposite should have some confidence in. It was originally proposed by the member for Maranoa when he was the Minister for Water. It was then implemented by Keith Pitt when first with the interim in 2019 and then the official position in 2020. The position itself is held by someone who I would have thought would have the confidence of those opposite. It's Troy Grant, who was a former National Party Deputy Premier for New South Wales. But there are different forms of compliance that are there. I think, in fairness, there is a view from some of those opposite that, notwithstanding that there was support for the plan at the time that I put it in, the bipartisan support for the Murray-Darling Basin Plan simply isn't there anymore. And I think that's a reality. I acknowledge the interjection that's coming from the former leader of the National Party there, where I acknowledge the interjection, and let me just say that part of the plan, and a fairly critical part of the plan, was that the water to be recovered would be recovered. That was pretty fundamental, that the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder would be a holder of water. In terms of the delivery of the plan, there are two sections of being able to acquire additional water. For the bit that's referred to as the Bridging the Gap target, we're now at 99% of that. With respect to the additional 450 gigalitre target, when we came to office, of those 450 gigalitres, 24 gigalitres had been obtained. Of 450, 24 gigalitres had been obtained. Now, we've got that now to 225 gigalitres had been obtained. Now, in fairness here, for those opposite, I put the former Deputy Prime Minister, who's in the chamber now, in a different situation to others, because he did, in fact, vote against that 450 up being included. He voted with the Greens to do so, but he did cross the floor. Yep, no, and took a position there where he is consistent now with the position he took then, which is not consistent with the position he had in the middle, but at least where it started and where he's ended up is consistent. The reality is, if we were to go back to a world where you didn't have the work that is done by the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, which will always be complex, but effectively the pathway of making sure that that water is used for the environment is essential for the health of the basin. And yes, jobs are essential, communities are essential, and there are no jobs and there are no communities on a dead river. And we need to make sure that the health of the system is retained. Now, as people understand, the role of the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, anyone in those regions knows very well, any environmental watering event, same as any flooding event, operates differently each time, always operates differently each time. That's the nature of large volumes of water. And the role, even though they are a very substantial holder of water within the basin in terms of irrigation licences, it is also the case that the work that needs to be done changes every year. The work that needs to be done will be different, and you can conduct the same operation, whether it's to break up water with pulsating releases during a blackwater event, or whether it's an overbank flow, and all of those events will operate differently on each occasion. The challenge, though, is to always ask, in the alternative, where would we be? And in the alternative, we saw exactly what was happening. And when the river system hits those critical moments, when the when the river systems crack, when the river system dries out because of the over-allocation, without the proper use of environmental water, it's not just the environment that loses, it's the communities that lose. It's the communities that lose, it's the irrigators that lose. You end up with a system, that cannot function. Now, if we were not in a circumstance where over-allocation had occurred, then we would not require the reform at all. But the reality is we have a river system which had been over-allocated to death, and we had 9 years where effectively acquiring additional water was brought to a halt. We now have a circumstance where additional oversight mechanisms were brought in during the course of the previous government. We supported those being introduced, we support them continuing, and we also have support for the person who is in that role, who, as I say, is a former Deputy Premier of New South Wales, who held that role as a member of the National Party. The Murray-Darling reform will always be hard. It will always require maximum layers of consultation with the community. It will always involve making sure that you have adaptive management that is part of how this is dealt with. But essentially, those who now look back and say, and want to imagine if the reform had not happened, would effectively be taking us backwards in a really substantial way.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Give the call to the member for Maranoa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I just respond to the Leader of the House as the former Shadow
Sorry, the
Water
time
Minister?
has now expired for the debate. The question is the motion be agreed. The question, the member for Maranoa will the member for Maranoa will just resume his seat. The question is the motion be agreed to. Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. I'll chat 2 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bean and Braddon as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 41, noes 88. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can return to their seats quickly and quietly.
What are they doing there?
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 2, Public and Educational Lending Rights, Better Income for Authors Bill 2026.
I'm going to call the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I present the Public Educational Lending Rights, Better Income for Authors Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to provide support for Australian creators and publishers of books available in Australian public and educational lending libraries and for related purposes.
Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time. The Public and Educational Lending Rights, Better Income for Authors Bill 2026 is an important step forward in recognising and supporting Australian creators and publishers. It brings together the public lending right and educational lending right schemes into a single, contemporary legislative framework, replacing the Public Lending Right Act 1985 and ensuring these vital programs remain fit for purpose. Public and educational lending rights exist for a simple and enduring reason: to ensure that Australian creators and publishers are fairly paid when their books are made freely available through public and educational libraries. These schemes acknowledge that access to books should not come at the expense of those who create them, and they play a crucial role in sustaining Australia's writing and publishing sector. While not everybody who writes a book seeks to be a full-time author, it's still telling that the average income in 21-22 for an Australian writer was reportedly $16,100. While this legislation won't turn that around, it is one of the concrete things that government can do to help. An author's creativity is their property. It should not be stolen by those that wish to use it for other purposes. When it is read through a library loan or an educational setting, the author should be paid. The origins of this principle are worth recalling. In 1974, Prime Minister Gough Whitlam approved the Public Lending Rights Scheme with a clear vision of fairness, one that recognised the value of authors' work and the importance of supporting Australian voices. More than 50 years later, that vision remains just as relevant. In the 2024-25 financial year alone, more than 17,000 payments were made to eligible Australian creators and publishers through the scheme, totalling $28 million. For many creators, authors, illustrators, translators and editors, these payments are not supplementary. They are a reliable and meaningful source of income. Lending rights payments help make it possible for Australian stories to continue to be written, published and shared. The bill also reflects the way Australians now read and borrow books. Through our National Cultural Policy Revive, the government has invested in modernising lending rights to include digital formats. E-books and audiobooks are now a normal part of library collections, and it is only right that creators are recognised and compensated for their use in these formats as well. The Public and Educational Lending Rights, Better Income for Authors Bill 2026 secures these reforms in legislation and provides a clear, modern framework for the future. It ensures that our lending rights schemes continue to support Australian creators adapt to changing technologies and strengthen our cultural life. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the next sitting day, and so I'll put the question that the resumption of debate be made in order of the next sitting. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. Public and educational lending rights, better income for authors, consequential amendments and transitional provisions bill 2026.
Call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Public and Educational Lending Rights, Better Income for Authors, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Public and Educational Lending Rights, Better Income for Authors Act 2026 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time. The Public and Educational Lending Rights, Better Income for Authors, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026 repeals the Public Lending Right Act 1985 and supports a transition to the new Unified Lending Rights Framework. It ensures related legislation continues to operate smoothly and consistently following the passage of the primary bill. The bill also provides continuity by confirming that the existing committee will continue to oversee the Public Lending Rights Scheme and will extend its role to the Educational Lending Rights Scheme, supporting transparent administration and ongoing advice to government. Importantly, these amendments provide certainty and continuity for existing and future claimants as the schemes transition to the new legislative framework. Together, these measures strengthen support for Australian creators and ensure the lending rights system remains clear, stable and fit for purpose. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk. Call the Minister, sorry.
Speaker, I move that notice 6 government business be called on immediately.
So I put the question. That the motion be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 6. Secrecy Provisions Amendment, Repealing Offences Bill 2026.
And I call the Attorney-General.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Secrecy Provisions Amendment, Repealing Offences Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation in relation to secrecy provisions and for related purposes.
And I call the Attorney.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Secrecy provisions play a vital role in protecting the integrity and security of Commonwealth information. They safeguard sensitive national security and law enforcement material, protect personal and commercial information that is entrusted to government, and ensure that government can operate effectively in the public interest. These protections are fundamental to maintaining public trust in our institutions. But secrecy must always be justified. Transparency is central to the open and accountable government necessary to support public confidence and informed democratic debate. When secrecy provisions are too complex or too broad, they risk jeopardising legitimate information sharing and undermining the very trust they are meant to protect. The Secrecy Provisions Amendment, Repealing Offences Bill, will ensure that our secrecy laws protect what truly requires protection, while avoiding unnecessary barriers to public transparency. Multiple reviews have found that Australia's secrecy framework has evolved into a complex patchwork of provisions. While some are essential, others are outdated and broader than necessary. This bill makes comprehensive reforms to our secrecy framework in response to these findings. Key among these is the repeal or removal of criminal liability from more than 300 secrecy provisions across the statute book, where it is no longer necessary. This represents a reduction of more than a third of Commonwealth secrecy provisions attracting criminal sanction. Amendments in the bill will also implement other outstanding recommendations of the 2023 Review of Secrecy Provisions conducted by my department, as well as the majority of recommendations agreed or agreed in principle by the government in its response to the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor's review of secrecy offences at Part 5.6 of the Criminal Code. These amendments will ensure that secrecy provisions are appropriately confined, proportionate and consistent with the rule of law. The bill also builds upon the reforms to secrecy laws introduced in the Royal Commission's legislation amendment Protections for Providing Information Act 2026. These are significant and meaningful improvements to Australia's secrecy laws. The government has undertaken extensive work since the secrecy reviews were released to ensure secrecy provisions are justifiable and proportionate. The 2023 Review of Secrecy Provisions identified 168 provisions that no longer required criminal liability. But we have invested further time to get these reforms right. This has required extensive consultation across government, with more than 13 departments and agencies providing their input. This has been a complex but a necessary task, as a number of these secrecy provisions are found across the statute book and in often unassuming places. I thank all the departments and agencies for their contribution to this critical work. Because of this work, the bill will remove criminal liability from almost double the number of provisions identified by the 2023 review. Removing criminal liability from these provisions would be achieved through a combination of repeals and amendments to specific legislation, as well as the repeal of Section 122.4 of the Criminal Code. The repeal of Section 122.4, which criminalises breaches of non-disclosure duties across the statute book, will ensure that the vast majority of non-disclosure duties are instead subject to more proportionate civil and administrative sanctions. This would ensure criminal liability only applies where strictly necessary to protect sensitive information. The bill will also introduce a new targeted secrecy offence in the Criminal Code. Where a new secrecy offence is introduced, it is critical that it addresses unauthorised disclosures that have a genuine need for criminal consequence. The government considered whether it was necessary for a broader general secrecy offence that criminalised disclosures prejudicial to the working of government, as recommended by the 2023 Secrecy Review. But we have heard the views of stakeholders who told us that such a broad offence was not warranted, and we agree. Instead, the bill seeks to address specific gaps in the secrecy framework that were identified when a former PwC partner allegedly shared confidential Commonwealth information. This type of conduct is clearly unacceptable. People who are entrusted with sensitive government information should be met with criminal sanction if they intentionally and improperly use that information for their own benefit or to the detriment of the Commonwealth or others. The bill will address this type of conduct by introducing a targeted secrecy offence. This offence would apply where a Commonwealth officer or other person connected to the Commonwealth improperly communicates or uses Commonwealth information to obtain benefit or cause a detriment. An important part of these amendments is the protection of press freedoms, which is integral to the functioning of an effective democracy. The bill will also legislate a new requirement that the Attorney-General consent to the prosecution of a journalist for any secrecy offence. This will operate as an additional safeguard for press freedom, requiring proper scrutiny of a prosecution before it proceeds and complementing the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecution's requirement that the prosecution be in the public interest. The government undertook significant analysis of secrecy offences to consider whether a public interest journalism defence could be applied to additional offences beyond those in the Criminal Code. The majority of Commonwealth secrecy offences are targeted at government employees or those working with government, and therefore the conduct of journalists is not captured. A defence is therefore not necessary in these circumstances. For those offences that could apply to journalists, there was a clear necessity for protecting the information subject to each relevant offence. This information includes national security and law enforcement information, highly sensitive commercial and personal information, or information that is already subject to tailored mechanism for disclosures in the public interest. Rather, the bill is focused on reducing the number and complexity of secrecy provisions and ensuring that the secrecy offences in the Criminal Code are appropriately calibrated to balance confidentiality and transparency. Finally, the bill would make amendments to implement recommendations agreed or agreed in principle in the government response to the Insular Secrecy Review. These amendments would ensure the secrecy offences in the Criminal Code are proportionate and consistent with rule of law principles. Significant amendments will be made to the secrecy offences that apply to non-officials, including journalists. These amendments ensure that non-officials are subject to a higher threshold for criminal culpability than Commonwealth officials. They include increasing thresholds to trigger criminal liability and nearly halving the penalty of imprisonment to ensure these offences are proportionate. Offences applying to Commonwealth officials will also be amended. These amendments will establish a single material threshold of harm for disclosures that cause harm to Australia's interests and clarify key definitions. They will also ensure that an official is only subject to an aggravated offence where their conduct could cause a higher level of harm or their personal circumstances increase their culpability. The bill delivers on the government's commitment to comprehensive and considered secrecy reform. Good government means safeguarding what must remain confidential while enabling the public to scrutinise and hold institutions to account. The task before us is not to choose between secrecy and transparency, but to balance them wisely. The bill delivers this balance. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the bill be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those opinions say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 7. Secrecy Provisions Amendment, Sunsetting Provision Bill 2026.
I call the Attorney.
I present the Secrecy Provisions Amendment, Sunsetting Provision Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Attorney.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Secrecy Provision Amendment, Sunsetting Provision Bill, extends the sunset date of Section 122.4 of the Criminal Code until 29 December 2026. Section 122.4 makes it an offence for a Commonwealth officer or a person engaged to perform work for a Commonwealth entity to communicate information in breach of a duty arising elsewhere under the law of the Commonwealth. The Secrecy Provisions Amendment Repealing Offences Bill will make a range of amendments to the secrecy framework that would support the repeal of Section 122.4. However, until Parliament has considered these reforms, it is important that Section 122.4 continues to apply to the communication of sensitive or confidential information by officials in breach of their statutory duties. The limited extension provided by this bill will ensure the Parliament has sufficient time to consider the broader reforms to the Commonwealth secrecy framework proposed by the Secrecy Provisions Amendment Repealing Offences Bill before Section 122.4 sunsets. The bill reflects the government's commitment to ensuring Australia's secrecy laws are clear and fit for purpose, while providing Parliament time to comprehensively consider important secrecy reforms. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those opinions say aye. No, the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 8, Defence Force Discipline Amendment, RCDVS, Implementation and Related Measures number 1, Bill 2026.
I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Defence Force Discipline Amendment, RCDVS, Implementation and Related Measures number 1, Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to defence and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. I'm pleased to present the Defence Force Discipline Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide Implementation and Related Measures number 1 bill. This bill represents one of the most significant reforms to Australia's military discipline framework in decades, delivering on key recommendations from the Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide. The Albanese government accepted the overwhelming majority of the Royal Commission's 122 recommendations, agreeing in principle to 104 recommendations. We've been working at pace to implement these. By the end of 2025, 32 recommendations, over a quarter, were implemented. The Royal Commission dedicated a whole volume to sexual violence, unacceptable behaviour and military justice. The legislation before us today takes a significant step towards implementing recommendations in that space. The bill responds directly to concerns about fairness, transparency, mental health treatment, timeliness and complexity within the Defence Force Discipline Act. The reforms contained in the bill are comprehensive and collectively modernise the system so that it protects people, strengthens discipline and aligns with contemporary Australian community expectations. This bill represents one of many reform packages aimed at implementing measures that respond to the Royal Commission's recommendations. In particular, the bill directly implements recommendations 18, 20, 23 and 63 and gives effect to recommendation 34. These relate to strengthening workplace protections during sexual misconduct investigations, the sentencing and recording of convictions for perpetrators of military sexual violence and court-martial governance. The Royal Commission also noted that involvement in the military justice system, whether as a victim or an accused, can itself be a risk factor for suicide. It highlighted the pressing need for improved workplace protections, modern sentencing practices, reporting and recording of serious offences in a manner consistent with civilian jurisdictions, and for a modern approach to the management of mental impairment in disciplinary proceedings. This bill does all of this. The bill contains 6 schedules. Schedule 1 has 5 parts that directly implement Royal Commission recommendations 18, 20, 23 and 63. Schedule 1 provides a power to suspend a Defence Force member where a Defence member is under investigation for a civil or overseas offence. Currently, a member under Defence Force Discipline Act investigation may be suspended, but a member under civilian investigation for potentially more serious conduct may continue to work until charged. This bill fixes that gap by allowing suspension once any formal investigation commences. The suspension ceases when the investigation ends unless a charge is laid, preserving procedural fairness. This implements Royal Commission Recommendation 18 to enhance safeguards to ensure that victims are not required to work with perpetrators while investigations are underway. Schedule 1 also strengthens sentencing procedures by recognising that rank disparity is an aggravating feature of offending, regardless of whether the victim is of higher or lower rank. This change reinforces the requirement for service tribunals to consider the impact on victims where the service offence involves conduct that constitutes a serious violent or sexual offence, and a service impact statement must be sought to allow the service tribunal to consider the effect on discipline, cohesion and command. These reforms implement Royal Commission Recommendation 20 and give effect to aspects of Recommendation 34 by bringing sentencing practices closer to contemporary civilian standards. Schedule 1 also improves transparency by requiring that Superior Tribunal convictions be disclosed to the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission ensuring that serious service offences that are analogous to civilian criminal offences are recorded on criminal records. A limited non-disclosure order mechanism protects individuals in exceptional cases where disclosure would be unjust or harmful. This supports the broader implementation of Royal Commission Recommendation 23 by ensuring that relevant sexual and violence-related service convictions are captured in national police records in a manner consistent with civilian jurisdictions. Schedule 1 also removes stigmatising language from the Defence Force Discipline Act, replacing the outdated and pejorative term of malingering with a neutral description that better reflects modern understanding of injury and illness consistent with Royal Commission Recommendation 63. Finally, Schedule 1 seeks to clearly distinguish between violent and non-violent forms of ill treatment within certain service offences to further support Royal Commission Recommendation 23B. Schedule 2 of the bill seeks to modernise and streamline superior tribunal procedures to align with contemporary civilian criminal practice while retaining the flexibility and efficiency required for military operations. It gives effect to the Royal Commission's Recommendation 34, which required the priority review of provisions related to court-martial panels not being required to give reasons for punishments imposed by introducing the requirement for any conviction and sentencing decision by superior tribunals or reviews to be accompanied by reasons. The legally complex task of sentencing would become the responsibility of a judge advocate rather than a lay panel, aligning superior tribunal practice with civilian criminal justice practices. Changes to streamline the procedures of the superior tribunal system, integrated with other measures in this bill, support the adoption of modern best practices related to sentencing. A power to adopt such matters through regulation allows the system to keep pace with justice system reforms in civilian jurisdictions. These measures aim to increase fairness by ensuring that complex, sensitive or serious matters proceed in the most appropriate forum with the most appropriate procedures and practices applying. Schedule 3 is one of the most transformative parts of the bill. It contains two parts that overhaul how the Defence Force Discipline Act deals with accused persons suffering from mental impairment. Part 1 introduces new powers, permitting a tribunal to adjourn proceedings where continuing would be detrimental to the accused or contrary to the interests of discipline. It also allows, in limited circumstances, the dismissal of a charge where the accused suffers from a mental impairment and prosecution would not meaningfully serve the maintenance of discipline. These changes reform the rigid and outdated unsoundness of mind framework and acknowledge the urgent concerns identified by the Royal Commission regarding trauma and mental health in the defence context. Part 2 establishes a Defence Mental Health Tribunal framework. When a person is unfit to plead or is acquitted because of mental impairment, the tribunal may order treatment, care or detention as appropriate. Orders must be reviewed at least every 6 months and cannot exceed 3 years or 10 years for serious violent or sexual offences. They only take effect once confirmed by a reviewing authority, ensuring strong oversight. This modernises military practice in line with civilian mental health jurisprudence and provides a clinically informed alternative to the outdated custodial provisions currently in the Defence Force Discipline Act. Schedule 4 replaces the existing mid-tier discipline system with a new system of summary contraventions to allow for more streamlined and efficient military discipline outcomes. Summary contraventions deal with contested minor misconduct and misconduct too serious for an infringement notice, but not warranting prosecution as a service offence. They are administrative, not criminal, and use the civil standard of proof. A central pillar of this framework is to allow defence to manage misconduct in a proportionate, efficient way while reducing unnecessary escalation into the service offence system. The effect of streamlining this mid-tier discipline system will be to reduce the time that individuals spend exposed to the military justice system, thereby reducing potential mental harm and enhancing the disciplinary effect of the system. Schedule 5 contains 16 parts, each delivering a discrete fairness, efficiency or modernisation measure that seeks to strengthen the Defence Force Discipline Act framework. Broadly, these include modernising drug offence thresholds to align with other Commonwealth legislation, clarifying delegation powers, updating rules of evidence, harmonising judicial officer termination grounds, improving review processes, modernising the powers of investigating officers, enabling removal orders for intimate images, enabling evidence to be provided via video, victim impact statements and providing for the extinguishment of historical homosexual service conviction records that would not be offences today. Each measure enhances system coherence and brings the Defence Force Discipline Act in line with contemporary Australian law and practice. The extinguishment of historical homosexual service convictions is an important measure and a step in righting a historical wrong. This is a long time coming. Nearly 34 years ago, in November 1992, Prime Minister Paul Keating declared homosexual men and women would no longer be banned from serving in the Australian Defence Force. These changes will allow defence personnel who are convicted of offences purely on the basis of consensual homosexual activity to apply to have this conviction extinguished. The effect of this extinguishment will be to also prevent disclosure of that conviction or information related to it by other people. Family of defence members, including of deceased veterans, can also apply under this scheme on behalf of their loved ones. These changes are a restorative legal change to help lessen the detriment associated and stigma imposed by former homophobic attitudes and practices reflected in such convictions. We have always been proud of those who serve our nation. With these changes to enable expungement of convictions now no longer regarded as a crime, those that had to previously hide can have their pride in service accurately reflected in their service record as well. Schedule 5 also allows the Minister for Defence to issue guidelines to the Director of Military Prosecutions. This approach aligns with Section 8 of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act 1983, which provides a similar power for the Attorney-General to issue directions and guidelines to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions. The bill also implements a number of other reform recommendations, including the introduction of stronger protections over disclosure of sensitive material during disciplinary investigation. This implements a 2016 Defence Abuse Response Task Force report recommendation, as well as adopting 19 of the 28 recommendations for reform to the discipline system made in the Judge Advocate General's 2024 annual report, and measures introduced addressing recommendations of the Australian Law Reform Commission's report 148 related to reforming justice responses to sexual violence, to allow for providing video evidence in chief for sexual offence prosecutions. Ultimately, the reforms in this bill strengthen trust in the military justice system, reduce harm, improve transparency, modernise mental health responses, and ensure that the Defence Force Discipline Act reflects the standards expected in today's Australia. This bill represents a careful, comprehensive and essential response to the findings of the Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide. It supports the well-being of defence personnel, strengthens the integrity of the discipline system and upholds community expectations of fairness and accountability. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member, and the question is now that the debate must be adjourned. I give the call to Marimar.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the honourable member. The question is now that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have that. The clerk.
Government business. Notice number 9. Competition and Consumer Amendment Unfair Trading Practices Bill 2026.
Thank the clerk. Minister.
I present the Competition and Consumer Amendment Unfair Trading Practices Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes.
The Minister has the call.
I move that the bill be now read a second time. This bill amends the Australian consumer law and implements the government's commitment to protect consumers from unfair trading practices, subscription traps and drip pricing. Australians know exactly what this bill is about because they've lived it. Trying to decide on an online purchase, people suddenly find themselves pressured with a countdown timer or a warning that there are only 2 left in stock despite the fact that the retailer has plenty available. They subscribe to a gym and manage the payment online. But when they try to unsubscribe, they're told they have to make a phone call. They spot a bargain online, but when they get to the checkout, they discover a compulsory service fee added to their basket. This isn't vigorous competition, it's friction by design. The way Australians buy and subscribe has changed profoundly. Today, people make decisions about goods and services in many different ways. By strolling the aisles of their local store, by searching online for the best price, or by entering subscription arrangements that renew automatically. Some transactions take place entirely in person, while others occur entirely online. But the experience of choosing and managing services now spans a wide range of channels. These changes have given Australians more choice and convenience, but they've also created conditions in which certain business practices can pressure, confuse or trap consumers. Australians are hard-working and fair-minded. We expect businesses to compete vigorously and to innovate. But we also expect that competition will occur on fair terms. We do not expect to be steered into decisions we didn't intend, or worn down by design features that make the right decision harder than it should be. The evidence suggests that these aren't isolated irritants. More than half of reported consumer problems now occur from online purchases. 1 in 10 people say that an online provider has manipulated their choices, while more than a quarter encountered unexpected charges added late in the transaction. In a digital economy, design isn't neutral. Buttons, prompts, defaults, timers and cancellation pathways can all shape behaviour. These are signs of a marketplace in which confusion, pressure and obstruction can become a business model. Over the past 4 years, through detailed consultation with consumers, businesses, experts, regulators, and our state and territory counterparts, a clear message emerged. There are practices that do not meet the threshold for misleading or deceptive conduct, and that may also fall short of the high bar for unconscionable conduct, but which nevertheless distort decision-making, cause real harm and impose an economic cost. These gaps in the Australian consumer law allow manipulative or unreasonably distortive tactics to slip through, even when the impact on consumers is significant. This bill closes those gaps. It modernises the Australian consumer law to reflect the realities of how Australians now buy, compare and subscribe. It ensures consumers are protected not only from outright deception, but also from the kinds of subtle, cumulative influences that can undermine genuine choice. Deputy Speaker, this bill does 3 things. First, the bill introduces something Australians might reasonably have assumed already existed: a simple rule that businesses should not engage in unfair trading practices. It sets a straightforward principle. Businesses must not manipulate consumers or unreasonably distort the environment in which consumers make or are likely to make decisions in circumstances that cause or are likely to cause detriment. This is a principles-based test. It captures conduct that does not neatly fall within the existing prohibitions on misleading conduct or unconscionability, but which nonetheless exploits behavioural biases, overwhelms consumers with complexity, or structures choices in a way that leads people towards decisions they would not otherwise make. To provide practical guidance, the bill includes a non-exhaustive indicative list of examples of practices that may contravene the new prohibition. These include impeding a consumer's ability to exercise legal rights or seek legal remedies, failing to disclose material information to the consumer, disclosing material information to the consumer in a way that is complex, ineffective, unclear, unintelligible, ambiguous, untimely or overwhelming, and creating an environment, including by using design elements and digital interfaces, that places unreasonable pressure on a consumer or that obstructs the consumer from making or fulfilling their decision. These examples help businesses understand where the line is drawn without restricting ordinary, legitimate commercial behaviour. This prohibition isn't about stopping businesses from promoting their products, not about stopping advertising. It's about dealing with conduct that crosses the line from persuasion into manipulation, conduct that harms consumers and undermines fair competition. Second, the bill deals with a practice that almost every Australian has encountered. The consumer sees a price that seems reasonable, but as they progress through the transaction, new fees begin to appear. A booking fee here, a service charge there, often only revealed at the very end of the process. In one example, a concert ticket promoted for $109.90 rose to $117.45, once a compulsory $7.55 service fee was added at the last stage of the process. By then, the consumer has already invested time and attention and may feel locked into completing the purchase. That's drip pricing. Australians have had a gutful. This bill requires businesses to disclose mandatory transaction-based charges at the same time they display the base price. There should be no last-minute surprises, no artificially low headline prices that rise only after the consumer has invested time and attention, and no reliance on the consumer's reluctance to abandon the purchase after coming so far. The bill does not prohibit transaction fees. It prohibits hiding them. It ensures that the businesses doing the right thing are not disadvantaged by competitors who conceal the true cost until the final step. That matters for competition as well as fairness. We know from behavioural economics that people anchor on the first price they see, and once they've invested effort in reaching the final stage of a transaction, they're less likely to walk away. A business that discloses its full price up front should not be made to look more expensive than a rival that waits until the final screen to reveal unavoidable charges. Third, this bill addresses subscription traps, a growing frustration in modern consumer life. Subscriptions are now a regular part of household budgeting. Subscriptions provide access to news, fitness, entertainment, software and many other services. But too often, subscription arrangements are designed around the assumption that consumers will forget to cancel free trials, won't notice renewals, or will struggle to find the cancellation pathway. Research from the Consumer Policy Research Centre shows the scale of this issue. 3 in 4 Australians have had a negative experience when trying to cancel a subscription. Nearly half have spent more time than intended trying to exit a service. 1 in 3 have felt pressured to stay. 1 in 10 Australians have given up trying to cancel and kept paying for a service they no longer wanted. Some people have been so frustrated by unwanted subscriptions, they've chosen to cancel a credit card or a bank account just to get rid of the recurring subscriptions. The estimated consumer detriment from spending on unwanted subscriptions by Australian consumers is $971 million per year. This is a hidden drain on household budgets. This bill addresses these problems directly. Businesses must clearly disclose that a customer is entering a subscription, what it costs, how long it runs, how it renews, and how it can be ended. The information must be provided prominently and in a way that is easy to understand. The bill also establishes a framework for reminder notices, ensuring that consumers receive timely, sensible prompts when a trial period is ending or a renewal is approaching. In addition, cancellation must be straightforward. It must be easy to find, and it must require only the steps that are reasonably necessary. A contract that can be entered in seconds should not take half an afternoon to escape. Many reputable businesses already operate in this simple, fair, transparent manner. This bill ensures that all businesses meet that standard. The bill forms part of a wider agenda to strengthen competition, improve transparency and support consumers across the economy. Our government has legislated the most significant overhaul of Australia's merger laws in 50 years, ensuring large mergers are properly assessed before proceeding and that anti-competitive acquisitions don't escape scrutiny. We've increased funding for the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission by more than $30 million, enabling stronger action against misleading pricing tactics, particularly in supermarkets and other consumer-facing markets. We've outlawed unfair contract terms and for the first time gave the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and Australian Securities and Investment Commission the power to seek penalties against companies that breach those laws. We're strengthening the unit pricing code and cracking down on shrinkflation. Australians will be able to see clearly when a product has gotten smaller, but the price has stayed the same or gone up. Under the former government, the Supermarket, Food and Grocery Code was merely voluntary, without penalties for wrongdoing. Labor's Food and Grocery Code is mandatory, backed by strong penalties that prevent supermarkets from using their market power to unfairly squeeze farmers and other suppliers. Penalties matter. That's why this government has increased the first limb of the maximum penalties under the Competition and Consumer Act from $10 million to $50 million in 2022 and last month up to $100 million. Stronger sanctions ensure that breaches of consumer law can't be dismissed as a mere cost of doing business. They ensure that businesses of all sizes face meaningful consequences for conduct that undermines fairness. In the labour market, reforms to non-compete clauses and other restrictive practices will help improve job mobility and productivity. The right to repair is being extended to agricultural machinery, including ensuring that farmers have genuine choice in how they service their equipment. Through a revitalised national competition policy, supported by a $900 million National Productivity Fund, the government's working with states and territories to remove commercial and industrial planning and zoning barriers that make it hard for new entrants to compete. We're progressing reforms to create a single national market for goods, streamline standards, improve heavy vehicle productivity and improve occupational licensing so that workers can move freely across jurisdictions. We're also supporting health and care professionals to work to their full scope of practice. Together, these reforms strengthen competition and dynamism, boost productivity and contribute to a fairer marketplace. This bill focuses on consumer protections, but unfair trading practices don't only affect individuals. Small businesses and franchisees often face the same vulnerabilities when dealing with larger suppliers. The explanatory memorandum notes the government will consult on extending unfair trading protections to small businesses, including those in franchising. That work is underway. We'll release a public consultation on the expansion of these reforms shortly, and we'll have legislation in Parliament later this year. Working closely with the Assistant Treasurer and the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, we'll consider whether any alignment of protections within the financial services sector is necessary. Any expansion will be considered carefully, respecting the distinct frameworks providing consumer protections for financial products and advice. In presenting this bill, the government reaffirms a basic principle. Markets work best when they're fair, when consumers are respected rather than worn down, when design helps people make informed choices rather than steering them into unwanted ones, when transparency is rewarded and hidden fees are not. The reforms in this bill, banning unfair trading practices, cracking down on drip pricing and cleaning up subscriptions, will give Australians back time, clarity and agency. It'll strengthen trust and boost competition. And it'll make the Australian marketplace a place where good businesses thrive by doing the right thing. These reforms will also help restore confidence that online markets can work on straightforward terms, when prices are what they seem, when leaving a service is as simple as joining it, and where firms who act fairly aren't punished. For example, 9 out of 10 Australians say they would likely purchase from the same organisation if cancelling a subscription was quick and simple. I want to acknowledge the vital contribution of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, including Chair Gina Cass-Gottlieb and Deputy Chair Katrina Lowe, whose enforcement work and market studies have provided important insights into the effect of unfair trading practices. Australia's consumer movement has been instrumental in consistently bringing consumer experience to the forefront, including Erin Turner and her team at the Consumer Policy Research Centre, Stephanie Tonkin and her team at the Consumer Action Law Centre, former Choice CEO Ashley De Silva and his team, Jenny Patterson and her team at the University of Melbourne Centre for Artificial Intelligence and Digital Ethics, as well as community legal centres, financial counsellors and many others. I also acknowledge the strong support and partnership of my State and Territory Consumer Affairs Minister colleagues and their officials. Anulak Chuntavong, Nick Stakos, Deb Frecklington, Guy Barnett, Tara Chain, Tony Beauty, Marie-Claire Boothby and former South Australian Minister Andrea Michaels. Reform of this scale is only possible when all governments share a commitment to fairness and transparency. I thank the experts in the Office of Parliamentary Counsel and the Department of Treasury, including Nicole Ryan, Phoebe Butcher, Stacey Lawson, Tessa Cromand, Matthew Osinski, Ira Goyle, Rhys O'Sullivan, Megan Patterson, Taylor Foraker and Angelina Kosev, and my advisors, Tory Barker and Meg Thomas, for their work on this bill. Their hard work has helped forge a fairer society and a more dynamic economy. Deputy Speaker, this bill is a principled, proportionate and timely response to real harms, identified through genuine consultation, backed by evidence and aligned with Australians' sense of fairness. It ensures the Australian consumer law remains robust and capable of protecting people in a rapidly changing environment. The reforms will not only protect consumers, but also support productivity by promoting dynamic and competitive markets. They'll help ensure business is not incentivised to adopt unfair tactics and will increase consumers' confidence to engage in markets, particularly when transacting online. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
I thank the Minister. And the question is, the debate must now be adjourned. I call on the member for Bowman.
I move that the debate now be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I'll put that question. All that opinion say aye. Those aye? Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Sorry, I thought you said no. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 4, Aviation Consumer Protection Bill 2026.
The Minister has the call.
Thank you very much. And I present the Aviation Consumer Protection Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum for this bill and the Aviation Consumer Protection Consequential Amendments Transitional Provisions Bill 2026.
And I give the call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish a framework to protect aviation consumers and to establish an independent aircraft noise ombudsperson and for related purposes.
The Minister has the call.
Thank you. I move that this bill now be read a second time. Aviation is a national connector. It binds our cities to our regions, our exports to the world and our families to one another. Because of our vast continent and the distances that we travel, Australians rely on aviation perhaps more than many other people around the globe. That is why it is so critical that the aviation sector builds and maintains the trust of Australian travellers. Until now, consumers have relied on airlines handling escalated complaints themselves through voluntary industry arrangements. This has not worked, and consumers have often been left disappointed with the outcomes. While airline performance has generally improved since the COVID-19 pandemic, there is still a need to offer greater protection for Australian travellers, including fair and appropriate treatment by airlines and airports when things go wrong. The events over the last month have also shown how times of global crisis can impact on us domestically. The conflict in the Middle East has led to flight and fuel disruptions and broader uncertainty for travellers here and abroad. We've seen passengers who are unsure of what to do next and what recourse is available to them if their flights are cancelled or delayed. Our airlines have been working under really difficult circumstances, and the government is incredibly grateful for the work that they have done to ensure Australians in the Middle East have been able to fly home safely. But this current international crisis reminds us how important it is for Australian travellers to have increased protections when they fly and a clear understanding of what they are entitled to. This is why the Australian Government is bringing forward the Aviation Consumer Protection Bill package today, delivering on our commitment to hold the aviation industry accountable for delivering better outcomes for Australian consumers. This bill, the Aviation Consumer Protection Bill 2026, which is being introduced together with the Aviation Consumer Protection Levy Bill, the Aviation Consumer Protection Levy Collection Bill and the Aviation Consumer Protection Consequential Amendments Bill, which I'll move shortly, represent the most significant reform any government has ever introduced for aviation consumer protection in this country. Reforms that have been developed in close consultation with the public, with industry and with experts to ensure that we are delivering meaningful protections for passengers while maintaining a competitive and sustainable aviation sector. While the levy bills enable the government to recover costs of operating the regulatory functions through industry levies, we are mindful of the current burden on industry due to the conflict in the Middle East and will make appropriate decisions in that regard. In 2024, the government released the Aviation White Paper Towards 2050, a series of 56 policies setting the direction for the aviation industry to give passengers a better deal and enhance competition while ensuring the industry maintains Australia's strong safety record, a record of which we are very proud. The White Paper acknowledged that the industry-led airline customer advocate had not delivered an effective complaint resolution service and that it was now necessary for the government to establish a more effective body. This assessment has been supported by feedback from consumers, consumer advocacy groups and consumer and fair trading regulators, who have told us that in recent years the domestic airline industry has demonstrated poor customer service, decreasing service quality and that the ACA is ineffective in resolving disputes. An independent review into airline and airport complaint handling processes advised the government that airlines and airports have work to do to lift their complaint handling standards and that existing consumer pathways to escalate complaints are unclear, confusing and vary in their effectiveness. Data from the government's Bureau of Infrastructure and Transport Research Economics shows that issues with on-time performance are substantial. In December last year, on average, over a quarter of domestic flights reported were delayed on arrival and were delayed on departure. While airline performance, including on-time performance, has improved since the COVID-19 pandemic, there is still a broader need to better protect aviation consumers. Research from the Behavioural Economics team of the Australian Government shows that more than 1 in 2 Australian adults travelled by air between August 2024 and August 2025, and that 1 in 2 of those travellers experienced a flight disruption. Only a third of those travellers were satisfied with how these disruptions were handled. Australians with disabilities, medical conditions or injuries, who accounted for 1 in 4 air passengers, report even lower levels of satisfaction. A more coherent aviation consumer protection framework will be capable of both assisting consumers to resolve disputes and encourage improved service standards across the aviation sector. This bill establishes the Aviation Consumer Protection Framework, which will comprise an impartial aviation consumer ombudsperson that will provide a fair, accessible and independent external dispute resolution service that can assist with resolving individual customer complaints in relation to the supply of airline and airport services, and the Aviation Consumer Protections Charter that will set out the minimum standards that aviation consumers can expect from airlines and airports, which will be enforced by a regulator, the Aviation Consumer Protection Authority or the ACPA. An independent company limited by guarantee, will operate the Aviation Consumer Ombudsperson Scheme. This company, the ACO company, will be governed by a board of directors with equal representation from industry, consumers and an independent chair. Regulated entities, airlines and airports will be required to become members of the company. One of the central functions of the ACO will be operating an aviation-specific external dispute resolution service for consumer complaints about airlines and airports. If an airline or airport operator has acted inconsistently with the Charter and a consumer is not satisfied with the handling of their complaint, they will be able to seek assistance from the ACO. The ACO will have several ways to help resolve the complaint, such as through an investigation, compelling the provision of information, recommending a particular course of action and/or facilitating a dispute resolution process. The Ombudsperson will be empowered to make a determination to require an airline or an airport operator to resolve a consumer complaint in a particular way. The regulator will be established in the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sports and Arts. It will enforce the Charter and be empowered to investigate systemic issues facing consumers in the aviation sector. The regulator will also carry out enforcement activities related to the Charter and the framework, including pursuing enforcement of Australian Consumer Ombudsperson determinations on behalf of the Ombudsperson through judicial processes if necessary. The Charter will create obligations for airlines and airports towards consumers in the event of a flight disruption, delay or a cancellation. The Charter will also contain minimum standards in relation to booking information and assistance, communicating with consumers and complaint handling. To support greater public transparency and accountability, the Aviation Consumer Protection Bill will also facilitate the reporting and publication of reasons for flight delays, cancellations and disruptions to the department and consumers respectively. This will assist the regulator and the Ombudsperson to determine whether or not a disruption, delay or cancellation was within or outside the relevant entity's control. Both the Ombudsperson and the regulator will also have an advocacy role, ensuring consumer concerns are heard and actioned by conducting inquiries, advising government and promoting best practice. The Ombudsperson and the regulator will provide consumer-focused education and best practice advice to consumers, the aviation industry and the government on complaints handling. The regulator will lead advocacy in relation to any systemic consumer-facing issues identified in the sector, regulatory improvement that is required and public reporting. The Aircraft Noise Ombudsperson, responsible for independent reviews of Air Services Australia and Defence's management of aircraft noise-related activities, will also transition into the department. They will continue their current work independent of Air Services Australia and Defence. This is about ensuring that the public has confidence in the Aircraft Noise Ombudsperson's findings and its recommendations. This bill will improve outcomes for consumers and ensure that the aviation sector is accountable for the services they offer and is focused on our aviation consumers, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. I call the member for Bowman.
I move that debate now be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And we're back to this. The Minister. Yep, this is on protection levy.
I present the Aviation Consumer Protection Levy Bill 2026 and its explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose levy on regulated entities under the Aviation Consumer Protection Act 2026 and for related purposes.
The Minister has the call.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. The Aviation Consumer Protection Levy Bill forms a key part of the package of bills to hold the aviation industry accountable for delivering better outcomes for consumers and to deliver on our commitment to improve aviation consumer protection. The Levy Bill allows the Minister to set levy amounts to impose and collect monies by enabling regulations to be made that will cost recover the administrative expenses associated with the administration of the Aviation Consumer Protection Bill by the Aviation Consumer Protection Authority. The annual levy is based on the estimated cost of the regulatory functions of the regulator. The Australian Government intends the annual general levy to offset the costs of administrating the aviation consumer protections contained in the ACP bill, while ensuring that the levy is applied equitably. The Minister will be required to consider whether the levy payable by the regulated entity is a fair proportion of the total annual funds raised by the levy, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. Member for Bowman.
I move that debate now be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The Minister.
I present the Aviation Consumer Protection Levy Collection Bill 2026 and its explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to provide for the collection of levy imposed on regulated entities under the Aviation Consumer Protection Act 2026 and for related purposes.
The Minister has the call.
Thank you. I move that this bill now be read a second time. The Aviation Consumer Protection Levy Collection Bill provides for the collection of levies to cost recover administrative costs associated with the Aviation Consumer Protection Bill. The cost recovery changes are intended to recover the costs of activities carried out by the Aviation Consumer Protection Authority, which the ACP bill establishes as a regulatory function within the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sports and the Arts. The collection bill outlines the process for the collection of these charges, ensuring that the levies imposed on regulated entities are effectively managed and distributed. It establishes the procedures for collecting and administering the cost recovery charges in line with the framework set by the levy bill, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister, and the debate must now be adjourned. I call the member for Bowman.
I move that debate now be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate being made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have that. The Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 5, Aviation Consumer Protection, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026.
The Minister has the call.
Thank you. I present the Aviation Consumer Protection, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Aviation Consumer Protection Act 2026 and for related purposes.
I thank the Clerk, and the Minister has the call.
Thank you, and I move that this bill now be read a second time. The Aviation Consumer Protection, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill provides clarity that a breach by an airline of the standard in the Aviation Consumer Protections Charter will not result in the cancellation of a licence under the Air Navigation Act 1920. The consequential bill also enables a smooth transition from the current non-legislated Aircraft Noise Ombudsperson, ANO, in Air Services Australia to the new independent statutory ANO arrangements, and I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. Member for Bowman.
I move that debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order for the day for the next sitting, and I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have that. The Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Customs Legislation Amendment, False Trademarks Infringement Notices Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and with that I give the call to the Honourable Shadow Minister and Member for Canning.
Well, good morning to you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the call. Today I rise to speak on the Customs Legislation Amendment, False Trademarks Infringement Notices Bill 2026. And up front, the Coalition position is this. The Coalition recognises that counterfeit imports are a serious and growing problem, frequently linked to organised crime. They undermine legitimate Aussie businesses, they distort markets and can expose consumers to unsafe or substandard products. And that's why the government's proposal to strengthen enforcement in this area is not unreasonable. Those importing counterfeit goods should be held to account, not just get a slap on the wrist. And giving the Australian Border Force additional enforcement tools has some logic to it. However, there are important questions around how this should be achieved, which the government has not yet answered. And for these reasons, we won't oppose this bill, but we will ensure it is better examined by referring it to a Senate inquiry. So what does this bill do? In short, the bill is designed to strengthen Australia's response to the importation of counterfeit goods. And the bill introduces a new strict liability offence, ensuring importers face possible financial penalties in addition to the seizure of their goods. It also brings that offence within the Customs Infringement Notice Scheme. And at the moment, the primary enforcement for counterfeit imports is the seizure or forfeit of goods, and there is limited ability to impose penalties on importers. And it means that many importers face no real consequence beyond losing goods. Some treat it as simply the cost of doing business. And this bill seeks to address that gap, enabling the Australian Border Force, or the ABF, to issue infringements as a faster and more flexible enforcement tool. Now, the Coalition does have key concerns with the bill, concerns that are legitimate, because while this proposal is not unreasonable, we think the bill should be examined further. The first concern is this: the use of a strict liability offence. The bill relies on a strict liability offence, and that means there is no need to prove intent or knowledge, only that the goods were imported and bore a false trademark. And that's a significant step in our laws. Strict liability can be appropriate in some regulatory settings, but it also carries risks. It can capture inadvertent or low-level conduct, and it may affect small businesses or individuals who are not deliberately acting unlawfully, people who are just caught up in the crime itself, unwittingly. So this raises legitimate questions about proportionality and fairness. The second concern is that there is a lack of a clear trigger for the bill itself. Another issue is the absence of any obvious trigger for this legislation. And to the best of the Coalition's knowledge and understanding, there has been no major public incident. There's been no clear enforcement failure identified on the public record, and there's no new data or report that explains why this reform is being brought forward now. Now, that doesn't mean that the reform is wrong, but it does mean that we should ask the question, what is the reason that this bill is being introduced, and why now? Why today does it need to be passed? The third concern that we have is the limited recent consultation. It should be noted that there was a formal consultation process in 2020 on these kinds of measures, but there has been little recent stakeholder engagement since. In fact, the key stakeholders that the Coalition contacted were not even aware of its existence, and that's concerning. And for a reform that introduces a new offence and new penalty powers, we would have expected clear and wider and greater consultation with the community. So what's our intent today? Our intent is to refer the bill to a Senate inquiry. The Coalition is taking a measured and responsible approach to this process. On face value, the provision of additional enforcement to address counterfeit imports appears reasonable. It's a reasonable approach. And so we're not opposing the bill in this House, recognising that the policy intent has merit. But we are also not prepared to waive the bill without more scrutiny. This has been a bit of a habit of the last 6 months or so. We want to have more scrutiny over this bill, or scrutiny of this bill, I should say, and that is why we're recommending that the bill be referred to a Senate inquiry on the papers. This will allow us to hear directly from affected stakeholders, including small business groups, retailers, brand owners, and legal experts. It will allow us to test whether the strict liability approach is appropriate. It will allow us to examine how the new offence will operate in practice, and it will allow us to ensure there are no unintended consequences. Very important function of the Senate as a House of review. And importantly, this response does not delay the bill indefinitely, but it ensures proper scrutiny before its final passage. So, to sum up, Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supports action against counterfeit goods. We support stronger enforcement where appropriate, but we want to get the law right. And this bill raises a number of questions. It introduces significant new powers and has not yet been subject to adequate scrutiny. A Senate inquiry, therefore, from our point of view, is reasonable, measured and definitely in the Australian public interest. So we will not oppose this bill in the House, but we will ensure it is examined before it becomes law. And we'll also allow relevant stakeholders to be given the opportunity to examine the legislation and have their say in a public setting, a very important part of our democratic process in Australia. That's the responsible approach. That's the response the Coalition will take. And thank you for your time, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. The Minister has the call.
I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day.
I thank the Minister. The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put that question. Those of the opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it, and I will call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Treasury Laws Amendment, Delivering an Efficient and Trusted Tax System, Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Sorry. The question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition is not opposing this bill, but in this chamber, but in the Senate we are looking to refer it to the Economics Committee for further scrutiny. The bill contains a range of technical tax measures. Many of the measures are sensible and many of them non-controversial. The two most significant, or the most significant part of this bill is the exclusion of tobacco and gambling activities from the research and development, or the R&D tax incentives. So again, when we look at this measure, we're not necessarily opposed to that, but we do want closer scrutiny, because where we're going in this, Deputy Speaker, is I suppose there's two issues that we need to look at here. One is the government, for the first time really, is now starting to have a subjective opinion on what businesses or what sectors should be able to apply for this R&D incentive. I mean, we're happy to have that debate, but obviously once you open this door, we know we're going to open the door to the government may, if it doesn't like a certain sector for whatever subjective reasons, that they can't apply for this incentive. So we want that to be further investigated. With the specific one of gambling, we also want some further investigation about what is going to be termed or what is going to be recognised as a gambling activity. Again, there's definitions around that. There is a discussion about, will some kids' games, even in the way that they might give prizes or what have you, be looked at as a winner. So, very important questions that we think need to be answered here. I would also just make the point with the tobacco one, Deputy Speaker, that again, we're happy to look at this, happy to look at whether the tobacco industry should be able to get this R&D incentive. But we need to make the point here that the tobacco industry itself, Deputy Speaker, is in complete disarray at the moment. We've lost billions of dollars in tax revenue. In 2022, when the government came to office, projected tobacco excise for 25-26 was $13.3 billion. And the estimate collections now are down $7.3 billion and are going to be $6 billion in 25-26. So there's a lot going on in that industry, and people, illicit tobaccos are now being made. Illicit cigarettes are far cheaper than they've been in recent history, and that's showing up in wastewater data. We think that there's, this industry needs to be looked at a bit wider. Organised crime's moving into that industry and has a big say and is controlling that industry, along with vaping and a whole lot of other questions. So, we just question whether some of that's the reason the government's looking at this and the R&D incentive. There's lots of questions around tobacco that need to be answered, but we just make that point. I mentioned earlier too just about the video game sector and some of the kids' games, whether they could be captured in these changes as a form of gambling. There are things like goose games, house games, Fruit Ninja, Hello Night. They all give rewards for certain things and certain processes when you play that game. Sorry, I've got an interjection here.
Do you play those ones?
No, I don't play those ones, but thank you for highlighting that. So, again, the Senate Economics Committee, we want to understand the full of the implications of the bill. Obviously, some of the stakeholders will get involved in that inquiry and just have a look at some of those questions that we have about this. So again, in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, we're not opposing the bill. Some of them very sensible, practical measures. But again, this is not just technical. I think there are some really important points, and I'll just summarise again. I think the most important point here is the government, for the first time, is inserting itself into an area and saying some industries should or shouldn't be able to be, or some industries shouldn't be able to get this incentive for subjective reasons. And we need to question that, and we need to say, okay, well, if the government of the day suddenly thinks that gambling shouldn't be shouldn't be able to apply for a certain tax incentive, well, we need to look at how they're going to determine what gambling is or gambling isn't. If they're saying well, tobacco shouldn't be able to get these R&D incentives, we're just trying to get what is the logic, what is the rationale, and how these decisions are going to be made, because this opens the door that a government of the day can start to impose these rules on a whole lot of other industries that may be unforeseen. And just to reiterate the gambling one, Deputy Speaker, as well, what some people term as gambling, others wouldn't, and we want some clarity around that, which is why we are going to refer this to the Senate's committee. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I have received advice from the Chief Government or the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask Leader of the House to move a motion to discharge Mr Violi from the Parliamentary Retiring Allowances Trust and to appoint Mr Caldwell to the Trust.
I have received... is leave granted? Yep, leave's granted.
Thank you. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Parliamentary Contributory Superannuation Act 1948, Mr Violi be discharged as a trustee serving on the Parliamentary Retiring Allowances Trust and that Mr Caldwell be appointed a trustee to serve on the trust.
Is leave granted? Yep.
Oh.
I'll put the question. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? I think the ayes have it. Now, thank you. I have received advice from the Chief Government Whip nominating a member to be a participating member of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the purpose of the committee's inquiry into the 25 federal election. Call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a participating member to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I move that Mr Burnell be appointed a participating member of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the purpose of the committee's inquiry into the 2025 federal election.
I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? I think the ayes have it. I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's report number 2, 2026, referral made in September 2025, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Leave is granted.
Mr Deputy Speaker, again on behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's second report for 2026 and the fourth for the 48th Parliament. This report considers the following proposed work: Department of Defence, Blamey Barracks, Kapooka. Redevelopment Project, Kapooka, New South Wales. The proposed works have a total estimated cost of $889.2 million. In considering these proposed works, the committee received submissions and held a private briefing, a public hearing and an in-camera hearing with the Department of Defence, as well as conducting a site inspection at Blamey Barracks in Wagga Wagga. After giving due consideration to the evidence that the committee received, the committee is recommending that it is expedient for the proposed work to proceed. The committee recognises the crucial role that the barracks play in the basic training of Army recruits, and that having modern, fit-for-purpose facilities for the recruits to live in, train and work is vital for the workforce planning of defence as outlined in the 2024 National Defence Strategy. On the site inspection of the barracks, the committee was able to see firsthand the relatively dilapidated state of some of the current facilities, which reinforced the committee's confidence that the redevelopment is required. As a final remark, I note that in the course of the inquiry, the committee received correspondence from a local resident highlighting concerns around PFAS contamination of the area surrounding the barracks and claiming that there had been inadequate consultation from Defence on this issue. While I recognise that the PFAS contamination management and remediation plan for Blamey Barracks will occur in conjunction with the wider Riverina redevelopment project and are not directly related to the current proposed works, I would strongly encourage Defence to proactively engage with residents of the area on this very issue. Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank my committee colleagues and the committee secretariat for their participation and assistance in the Blamey Barracks inquiry, and I commend the report to the House.
I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the committee's report entitled Report 232, Papua New Guinea and Australia Mutual Defence Treaty, the Puk Puk Treaty, and ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to make a statement on the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties regarding the Papua New Guinea-Australia Mutual Defence Treaty, also known as the Puk Puk Treaty. The Puk Puk Treaty marks a significant achievement in Australia's relationship with Papua New Guinea. The treaty binds our two countries together in a formal alliance, tying us close together and enabling greater diplomatic and defence collaboration. This new alliance is our first for over 70 years and only our third overall after New Zealand and the United States of America. PNG is one of Australia's most important partners and closest neighbours, and we are proud to call them our ally. The treaty establishes obligations to consult on security-related developments, provide mutual assistance, and in the event of an armed attack, provide mutual assistance in the event of an armed attack, and creates a framework for conducting joint defence cooperation activities. The Puk Puk Treaty builds on Australia and PNG's existing defence engagement, develops a clear framework to enable more joint activities, such as combined training and personnel exchanges. It enables a two-way exchange with Papua New Guinea's defence personnel attending Australian training institutions and provides Australia an opportunity in gaining specialist expertise in areas such as jungle warfare. It also enables both countries to contribute expertise and capacity and ensuring we grow stronger together. The treaty is well aligned with Australia's strategic focus on building stronger relationships in the Pacific and strengthening regional stability, sovereign capability and prosperity. During the inquiry process, the committee found that the treaty supports Australia's objectives of regional security in the Pacific and opens up new avenues for dialogue and cooperation. By ratifying this agreement, Australia will demonstrate its continued reliability and trustworthiness as a partner of choice in the Pacific. The treaty is important to Australia's national interests by contributing towards a more stable regional security environment and promoting stable, sovereign, prosperous Pacific. The committee would like to thank the Department of Defence and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trades for their engagement throughout this inquiry. I'd also like to thank my fellow committee members for their contributions and the Secretariat for compiling this report in quick time. The committee supports the Puk Treaty and recommends that binding treaty action be taken. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I recommend this report to the House.
Thank you, and I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 3, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Integrity and Safeguarding Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. And the question is that that amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. In continuation from my remarks that were cut short last night, the Coalition will be supporting this bill, and we have put forward an amendment by the member for Lindsay to outline some of the concerns that we have around the stewardship of the NDIS. It is, of course, one of the great reforms that we've had in recent years, and there are so many within the communities represented in this place who benefit greatly from the NDIS. Unfortunately, we have had rather large growth in the scheme to the point where it is on an unsustainable footing. We've now got annual scheme expenses growth sitting at 10.3%. And of course, this sort of legislation, which seeks to tighten up the system and I suppose lift up the hood and tinker with the engine of it, is welcome. But the Coalition feels that more needs to be done in order to safeguard the scheme, make sure that it is helping those that it is designed to assist, and to make sure that fraud and rorting that we have seen within the scheme is stamped out for good. And we have to, of course, maintain vigilance. It's not a set and forget when it comes to the National Disability Insurance Scheme. There will have to be reforms as we move along with the scheme's growth. It is reaching that point of maturity now. It's into its 13th year. It's a bit like a 13-year-old teenager, if you like, Deputy Speaker. It's sort of reaching that point in its life where it's deciding where it's going to go, whether it's going to be a bit of a free-for-all, Wild West sort of scenario where we see a lot of rorting, or whether it's going to become some sort of bureaucratic maze that's soulless and tramples down on those that it's supposed to assist. Of course, we want to try to find that sort of middle way, and I know the government is intending to do that as well. But of course, when we've got scheme growth of 10.3%, we've now got a national cabinet target of 5 to 6%. We've got to somehow find our way to getting that growth trajectory down to the target. And of course, 5 to 6% is still, by the nature of any government scheme, still significant growth. So we want to see some real reform. This is relatively minor legislative tinkering. And unfortunately, an issue that a lot of my colleagues are highlighting with the NDIS is, while we're seeing initiatives like the Thriving Kids initiative, which hopefully will kick off this year, it's been delayed a little bit, and obviously this will be a scheme that winds up as we head towards 2028. Thriving Kids is an initiative that is seeking to put downward pressure on the growth of the NDIS. We're also seeing increased interest in cracking down on fraud, which is greatly welcome. But what a lot of my colleagues are seeing, and I'm certainly seeing, about 80% of my casework that comes to my electorate office is in relation to NDIS participants who are having their plans cut. And I'll give you one example, Deputy Speaker. I've got a constituent of mine who lives actually only a stone's throw from my house, who unfortunately is suffering from early onset dementia. And she's in a position, she's in her early 60s, she's got a husband who's taking incredible care of her. She requires around-the-clock support because of the nature of her condition. She's reached the point where every night we've got choking hazards and concerns around whether she'll make it through the evening. She requires around-the-clock support. She's got an NDIS package which was providing that for her, and without any fanfare, she had her plan cut by 43%. And that means a lot to her and her husband about the quality of life that they can enjoy, and also, the safety and her longevity is of great concern. And unfortunately, they've reached the point now where she's had to be admitted to a local hospital as a social admission. That shouldn't be where we get to. And we don't want to see a point where the scheme that is designed to assist people like this constituent of mine is having to make those sort of clandestine cuts, if you like. And I'm not saying that the government's got a specific policy of cutting care to those that actually need it, but that's ultimately the outcome. If we're trying to, if we have poor stewardship of the scheme, if we have inconsistent results like we're getting through the NDIS. I had another example of identical twin boys in my electorate. Identical twins, biologically identical, both of them suffering from the same condition. Both of them put in an application for the NDIS, completely different outcomes, even though it was the same experts providing their recommendations and diagnoses, submitted on the exact same day, exact same minute, completely different outcomes. We shouldn't have a scheme of this level of maturity into its 13th year that is achieving those sort of inconsistent outcomes. And of course, we're seeing the government now focusing in on the introduction of the ICANN tool, which will be, I don't want to misrepresent it, but sort of a digitised assessment tool that people are hoping will lead to greater consistency in decisions, and that's a good thing. But we've having a lot of concern from stakeholders within the NDIS who are worried about whether a machine will be able to deliver the right outcomes for people and be able to assess the individual needs of people who need support through the NDIS. So the opposition is keeping a close eye on that. What we want to see the government truly focus on is fixing waste, red tape and fraud in the system. Unfortunately, this bill only goes part of the way to achieving that. Of course, it introduces a range of new civil penalties. It inserts definitions for criminal offences, such as serious contravention, significant failure and systemic pattern of conduct to support higher criminal penalties. It strengthens provisions for failure to comply with a banning order to include criminal penalties, introduces a new regulatory framework for monitoring the provisions of the Act and includes powers of entry and inspection, which are welcome. It introduces anti-promotion orders and provides new power to Commissioner to restrict providers from promoting products, i.e. holidays, flights, cruises. We've seen quite a bit of that and quite a lot of media coverage of those sort of promotions which are not allowed under the scheme, including unfair terms of sale, and increases the categories for banning orders. These are all welcome, incredibly welcome. Coalition support sees. It amends the Commission's powers to request information from providers and other persons in shorter than the existing minimum timeframes. It introduces the ability for the Commission to issue evidentiary certificates for use in civil and criminal proceedings. It introduces a 90-day cooling-off period, and I think this is actually one of the better elements of this bill. When you have the case, and many of our constituents have had this sort of frustration with the NDIS, and they might want to exit the scheme, only to work out after a cooling-off period or after, when they're a little bit further down from that moment of disappointment, that wasn't the right decision for them. So a 90-day cooling-off period, I think, is a very sensible change. These are all very sensible. They're great, but they're not great enough. We need to really get serious about how we are going to get this scheme down on a sustainable footing. Yeah, agreed. We firmly think that fraud needs to be the first target, and secondly, we should be looking at red tape reduction as well. The amount of stories that I hear from participants, from providers, from families, even from the external experts, the doctors, the paediatricians, about the amount of forms that they've got to fill out that are never going to be read. I'd love to get an analysis done of the amount of time wasted across this country from people who are charging at a great rate per hour to write forms that are never read, of limited value, and particularly to ask people who have a degenerative disease or a condition that they're never going to be able to recover from, to go to some sort of medical professional and get a certificate to say, well, unfortunately, in the instance of the constituent I talked about earlier with early onset dementia, yes, she still has early onset dementia. It's not going to get better. These are the sort of little areas of concern that we see, and we think if the government had a proactive approach to actually tackling red tape within the scheme, you'd be saving a lot more and being able to put a lid on the growth of the NDIS. It'd save a lot of time and money for providers and for participants and for the taxpayer. Unfortunately, the government has done the right thing in setting up the Fraud Fusion Task Force. However, they did report to the Senate estimates a few weeks ago now, that they think that up to 10% of NDIS claims are inappropriate, mischievous or outright criminal. That should be setting alarm bells off across the system. This bill will assist in tackling some of that. But when you've got potentially 10% of the scheme, a $50 billion scheme, is potentially, what were the words, inappropriate, mischievous or outright criminal, the government needs to get very serious about this very quickly. And as an opposition, we're going to be encouraging the government to do that, but we will be supporting the bill. I think the amendment from the member for Lindsay is entirely appropriate and sums up where the coalition thinks the government should be heading in this important area of public policy.
And the question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The National Disability Insurance Scheme is a vital part of Australia's social support system. It provides Australians with permanent disability with the supports they need in order to live a fulfilling life. The NDIS was something that had been campaigned about for years by people with disability, their carers, families and the sector, and it was the Labor government who answered that call, giving people with disability the choice and control they had called for. And the Albanese Labor government is committed to maintaining that promise. I regularly speak to constituents who rely on the NDIS funding for themselves or a family member. It is a part of our Australian way of life that we as a community provide support to each other according to need. The NDIS was established by a Labor government in 2013. However, it was the coalition government that oversaw the initial period of the NDIS's implementation. And unfortunately, that's led to 10 years of systemic and systematic failures. In 2022, when the Albanese Labor government was elected and inherited the coalition chaos, the NDIS had been growing by 22% year on year. That is simply unsustainable. Since being elected to government, we have sought to make the NDIS better, more reliable and more accessible to its participants, to make it fit for purpose for the long term, effective, safe, ethical and sustainable. The NDIS Integrity and Safeguarding Bill 2025 is the result of much consultation with people with disability, peak bodies and other stakeholders, and it will go some way to rectifying those 10 years. Whether it's the exploitation of participants, the mishandling or worse of government funds, the NDIS requires new laws to be able to tackle these underlying challenges. The Australian National Audit Office is categorical on this point. The previous coalition government failed in their duty to ensure the appropriate prevention mechanisms for fraud and non-compliance. And where there is fraud and non-compliance in this area, we know there is often violence, abuse and neglect. Participants are not benefiting to the full extent of their NDIS package. The Albanese Labor government made it our immediate objective to protect those with a disability, to ensure that the NDIS works for its participants, not against. We invested more than $550 million in fraud and non-compliance prevention schemes, including the Fraud Fusion Task Force, which has led to major criminal convictions. Today, more claims are being reviewed every day under this government than were reviewed in an entire year under the previous coalition government. Another example of absolute neglect. With this bill, the Albanese Labor government continues our tradition of insisting that NDIS participants receive the care that they need and that they deserve. And the bill entrenches a stronger penalty framework that will include a new aggravated category of contravention where failures have led to serious injury or even death. Under this category, individuals responsible can be fined up to $3.3 million and corporations up to $16.5 million. The stronger penalty framework will also mean higher criminal penalties for those operating unregistered where it's mandatory and failing to comply with a banning order, or providers that seek to operate under a different trading name or fabricate service agreements and invoices in order to avoid detection. Under these changes, this type of criminal behaviour will not be tolerated. It is not only illegal, it is dangerous and unsafe. Currently, the highest fine for failing to register is up to $400,000. With these changes, failure to register can result in up to 2 years jail time and fines of up to $16.5 million. Currently, those who attempt to skirt a banning order can face a criminal penalty of around $1.6 million. With these changes, those who attempt to skirt a banning order could see up to 5 years of jail time. And banning orders will also now be expanded to cover consultants and auditors to further protect participants' safety and prevent future harm. The Albanese Labor government recognises that, sadly, higher criminal penalties are required in order to deter criminal behaviour in the NDIS system. Under these new laws, criminal operations within the NDIS will not be let off lightly. The bill will also introduce new anti-promotion orders to curb false advertisements that go against the basic principles and values of NDIS. False advertising in the way of suggesting that daily goods and services are NDIS funded when they are not, such as suggesting that holidays and entertainment can be claimed under the NDIS when it cannot, or suggesting that certain supports can be claimed under the NDIS where the individual's plan might not warrant them. Under these changes, the NDIS Commissioner will be given powers to intervene and information gathering powers will be strengthened so they can demand documents and information from providers within shorter timeframes where there is a risk of injury, harm or death of a participant. The bill also includes an amendment that will enshrine a participant's right to retract their decision to cancel their plan within a 90-day cooling-off period. The decision to opt out of NDIS is a serious one and can be difficult to unwind down the track. The change to 90 days cooling off means the participant has more time to give additional consideration and will avoid causing undue stress to the participant as a result of a decision they may later regret. The bill also includes an amendment that will enshrine a participant's right to determine the manner in which claims are lodged, whether physically or electronically, streamlining the application process. And it includes an amendment that will enshrine a participant's right to know that their plan variation may lead to funding increases or decreases. The NDIS Integrity Safeguarding Bill is not about sidelining or demonising providers or workers. The overwhelming majority of providers do good work and go about their work with integrity. The bill is not about undercutting or restricting the ability of providers to do this good work. Providers are crucial to the NDIS's operations. This bill is about targeting the few who would seek a financial advantage where a fellow Australian is reaching out for a helping hand, targeting those who would brazenly take that hand all the while thinking how they may best gain unscrupulously from the relationship. The way of NDIS is about creating a fair, safe, sustainable system that serves the interests of its participants. The bill does three things. It ensures that fraud and non-compliance are stamped out, and to this end, ensuring that NDIS develops a culture of compliance. It ensures that NDIS lives up to the values of its original charter, and most importantly, it ensures that participants are protected when all that they and their families and carers are trying to do is navigate their care and live dignified and rewarding lives. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. And the question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Malley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government was elected with the Prime Minister repeating his mantra, nobody held back, nobody left behind. Yet here we are, being left behind in regional Australia. And Labor's promise is ringing increasingly hollow. Nowhere is Labor's scorched earth approach to regional Australia more evident than in their administration of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, very sadly. There is no doubt the NDIS has been a nationally transformational reform for Australians living with significant and permanent disability. It has enabled greater dignity, independence and choice. But the success of the scheme depends on public confidence in its sustainability, its governance and its integrity. On those measures, this government is falling short. Labor has struggled to improve fiscal sustainability without undermining service quality or participant trust. In regional Australia, that failure is being felt most acutely. I regularly hear from constituents across my electorate of Mallee about their experience with the NDIS. More often than not, they are seeking advocacy after being overwhelmed by a system that feels remote, inconsistent, unresponsive and frankly does not work. Participants and families come to me distressed, not simply because of funding outcomes, but because of how decisions are made and how long they take to be made. Names have been changed to protect privacy, but the experiences are all too real. These changes come at a time when allied health access in regional Australia is already under strain. Labor's changes to travel payments for health professionals have made it harder for providers to service regional clients. That was before fuel prices surged. Allied health professionals are already withdrawing services they can no longer afford to deliver. Without providers, NDIS plans are meaningless. Access on paper is not access in practice. Regarding the bill at hand, it purports to strengthen integrity and safeguarding, but it avoids the most obvious integrity failures in the system. The government has been unable to clearly quantify the scale of fraud in the NDIS. The bill introduces no direct regulation of the 94% of providers who remain unregistered. And while it moves toward fully electronic claiming, it provides insufficient safeguards for vulnerable participants who face real digital barriers, particularly in regional and remote communities. If electronic systems are expanded, they must come with human oversight, alternative access pathways and clear enforceable rights of appeal. This bill does not provide that assurance. This legislation is titled an Integrity and Safeguarding Bill, yet for too many participants, especially in regional Australia, it delivers neither. People with disability are not data points. Their lives cannot be flattened into computer-generated budgets and automated decisions. Integrity is not achieved by centralising power and removing accountability. Safeguarding systems simply to access the supports they need. A sustainable NDIS depends on trust. Trust that decisions are fair, transparent and grounded in real understanding of disability and place. This bill fails that test. The Coalition supports an NDIS that is compassionate, accountable and sustainable, one that respects professional expertise and puts people before processes. That is not the NDIS being delivered by the Albanese government.
And the question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Now, Deputy Speaker, I joined the Labor Party at the age of 15 because I grew up around people whose life was pretty difficult or who ended up in very difficult situations, including with a disability, through no fault of their own. And I lived around people who saw how important it was to look out for each other, especially for those who are vulnerable and especially those who are at risk of being left behind. Now, as a result, I vehemently believe in equality, social justice, care and community. And there's a reason I mention this, Deputy Speaker. It's because these values are a part of the Labor government, and it's a Labor government that shares these values who has introduced this bill to provide responsible support for the vulnerable people, in this case people with a disability. So it's no surprise, Deputy Speaker, that the National Disability Insurance Scheme is a proud Labor legacy, introduced by the former Prime Minister Julia Gillard. Now, it was developed after years of calls for reform to the disability support sector from people with a disability, community organisations and advocates. And it was built on the premise that people with a disability each have different goals and support needs and should be able to control and select the support that they require. It was launched back in 2013, quite a while ago now, but was put into operation nationally by 2020. An important part of the scheme was guaranteed long-term funding for disability services, and that was part of the rationale behind NDIS. It was jointly paid for by the Australian state and territory governments. Now, Deputy Speaker, this scheme provides funding to eligible people with disability so that they can gain more time with family, friends. They can have greater independence. They might be able to access new skills, get a job, volunteer in their community, have improved quality of life. It really just connects anyone with a disability to people in their community. It enables people to live the life they want with dignity and purpose. Now, the NDIS supports over 500,000 Australians with a disability, and this includes David's 18-year-old son who lives in my electorate. Now, the son has a very complex disability, and he works and contributes in our community through the employment support. He loves his job, and importantly, it gives him purpose, and it provides some comfort to his parents who want him to lead the best life he can, but he relies on NDIS. Now, Australians are rightly proud of the life-changing support of the NDIS to people with disability, but, as we've heard, it is not working the way it should. When Labor came to government in 2022, spending on the NDIS was growing at 22%, not sustainable. The Audit Office found that the system set up lacked basic prevention controls for fraud and non-compliance. Now, I want to be clear that the majority of people who work in this sector are good people, and they act in the best interests of Rob, another NDIS recipient I know. But we also know that that doesn't happen 100% of the time. So our government acted quickly, investing over $550 million in tackling fraud and non-compliance, including setting up the Fraud Fusion Task Force and making amendments to the Act. And now more claims are reviewed every single day than were reviewed in a year under the previous government. Now, unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, when we see fraud, too often we also see violence, abuse and neglect, and this simply is unacceptable. And this bill is about cleaning up the sector and protecting people it was meant for. Changes to the penalty framework, banning orders, promotion orders, plan variation protections, etc. Now, Deputy Speaker, the National Disability Insurance Scheme has had its difficulties, but it must be safe and it must operate with integrity. Those who defraud the NDIS are exploiting not just the hundreds of thousands who rely on life-changing support that NDIS delivers, but their families. And we know that under the previous government, there were just too many players that saw the NDIS not as a disability support service, but for too many as a get-rich scheme, quick scheme. That's appalling. And it is improving, but more needs to be done. I really do want to thank the disability community for their insights in helping shape the many reforms that are being introduced, but I equally look forward to ongoing discussions with them and those in my community who use the NDIS system every day. We need to continuously look to how to make it better. And through this bill, we're putting in place the necessary changes to ensure stability and integrity to the scheme. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And the question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition will be supporting this bill. We are supporters of the NDIS. It is something that provides support and assistance for some of the most vulnerable people across our communities. And Deputy Speaker, I have spoken to the NDIS quite a number of times in relation to a number of constituents who have made representations to my office. One of the things that we have the opportunity to do as members of Parliament is attend end-of-year school events. And I recently had the opportunity to attend a school event at Varsity College in my electorate. And I had a mother come up to me at the end of that ceremony, and she wanted to introduce me to her son. Her son was 12 years old at the time, and his name's Levi. And Levi has cerebral palsy. His mother had contacted our office to seek assistance on their NDIS matter that had significant difficulties in obtaining clear information from the NDIS. And he hadn't had an updated plan in nearly 5 years, and he required critical support. Now, after we managed to take on that matter and make a representation to the NDIS, we were able to obtain a favourable outcome for Levi, which was great. But most Australians shouldn't have to go through their federal MP in order to do that. That should be part of how the system works. And I guess it's symptomatic of a broader issue with the NDIS. And I think I'd agree with just about every person in this chamber that the NDIS, like I said, its intention is really good. We just need to make sure that it actually delivers for the people who need it. And that is the key thing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Coalition will always support measures which improved the integrity of the NDIS and ensure that there are safeguards in place to protect the participants involved in it, but also at the same time to prevent fraud and rorting that is, as we know, rife within the scheme. I do, however, note that the changes in this bill don't actually provide direct regulation or fraud controls for the 94% of NDIS providers who are not registered. And we are constantly, as federal members of Parliament, receiving reports in our offices about NDIS participants who are seeking quotes for basic services around the home, whether it's for cleaning or for gardening or whatever, and they're quoted prices which are absolutely extraordinary, and they're quoted prices which we would never see outside the NDIS. And this happens the moment they want to know, or the moment they say that they want to use their NDIS plan to pay for the work. And when they do that, the cost of the service doubles, triples, quadruples. Now that's symptomatic of certain people, and it's not everybody, it's not all providers. I have some fantastic providers in my electorate, but it's symptomatic of the fact that there are people out there who are using the NDIS for as nothing more than a cash cow. And this is something that government needs to step up in relation to, because at the end of the day, the NDIS, like I said, it's being used for people who have a genuine need, but there are billions and billions of dollars of taxpayer money that are funding it. And we need to make sure, it's the responsibility of every person in this place to make sure that when we are using taxpayer money, we are using it in a way that maximises its potential for the benefit of those who need the assistance. And that's the main point that I would make. There are many examples that I could provide, Deputy Speaker, in relation to people who have approached my office, people who have that genuine need that I speak of, who shouldn't need to engage with a federal MP, who should be able to go through the regular process of the NDIS. There is no shortage of bureaucracy in it. There's no shortage of assistance there that should be able to be afforded. And there are many examples across my electorate. People are saying, look, we recognise this is a system that was set up for the right reasons. We just need to make sure that this government is taking very seriously the fraud that we are seeing, and I've spoken about many times in this place, to ensure that we have a system of integrity. We have a system that Australians can be proud of, and we have a system that ultimately delivers for the people who have that genuine need. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill as someone who has worked alongside people with disability in various roles for over 15 years before I became a Member of Parliament. I'm therefore particularly passionate about upholding and promoting the rights and interests of people with disability. At the start of my working life, I worked as a human rights lawyer for the Public Interest Advocacy Centre. In that role, I worked alongside people with disability to have their rights upheld through the courts and also by promoting systemic law reform and policy reform. I later became the CEO of the New South Wales Council for Intellectual Disability, where I advocated for people with intellectual disability and their families to be able to get access to better supports and services. The job I had immediately before I became a parliamentarian was the CEO of the Disability Trust, which is one of the largest providers of disability services in Australia and has been doing so for over 50 years, where we worked hard to ensure that we supported people to fulfil their dreams and aspirations. So I worked alongside people with disability for many years before the NDIS was introduced, and I saw firsthand how sorely it was needed. It's been amazing to watch the difference that the NDIS has made to Australian society. It's a world-leading scheme that reflects the fair-mindedness and decency of the Australian people. Importantly, it provides life-changing support to around 750,000 Australians, so it's vital that we protect the NDIS for the long term by making sure it's sustainable, effective and safe, and that it operates with integrity. The vast majority of NDIS providers deliver quality services and do the right thing. But there are unfortunately some who do the wrong thing. And our government continues to take action to ensure that all providers who operate under the system do so with integrity. A review by the Australian National Audit Office found that the systems set up by the previous government lacked prevention controls and also did not appropriately account for a fraud and non-compliant activity. The Albanese government has acted quickly, determined to address these significant gaps. We are making significant investments to tackle fraud and non-compliance, including setting up the Fraud Fusion Task Force and passing laws to place the scheme on a sustainable footing. Speaker, the core purpose of this bill is to strengthen the regulator, the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission, and to support both the Commission and the National Disability Insurance Agency to do their jobs more effectively. The bill responds specifically to calls for improved quality and safety regulation and enhancement for NDIS participants. The amendments in this bill do the following. We're strengthening penalties to ensure fit-for-purpose frameworks that deter people from doing the wrong thing, including providers who deliver poor quality and unsafe services and supports. It ensures unsuitable people can be excluded from providing services in the NDIS by expanding the categories of people against whom a banning order can be imposed. The bill restricts a person from engaging in promotional conduct in connection with the NDIS where that conduct undermines the objects or the principles of the NDIS Act. It also strengthens the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission's powers to obtain relevant information from NDIS providers and other persons within appropriate timeframes. It also ensures that we can provide participants who wish to withdraw from the scheme with additional safeguards and additional communication options. Speaker, the Albanese government is committed to ensuring the National Disability Insurance Scheme provides essential supports for people with permanent and significant disability, both today and into the future. We want the scheme to be fair, consistent and empowering for people with disability. The NDIS must operate with integrity, and this bill upholds the government's commitment to strengthen compliance within the NDIS. It also addresses findings from the Disability Royal Commission and the NDIS review by strengthening the NDIS Commission's powers. Our goal is to build a system in which agencies have the powers to investigate the worst offences and providers are deterred from doing the wrong thing because they know they will face the consequences. We know that more needs to be done, and we will continue to work closely with relevant agencies, law enforcement and the disability community. This bill is an extremely important part of that work, and I commend it to the House. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. And the question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Lyon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Integrity and Safeguarding Bill 2025. The NDIS is one of the most significant social reforms in our nation's history. It represents a solemn promise that Australians living with disability will be supported with dignity, care and opportunity. But that promise is under pressure, and unless we act decisively to restore integrity to the scheme, we risk undermining its long-term sustainability. This bill introduces a number of sensible measures. It strengthens penalties for wrongdoing, expands the powers of the Quality and Safeguards Commission, broadens banning orders, introduces anti-promotion orders and improves information gathering to detect fraud. These are important steps, but they are not enough, because the reality is this: the NDIS has become a target for exploitation. Across communities like mine, constituents are raising serious issues and concerns. They're seeing providers charging exorbitant fees, billing for services not delivered, and aggressively targeting vulnerable participants. One constituent told me of a provider boasting about pocketing thousands of dollars for basic outings, employing unqualified staff, charging the taxpayer heavily and exploiting the system. Another raised concerns that participants are being signed up to services that they're rarely used but still charged for, because in their words, free services will always be abused. And perhaps most concerning are cases like that of Vanessa from Largs, who described deeply troubling behaviour by a provider, disputed invoices, lack of transparency and even legal action against a vulnerable participant. Deputy Speaker, this is not theoretical or abstract concerns. These are issues that are happening now in my electorate. And this is what Australians are experiencing. And it's compounded by the scale of the problem. The NDIS is projected to cost around $46 billion this year and is growing at approximately 10% annually. The rate of growth is simply not sustainable. Every dollar that is rorted is a dollar taken away from someone who genuinely needs support: a child requiring early intervention, a person with profound disability, or a family relying on respite care. Recent findings from the ACCC highlight just how serious these issues are: false advertising, unfair contracts, charging for services not delivered, and misleading claims about eligibility. This goes to the heart of integrity in the scheme. Deputy Speaker, we on this side of the House strongly support the NDIS, and I believe it is universally supported. This is not a political issue. This is an issue about how we best serve and support people with disability in this country. We believe in it, we fought for it, and we want to see it protected for generations to come. But supporting the NDIS does not mean defending the status quo. It means ensuring the scheme is sustainable, fair and focused on those who need it most. And that is where this bill falls short. It acknowledges the problem, but it does not fully confront it. Where is the comprehensive plan to restore integrity? Where is the decisive action to crack down on systemic rorting? Where is the accountability for the failures that have allowed this to occur? This legislation could have gone further. It could have introduced real-time auditing and data matching, strengthened provider registration requirements, improved transparency around pricing, and delivered faster enforcement to shut down dodgy operators. Instead, we have a bill that makes incremental changes in the face of a systemic challenge. If we're serious about protecting the NDIS, we must act with urgency. We must ensure regulators have not just powers, but the intent to act. We must ensure those who exploit the system face swift consequences. And we must restore confidence for participants, for families and for taxpayers, because the NDIS cannot become a blank cheque. It must remain a targeted, sustainable system that delivers real outcomes for Australians living with disability. This bill is a step in the right direction, but it is not the leap that is required. The Australian people deserve to have their taxes spent judiciously and meaningfully. And most importantly, Australians living with disability deserve a system that works for them, not for those who seek to exploit it. Thank you.
And the question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Integrity and Safeguarding Bill. The National Disability Insurance Scheme is one of the most significant social reforms in Australia's history, and it is a reform grounded in Australian values of dignity and fairness. We invest in people with disabilities so that they can have the greatest possible degree of independence and participation, not only because it is the just thing to do, but because it is the smart thing to do. The significance of the NDIS being called an insurance scheme reflects the fact that any of us could acquire a disability. Having worked as a personal injury lawyer, I have seen that no matter what your position is in life, an accident can have lifelong catastrophic consequences. In my electorate of Menzies, the NDIS is one of the issues we hear most about. It is not always raised in every conversation, but for those that rely on it, or for families who care for someone who does, it is their number one issue. It shapes their daily lives and their future. Those who use it value it deeply. They recognise it as a vast improvement on what came before. Last year, I met with Nikisa and a group of parents and carers who rely on the NDIS to support their children. It was clear how much love and care they put into ensuring their children had the best possible lives. It was also clear that this often took a strain on them, both financial and emotional. The NDIS was central to providing them the support that they need. It provides essential care that allows their children to live with dignity, comfort, the chance to go on outings and socialise, things that we often take for granted. These carers valued the NDIS deeply, but alongside that appreciation was another concern about the future. Many spoke about what would happen when they are no longer there to advocate for their children. They want certainty that the system will be safe, that providers will be accountable, and that safeguards will be strong enough to protect their children from harm or exploitation. Many also spoke of rorting, and those that did recognised that unless there was greater integrity in the scheme, it risked losing public support. Two parents provided an example of a tradie who submitted an invoice to do modifications on their home to accommodate the needs of their disabled son. When a tradie heard that the modifications were for NDIS, they submitted another invoice for a much higher figure. These conversations demonstrated an important point. Participants and families are asking for greater integrity in the system to protect them, their loved ones, and ensure that every taxpayer dollar is spent as it should be, improving the lives of people with disabilities. Now, in 2022, when we came to government, the scheme faced unsustainable 22% annual growth and inadequate fraud controls. It was not just financial risk, but more importantly, it risked harm to participants and the public licence for the scheme. That's why this government invested $550 million to tackle fraud and strengthen oversight. And now we're in a position where more claims are processed and reviewed in a single day than were reviewed in an entire year under those opposite. The bill strengthens integrity and safeguarding with NDIS through targeted reforms. It introduces a tiered penalty framework so penalties reflect the seriousness of misconduct and deter wrongdoing. Registration conditions are expanded and information gathering powers are enhanced. Banning powers are also extended to additional actors involved in the scheme, including auditors and consultants, ensuring consistent standards. This bill also introduces anti-promotion orders to restrict harmful or misleading practices, and it strengthens the Commission's enforcement tools and improves information sharing. The bill includes enabling measures for the agency. It provides clearer pathways for participants who wish to exit, allows the CEO to specify how claims are submitted to support secure digital processes, and it clarifies plan variations. This bill is not about making it harder for providers, the vast majority of who do the right thing. It is about ensuring fair and consistent system, protecting it from exploitation and supporting good providers and building trust. Deputy Speaker, the NDIS is a cornerstone of our social safety net. It reflects our values as a nation and our commitment to fairness and inclusion. This bill takes the important step towards achieving those goals. and it ensures that the NDIS remains focused on what matters most: supporting people with disability to live with dignity, independence and opportunity. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The National Disability Insurance Scheme is one of the most important social reforms in Australia's history. It was built on a simple but powerful idea that people with disability deserve dignity, choice and control. But that promise only holds if the scheme is protected. And that's what this bill is all about. The National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Integrity and Safeguarding Bill 2025 delivers tough new laws to protect participants and safeguard the scheme from fraud. It is about restoring integrity. It is about enforcing accountability. And it is about making it absolutely clear that exploitation has no place in the NDIS. Deputy Speaker, this bill throws the book at serious misconduct. For the first time, it will be a criminal offence to fail to comply with a banning order, carrying a maximum sentence of 5 years imprisonment. If someone has been banned from the NDIS and chooses to ignore that ban, they should not be working in the sector. This bill ensures they face serious consequences. Similarly, it will become a criminal offence to provide supports that require registration without being registered, with penalties of up to 2 years imprisonment. This goes directly to participant safety. Unregistered, unqualified operators delivering high-risk supports puts lives at risk, and that must stop. Deputy Speaker, this bill also substantially increases financial penalties. For the most serious breaches of Code of Conduct, where misconduct leads to serious injury or death, fines will increase up from around $400,000 to more than $15 million. That is necessary change, because for too long, penalties have been treated as a cost of doing business for those seeking to exploit the system. Deputy Speaker, this bill also tackles one of the most disgraceful forms of exploitation: misleading and predatory conduct. New anti-promotion orders will allow NDIS Commission to crack down on businesses that advertise supports in ways that mislead participants. We have seen examples of marketing that encourages participants to misuse their plans, promotes fake deals or lures people into inappropriate or unsafe arrangements. That behaviour is unacceptable, and under this bill it will be stopped. Deputy Speaker, the reforms also expand banning order powers. For the first time, the Commission will be able to ban not just providers and workers, but also auditors, consultants and business advisors. Deputy Speaker, this does close a dangerous loophole, because you cannot have a system where those advising providers are also responsible for assessing them. It is a conflict of interest, and this will respond to that. You cannot have the same actor playing both coach and umpire. This reform restores integrity and independence to the system. This bill also strengthens whistleblower protections, ensuring people can safely report unsafe or unlawful practices. And it enhances the monitoring, compliance and enforcement powers of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. Deputy Speaker, as Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on the NDIS, I know that empowering majority of providers, the overwhelming number of them, do the right thing. But it's so important that we continue our work to restore integrity to the scheme. It's why my committee has launched an inquiry to further tackle this issue. We know it's impacting the social licence of the NDIS, and more must be done to ensure Australians continue to have trust in a scheme that delivers so much for people with disability. Deputy Speaker, in closing, for those who seek to exploit the scheme, this bill sends a clear message. If you defraud the NDIS, if you put participants at risk, if you attempt to profit from vulnerability, you will be caught and you will face serious consequences, because the NDIS was never meant to be a get-rich-quick scheme. It was meant to change lives. This bill ensures it continues to do exactly that. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to rise in support of the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Integrity and Safeguarding Bill 2025. Deputy Speaker, former Prime Minister Julia Gillard put it best when her Labor government established the NDIS in 2013. Disability can affect any of us, and therefore it affects all of us. And as the risk of disability is universal, so our response is universal. The introduction of our National Disability Insurance Scheme was a once-in-a-generation reform, and it has reshaped the lives and the futures of Australians living with disability, their families and their carers. In Gorton, a number of my constituents received life-changing support from the NDIS. For people with high needs, like a constituent of mine who suffers from motor neuron disease, the NDIS provides high-intensity supports like nursing and hospital equipment that is absolutely essential for her survival. For others, like my young constituent from Caroline Springs, the NDIS helps to fund supports like therapeutic swimming lessons and daycare, which are indispensable to her quality of life. It was great to visit a local service provider in my own community recently, Deputy Speaker, alongside the Minister for the NDIS. Steve and Jenny from Neuro Rehab in Deer Park are doing fantastic work in my community, providing wraparound support for NDIS participants. I'd like to thank them both for kindly sharing with us the challenges they're facing and as they advocate for their participants who are constituents in my community. The scheme's had its ups and downs, and our role here in Parliament is to re-evaluate and to improve it, because that's what a Labor government does. Labor introduced the life-changing scheme we call the NDIS, and Labor is here to secure the future of the NDIS.
Yeah.
Deputy Speaker, we have service providers like Neuro Rehab right across the country working hard to support NDIS participants and doing the right thing. But we also know there are service providers out there who are behaving fraudulently, and there are breaches of code and conduct in the system. And where we see fraud, too often we also see violence, abuse and neglect. The bill makes practical changes to crack down on fraud and misconduct by dodgy NDIS providers. It means that providers who do the wrong thing will face harsher penalties. This will include new offences, stronger civil and criminal penalties for misconduct, and giving the NDIS Commissioner more powers to punish providers. Because, Deputy Speaker, NDIS participants and their loved ones deserved quality care. This is about justice. Justice for participants who have been taken advantage of. And we are sending a clear message to fraudulent service providers. Dodgy behaviour will not be tolerated. Breaches to the NDIS Code of Conduct may include providers failing to safeguard a participant from harm or breaching a participant's privacy. And punishments for providers whose breach involves a significant failure or a systemic pattern of conduct will be increased. The Code of Conduct is central to ensuring that participants can access the quality care they deserve, so we are strengthening it. This comes after reports of dodgy NDIS providers intimidating participants to change service providers. Reports of providers trying to attract participants with offers of alcohol, tobacco or cash. The providers then allegedly drained participants' plans while not providing the standard of care that was expected. Deputy Speaker, this conduct should outrage us all. For vulnerable Australians to be taken advantage of like this is absolutely disgusting. And let me be clear, Deputy Speaker, these reforms are being debated today because it is a Labor government who is addressing these issues and putting these changes forward. Under the previous coalition government, these sorts of behaviours went unchecked. When Labor came to government in 2022, we inherited a system that was not ready to meet the challenges of the future. We inherited a total mess. The NDIS lacked basic prevention controls for fraud and non-compliance. We acted fast, investing $550 million into tackling fraud and non-compliance and passing the Getting the NDIS Back on Track Act. While those opposite put reform in the too hard basket, we're doing the real work to secure the future of the NDIS. And we're making sure the scheme works for the participants who it is designed for and not against them. Here we're continuing our work to crack down on fraud and non-compliance by dodgy providers. It'll mean better outcomes for people with disabilities and their families, because when Labor introduced the NDIS, it wasn't about providers taking advantage of vulnerable people. The NDIS is about dignity, and that's what this bill is here to protect. Because, Deputy Speaker, this bill is in essence about dignity, which is why I'm so proud to commend this bill to the House today. Thank you.
The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. I will put the question. All of the opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the noes have it. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. All of the opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Minister. Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question that the bill be now read a third time. All the opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013 and for related purposes.
Okay. We are just at your clock. Yeah. So I'll just do this. I'll go straight to you. Okay. Apologies, I've just found my paperwork. I have to report that the Customs Legislation Amendment, False Trademarks Infringement Notice Bill 2026 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill, there we go. Presenting it. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I will put the question. All the opinions say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
It's granted.
Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of the opinions say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Believe the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Commerce Trade Descriptions Act 1905 and the Customs Regulation 2015 and for related purposes.
Chief Government Whip.
I draw the Speaker's attention to the state of the House.
I believe we're looking for a quorum. Sorry, I'll start again. Is quorum required? Quorum's required. Ring the bells. There we go. Now, okay, Colin's present. No, I'll just... Okay, thank you everybody. We now have quorum present and we'll proceed. I give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 4 of 2026, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Thank you. Can I just ask members to leave quietly? So is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Member may proceed.
I am thrilled that there are so many people in the House right now to hear about this report that I'm tabling, which is Report 4 2026 of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. It is wonderful to see how many members are interested in finding out about the human rights that we comply with and how our bills are looked at in relation to this. In this report, the committee has considered 6 new bills, 1 restored bill and 139 new legislative instruments. It has commented on 2 bills and 6 legislative instruments and concluded its examination of 3 bills and 2 legislative instruments. Of particular concern in Report 4 is the Migration Amendments 2026 Measures No. 1 Bill 2026, which finally passed both houses on the 12th of March 2026. This Act amends the Migration Act 1995 to provide the Minister with the power to make an arrival control determination by legislative instrument. The determinations will apply to a class or classes of non-citizens outside Australia to prevent them from entering Australia from a temporary period with some expectations. Providing the Minister with the power to issue arrival control determinations engages and limits various human rights, including the right to protection of the family, and may have implications for Australia's non-refoulement obligations. The committee notes the measure is accompanied with some safeguards, such as the permitted travel certificate scheme. However, considering the broad scope of the determinations, the inadequacy of available safeguards and the lack of review, and the availability of less rights-restrictive alternatives, the committee considers that it has not been demonstrated that the limitation on these rights is proportionate. The committee has made some recommendations to assist with the proportionality of the measure, including amending the Act to prevent possible detentions of persons who are in transit while a determination is made. In this report, the committee has also concluded its assessment of 2 migration instruments. These instruments prescribe the bodies and international obligations to which officers may disclose identifying information about individuals. The prescribed body includes 107 state and territory police forces, federal intelligence agencies, foreign police forces and foreign intelligence agencies. Disclosing identifying information to these prescribed organisations limits the right to privacy and may engage and limit other rights, depending on who the information is shared with and for what purpose. While it is important to ensure the integrity of Australia's border and migration system and protect Australia's national security, community safety and social cohesion, the committee considers that it remains unclear whether the disclosure of information to all prescribed organisations would be rationally connected to the stated objectives. It is also not clear whether the safeguards are sufficient to ensure the measures is compatible with various human rights in practice. The committee has therefore recommended the instruments to be amended to assist with proportionality. I encourage all members to consider the committee's report closely. With these comments, I commend the Committee Scrutiny Report 4 of 2026 to the House.
I give the call to the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the MICTA Speakers Consultation 2025 and the bilateral visit to Seoul, Republic of Korea from the 10th to the 13th of November 2025, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Thank you, member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to table the report of Australia's participation in the MICTA Speakers Consultation and our associated bilateral visit to the Republic of Korea. In Seoul, the Speakers Consultation provided a valuable forum for dialogue between like-minded countries, reinforcing the role of middle powers in supporting sustainability, stability, rules-based cooperation and regional resilience. Complementing this, our bilateral engagements allowed for more targeted discussions on shared strategic priorities, and these included security, economic cooperation, energy transition and the governance of emerging technologies. From my perspective as both a parliamentarian and a clinician, these conversations are not abstract. They are about the systems that underpin the safety, underpin the health and prosperity of our communities at home. I sincerely thank my fellow delegates, President of the Senate, the Honourable Sue Lyons, Senator Kerry-Ann Little and the member for Melbourne for their professionalism and constructive engagement throughout the visit to the Republic of Korea. I also acknowledge the Department of the Senate, including Ms Rachel Callanan, Delegation Secretary, for their exceptional support in facilitating this delegation. And finally, I extend my sincere appreciation to the officials from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and to the Australian Embassy staff in Seoul, whose expertise, preparation and on-the-ground coordination were instrumental to the success of both the consultation and the bilateral program. Deputy Speaker, this report reflects the importance of sustained parliamentary diplomacy and meaningful international partnership, and I commend this report to the House.
And I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 4, Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved that an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Grey in continuation.
Speaker, in summing up, when the signal drops, productivity stops. Farmers are being forced to fund expensive workarounds like Starlink because the service they are paying for is failing them. This is unacceptable in this day and age. And places like Tarkowie, Balaclava, Cummins, Woodner and Wutolta cannot wait any longer. Since I last spoke on this bill, the latest round of the mobile black spot program was released. The electorate of Grey, covering 92.3% of South Australia, bigger than New South Wales, has been allocated one new tower. In the previous coalition government, 56 towers were installed. 56 versus 1, unacceptable. Speaker, imagine if these kinds of mobile black spots were in Canberra. There would be a royal commission, not silence and inaction. What would happen if those opposite couldn't make a call to 000? If their house was on fire, there would be an outrage. It would be on the front page news. But Speaker, because it is out of sight in the bush, for this Labor government, it is therefore out of mind. We have a better connectivity plan, and we have the funding. What we lack is the urgency to get transmitters on towers and signals into these areas. I call on the Minister and Telstra to stop hiding behind terrain maps and technical excuses and finally switch on phone connection in the bush. Speaker, I am committed to the people of Grey. My job is to ensure that whether you're in Wallaroo, Port Pirie or Ceduna, you are not treated like a second-class citizen by a government that only cares about the inner-city suburbs of Sydney and Melbourne. This bill provides the tools to punish bad providers, and that is a good thing. But there is much more that needs to be done in this area, especially in regional and rural South Australia. We need to stop the scams and target our isolated and elderly residents. Scams that cost Australians over $100 million last year. We need the emergency call database to be accurate, so ambulances show up to the right house, the right farm, at the right time. But a fine of $10 million doesn't help a farmer who can't call an ambulance. A registration process doesn't help an elderly woman whose fall detector battery is dying because it constantly is searching for a signal that no longer exists. The Coalition supports the bill, but we condemn the neglect. We need a government that understands that regional Australia is the engine room of our nation. Our farmers, our miners and our regional small businesses deserve better than a sorry. No service message from the Albanese government. Regional SA is calling out for help. The question is, will the government answer?
Question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, I rise to support this bill because telecommunications is no longer about making a phone call. It's about how we work, how we learn, how we do business, how we entertain, how we stay safe. In Brisbane and across the country, connectivity underpins almost every part of our daily lives. Whether you're a parent working from home in Paddington, a small cafe in New Farm using maybe the online ordering system, or students at the Queensland University of Technology streaming lectures, telecommunications is not optional. It is essential infrastructure. It keeps us connected to what we do. Now, when we look back just a few years, COVID accelerated the development and uptake of technology, making it easier for people to work from home and do business more quickly. Teams and Zoom are now part of the fabric of how we work, but it's just one piece of the technology landscape. Living in the digital age has changed in my lifetime, Deputy Speaker, and it's certainly different to that of generations that went before us. I relayed the story in my first speech, how a few of us at high school pushed the community and the school to get one computer that we could all share, and now we all carry them around in our backpacks and in our bags, along with our tablets and our mobile phones. Even as I'm speaking here, Deputy Speaker, I'm sure there are people in this chamber using their devices to respond to emails or catching up on the news. We are more connected than ever before. That's why Australia deserves a telecommunications system that is fair, accountable and built on trust. And that's why this Albanese Labor government is taking action through this bill to give the Australian Communication and Media Authority, or ACMA, the power it needs to hold companies to account, to protect consumers and to build a system that works for everyone. Now, for too long, penalties for misconduct in the telecommunications sector have been too low to really act as a genuine deterrent. The maximum civil penalty for breaching an industry code or standard has been $250,000. Now, that may be a lot to a family living in Brisbane dealing with cost of living, but to a $1 billion telecommunications company, it is nothing more than loose change. And we've seen the consequences, Deputy Speaker. Too many Australians have been hit with unfair fees, misleading offers and left stranded without services. You may recall the recent story where Optus was investigated by the ACCC and then admitted to engaging in unconscionable conduct. The company agreed to a $10 million penalty for selling customers phones and contracts they didn't need. In some cases, people were sold plans even though they lived in areas of our country where Optus services weren't even available. This is unconscionable. And the consumer watchdogs sued the telco in October over these practices, but it affected hundreds of vulnerable customers. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission said many of the affected consumers were vulnerable or experiencing disadvantage, including living with a disability, being unemployed or having English as a second language. As we know from the news, many of those consumers were First Nations Australians from regional, remote and very remote parts of Australia. In one instance, we heard that a First Nations consumer who spoke English as a second language was approached by Optus staff outside a store and pressured to enter into a contract. They then entered into multiple phone plans and contracts for products including high-end phones. The ACCC said for a total minimum cost of $3,800 or more over a 24-month period. This person didn't even have Optus coverage at their home address and were later pursued by debt collectors. Can you imagine, Deputy Speaker, how much this, the anxiety is associated with being in that position? Now, I've also heard stories from families in my electorate who waited weeks to have a simple service issue resolved, some related to ongoing intermittent services, families in suburbs like Newmarket and Ashgrove who couldn't get a straight answer from their provider. For a small business, we know that weeks without internet or FPOS or even intermittent service, it's not an inconvenience, Deputy Speaker. It means loss of income. It means potentially lost jobs. Now, this bill recognises that reality. It lifts the penalties fourfold from $250,000 to nearly $10 million, and it modernises the framework so that the courts can impose fines that actually bite and will hurt these companies that do the wrong thing. These can be $10 million, 3 times the benefit obtained from the breach, or up to 30% of turnover. What this means, Deputy Speaker, is that the penalties will match the scale of the harm done and match the size of the company that's doing it. Because consumers in Brisbane and across Australia should never again be left thinking that telcos treat penalties just as a cost of doing business. Now, another major reform in the bill is making telecommunications industry codes directly enforceable. At present, compliance with industry codes is technically voluntary, and if a provider breaches a code, the ACMA can only issue a warning or direct a company to comply. Real enforcement only comes if the company continues to break the rules. This means companies get away with egregious breaches for far too long, while consumers get left in the lurch where consumers get hurt. And this bill, Deputy Speaker, ends that nonsense. With these reforms, ACMA will be able to take direct enforcement action straight away. And for families or individuals in suburbs like Stafford, Alderley or Kelvin Grove, this means stronger assurance that their provider will treat them fairly, not after 3 warnings, not after months of back and forth, but from the outset. Moving on to carriage service providers. This bill establishes a carriage service provider registration scheme. Now, a carriage service provider is just simply any company that uses carrier facilities to supply a phone or internet to you, I and others. Think Optus, Telstra, Vodafone, just to name 3 biggies. But right now, there is no comprehensive list of exactly who these providers are. So the consequence of that is it makes it harder for ACMA to engage with them, to educate them, to track misconduct or even remove dodgy operators who cause the most harm. And we know that scams and fraudulent operators thrive in the shadows. So without transparency, Deputy Speaker, consumers in Brisbane and across the country can be targeted by providers who appear legitimate but are anything but. It's only fair that consumers know exactly who they're dealing with. And this bill fixes that by creating the register. It increases visibility, increases accountability, and gives ACMA the power as a last resort to exclude dangerous or dishonest providers from the market. We have seen similar powers work in the energy sector, Deputy Speaker, where the regulator has been able to shut down unscrupulous retailers to quickly prevent harm. And the same should apply here, because in Brisbane, whether you're a renter in Bowen Hills setting up your first internet account, a retiree in Red Hill looking for a cheaper phone plan, you should be able to trust that the provider you choose is honest and is playing by the rules. Now, Speaker, these reforms do not just come out of nowhere. They build on a strong track record by the Albanese government of protecting consumers in telecommunications. Already, we've introduced new industry standards requiring telcos to provide meaningful support to customers in financial hardship. We've brought in a new standard that compels telcos to support people experiencing domestic, sexual and family violence. We've amended the Competition and Consumer Act so that telcos, alongside banks, digital platforms and others, must actively work to prevent, detect and disrupt scams. Now, I want to stop on that last point because scams are a growing issue, not just in Brisbane but around the country. Earlier or later last year, actually, I spoke with David, who is part of one of our local neighbourhood watch groups, and he shared a story with me where a pensioner from his area had nearly thousands of dollars drained from his account after a sophisticated phishing scam that was linked to a compromised mobile service. Now, this government has acted decisively so that telecommunications companies can no longer shrug their shoulders. They must step up, they must detect scams and they must protect consumers. And through this bill, we are backing that expectation with serious enforcement teeth. Scams, Deputy Speaker, are an economy-wide problem and we need an economy-wide response. And that's why we've released the anti-scam framework. The National Anti-Scam Centre has brought together the expertise of regulators, law enforcement and the industry to stop scammers reaching Australians. Their united efforts are working with scam losses reported falling by about 41% over the 12-month period, and this came from ScamWatch. The community also needs more tools to arm themselves against scammers, and so to tackle this, Deputy Speaker, the government ran a campaign aimed to improve community awareness of scams and to help Australians identify and report scams. But we still have more to do. But consumer protection is only one part of the story. Connectivity itself remains a challenge, especially outside our capital cities. And the Albanese government has invested heavily to change this, including our mobile black spot program and legislation to ensure mobile coverage for our rural and regional areas. Now, I know Brisbane's not classified as regional in the same way as Central Australia or the Pilbara. However, our city still feels the pain of poor connectivity, particularly on major highways and fringe suburbs. Anyone who's driven along the Bruce Highway out of Brisbane heading north, and thousands will do that this weekend, Deputy Speaker, or maybe they've gone to Ipswich for a site inspection, they'll know the frustration of dropping out of coverage. And for commuters, for businesses, transporting goods and for families on the road, these aren't minor inconveniences, they are actually safety issues. By investing in regional connectivity, we are not just helping rural communities, we are strengthening the arteries that connect Brisbane and other major cities to the rest of our nation. Now, Deputy Speaker, these reforms aren't about punishing industry for the sake of it. They're actually about creating a level playing field and restoring trust. And this is critical in today's world where almost everything we do relies on connectivity and where we have very large companies that provide the majority of necessary infrastructure and many small businesses that keep our communities humming. Brisbane is a young, dynamic, growing city. Our electorate is full of students, families, startups and small businesses who expect and deserve telecommunications that are reliable and fair. When I speak with students from the various universities we have in Brisbane about the rising cost of living, They tell me that even a small disruption to internet access can mean they missed a lecture. They don't get to do their shift at work. They might get a late assignment. They might fall behind. When I speak with small business owners in Clayfield, they tell me that losing FPOS or online ordering, even for a few hours, even for a day, it can mean hundreds, if not thousands, of dollars lost. And what does that translate to? A poorer economy and job losses. That's why this bill matters. It says to the telcos, if you do the right thing, you have nothing to fear. But if you breach the trust of Australians, if you exploit consumers, if you put profit before fairness, then you will face real consequences. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about fairness, it's about accountability, and it's about trust. Australians should not have to wonder whether their telecommunications provider is cutting corners or gaming the system for their benefit, not the consumers. They should know that if the rules are broken, action will be swift, penalties will be serious, and consumers will be protected and compensated. The Albanese government is committed to keeping Australians connected no matter where they live, no matter their circumstances. And with this bill, we are ensuring that the regulator is empowered, that industry codes are enforceable, and that dodgy providers can be identified and can no longer slip through the cracks. It's about making sure consumers are protected, that there is trust in our telecommunication system. It's about delivering a telecommunication system that supports our families, our businesses and our communities. I commend the bill to the House.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to. Okay, and I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. There was a day when telecommunications was considered a luxury. Well, certainly in the modern world, it is an essential service. Indeed, it underpins everything we do, from the lives we live, the work we do, what we learn, and how we engage with each other. And that gives rise, of course, to the importance of consumer protections. Now, when it comes to the Telecommunications Amendment, Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill that is before the House today, it's noteworthy that this bill will create a register of carriage service providers, enable the direct enforcement of industry codes, amend the existing two-step process for the application of penalty amounts for infringement notices, and increase the maximum penalty amount for breaches of the codes from $250,000 to $10 million. Given the bill strengthens consumer protections, streamlines enforcement, and provides greater visibility of operators in the market, it will receive support from the Coalition. The new carriage service provider registration scheme will provide all telecommunication providers to ensure that they apply to the Australian Communications and Media Authority for registration to operate in Australia. This will provide the ACMA as the regulator for the sector with visibility of all operators in the Australian market, of which there is estimated to be 1,500. This will ensure ACMA is able to educate, monitor and, where necessary, take swift enforcement action for breaches of any codes or standards. Should providers breach their obligations or pose a risk to consumers, ACMA will have the ability to cancel their registration to operate. These arrangements are similar to those in the energy sector, where the Australian Energy Regulator, the AER, has the power to exclude operators from the market where there is a risk to consumers. As part of the scheme, providers will also be required to report all cyber security incidents. Where there is a cyber breach, the appropriate bodies must be notified and remedial action must be taken, and taken swiftly. Full visibility of all telecommunications operators will also ensure ACMA can target compliance and enforcement activities and, where necessary, take appropriate action. Schedule 2 of the bill amends the Telecommunications Act to make registered industry codes directly enforceable by ACMA. The telecommunications industry has a co-regulation model by which industry is responsible for the preparation of codes, which are then submitted to ACMA for registration. Once a code is registered with ACMA and in force, the code must be complied with by the sector. In practice, what has been established under the Act is a two-step enforcement process. If there is a complaint or wrongdoing or a breach of industry code, ACMA will direct or provide a provider to comply. They will send that direction to the provider, essentially issuing a warning for them to correct their behaviour and do the right thing. Should they not, ACMA's enforcement powers then become available. This enforcement action can include penalties through the federal court, enforceable undertakings or issuing an infringement notice. Currently, Part 6 of the Act says compliance with an industry code is voluntary unless ACMA directs a particular participant in the telecommunications industry to comply with the code. This phrasing has led to a misconception that compliance with industry codes is voluntary. As the explanatory memorandum to the bill states, while code compliance is technically voluntary, after ACMA issues a direction to comply or a formal warning to a provider, they can then take enforcement action if the provider continues the non-compliance. Since January 2024, ACMA has issued 19 formal warnings, 1 remedial direction, 16 directions to comply, 4 enforceable undertakings and infringement notices totalling close to $16 million. Some of these breaches relate to people's safety, which is of the highest priority. For example, there were 7 notices issued to providers in 2024 for breaches of the emergency call database rules. These rules require the telco providers to keep a person's telephone number and address updated so that when the number calls 000, emergency services like police, fire or ambulances are deployed to the correct address at the first moment. Adherence to this code is vital. People's lives quite literally depend on it. The requirement to monitor and report suspected scams is another important aspect. If telcos aren't adhering to the code, the impact on people financially, psychologically and emotionally is significant. In 2024, phone scams had the highest overall losses of scam types, with more than $107 million lost by nearly 2,200 people. Since the start of 2024, ACMA has issued 10 directions to comply with the Reducing Scams Calls and SMS code, but none of these resulted in a financial penalty to providers. And that is because of the two-step process. The changes in this bill will strengthen the ACMA's powers and the speed at which they can use them to provide even greater protections for consumers and ensure we have responsible operators in our telecommunications sector. The bill will make compliance with industry codes mandatory, removing the requirement for a two-step process before ACMA can make enforcement action. No more warning shots, ensuring more immediate action can be taken for breaches of the code. I will note, given much scrutiny of the telecommunications sector over recent years, this is a change the sector itself has called for, notably the Australian Telecommunications Alliance, which represents the telecommunications industry. They've been calling on these reforms since 2023. Finally, the bill will increase the penalties issued to providers for breaches of industry codes and standards from $250,000 to $10 million. The revised penalty framework will allow penalties to be based on the value of the benefit obtained from the breach of conduct or the turnover of the provider, allowing for penalties greater than $10 million should it be deemed appropriate. The Australian Communications Consumer Action Network, the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman, and the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission have long advocated for civil penalty reform to ensure penalties for breaches of codes and standards reflect the severity of the breach and harm caused. The increase in penalties will address this and align the telecommunications penalty framework to those in the energy and banking sectors, competition legislation and Australian consumer law. And thus the Coalition will support the bill. At the end of the day, it will strengthen consumer protection, streamline enforcement activity and provide greater visibility of operators in the market. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill. Every Australian deserves reliable, quality and affordable telecommunications, no matter where they live. In 2026, connectivity is not just a nice to have. It's not a luxury, it's a necessity. In this day and age, we rely on communications for basic daily activities, like using a credit card and checking the news. Many of us rely on telecommunications to work, to get an education, and to stay in touch with our loved ones. In rural and regional areas, many Australians even rely on telecommunications to see a doctor through telehealth. In 2026, quality, reliable telecommunications service should be a given, and yet it isn't. That is unacceptable, and that's why we've brought forward this bill. This is yet another part of a bigger picture of bringing all telcos up to standard. Poor connectivity is one of the most pressing issues faced by constituents of my electorate. Gorton is one of the fastest growing electorates in the country, and in fact, we have the area with the fastest growth rate in the country in Fraser Rise and Plumpton. In the matter of a decade, dozens of new estates have popped up and whole new communities have been established. These are beautiful communities filled with young families and new migrants who want to feel connected, supported and proud of the place they live. They believe in the West and they're committed to making these suburbs the best places to call home. But while my constituents are investing in Melbourne's outer west, the infrastructure they depend on simply hasn't matched, meaning that in peri-urban suburbs in my electorate, namely in the Mount Atkinson area, residents are lucky to have 1 or 2 bars of service. This is a huge issue for residents of Mount Atkinson, many of whom work online, who have family overseas they need a contact, and who need the peace of mind that they can call their child on the bus to school. But most pressingly, the poor quality of their telecommunication services has interfered with their ability to call emergency services. It's truly unacceptable that in a country like Australia, where we have some of the highest living standards in the world, there are communities that cannot reliably call 000 in an emergency. Making matters even worse, some areas in my electorate still don't have the NBN infrastructure at all. And in others, developers have engaged alternative broadband providers that often fail to meet minimum expectations for speed, data and reliability. When the fixed line service isn't strong, families end up relying heavily on mobile towers just to get basic connectivity. Those towers are lifelines. And when the towers are not there, or the service they provide is not quality or reliable, these communities suffer greatly. I'm passionate about making sure this situation improves as quickly as possible, and proud to say that through the round 2 of the Peri-Urban Mobile Program, the Albanese government is funding new mobile towers in my electorate and high-growth outer metro communities. I'm also proud to be supporting this amendment, which better regulates telcos to make sure they are accountable for providing quality, reliable telecommunication services to every Australian. But I know there's still more to do. And that's why I'll keep advocating for the constituents in my electorate to get the connectivity they need as quickly as possible. Right now, I'm proud to be launching a mobile connectivity survey in my electorate, so we can work out with the community to gather their data on mobile black spots. We intend to use this data to engage with stakeholders so that we can address this issue. I know how important this issue is to my community, and I'll keep working until it's resolved. Telecommunications is essential to the lives of every Australian. In 2025, the importance of quality, reliable, affordable telecommunication services really can't be understated. The amendment before us is about recognising the importance of telecommunication services as essential services and treating them as such, holding telcos accountable to providing good services to every Australian, giving our telecommunications regulator the tools it needs to crack down on telcos that are not meeting this standard, and making sure the industry is transparent so that we can oversee and regulate the conduct of every provider. As the member for Gorton, I'm incredibly passionate about making sure that when it comes to telecommunications, no one is held back and no one is left behind. seeking to better regulate the telecommunications industry to ensure that when it comes to essential infrastructure and services like telecommunications is incredibly important, Deputy Speaker. The Telecommunications Amendment is part of a broader piece of work this government is doing to put consumers back at the heart of the telecommunications industry. The truth is that for some time now, not all telcos have been putting consumers first, and the results have been devastating. In recent years, a number of network outages have seen consumers unable to make 000 calls. The Optus network outage last September this year saw lives lost. The telcos involved did not have the proper systems in place to manage the network outages and minimise harm. And when these outages occurred, they didn't fulfil their duty to keep consumers informed and ensure they were looked after while the systems were restored. These incidents are indicative of a broader issue to do with the lack of consideration for consumers shown by the telco companies. Not all, but some. Some telcos have failed to provide adequate support and information to consumers experiencing financial hardship and vulnerable circumstances. They've taken liberties with customers, including breaching public safety rules by failing to upload their information to the integrated public number database used by emergency services. Just 2 months ago, Deputy Speaker, Optus was ordered to pay $100 million in penalties for unconscionable conduct, for putting undue pressure on vulnerable customers to buy products and then pursuing them for debts related to these purchases. That incidents like these are still happening in our country, and some of our telco companies have not fulfilled their duty to ensure consumers are at the core of everything they do. And it's disgraceful, and this government will not stand for it. The bill before us updates the Telecommunications Act 1997 to strengthen enforcement of and in compliance with consumer safeguards. It does this in 3 ways. First, it lifts the maximum civil penalties the federal court can issue for breaches of industry codes and standards by 40 times, from $250,000 to almost $10 million. Right now, the penalties are just too low. They don't reflect the real harm caused when telcos fail to meet basic standards, and they don't deter companies from doing the wrong thing. The fact is that major telco providers can absorb a fine of $200,000 pretty easily, and because of this, it hasn't been working as a deterrent for breaches of industry codes and standards. Under the bill before us, if a telco commits a serious breach, for example, if their 000 service goes down and they haven't put proper fail-safe systems in place to keep energy calls flowing, the federal court can now issue a fine of up to $10 million. In the most serious cases, the penalty can go even further. It can be set at 3 times the benefit the company gained from the breach, or 30% of the company's turnover, whichever number is higher. This means telcos won't be able to treat penalties as pocket change anymore, and the punishment will finally fit the harm done. It also brings telecommunications in line with other major sectors that provide essential services to Australians, like energy and banking, where dodgy operators face real consequences when they fail the public. Because telecommunications are essential services and they need to be held to the same standard as other essential services. Second, this bill delivers faster enforcement of industry codes. Right now, ACMA's hands are tied. Even when a telco commits a serious breach, ACMA cannot act straight away. It must first issue a formal direction to comply. Then it has to wait and see whether the telco decides to comply or not. ACMA can only take real action if the company breaks the rules again. This process is slow and ineffective. It delays consequences for wrongdoing. And the result? Australians are left exposed while regulators jump through hoops. Families, businesses and communities affected by breaches are left waiting for providers to be penalised, while providers get yet another chance to fix something that should have never gone wrong in the first place. The bill before us cuts through all of this. We're removing the 2-step process entirely. Industry codes will now be directly enforceable. That means if a provider breaches the rules, ACMA can act immediately. No delays, no waiting, no repeat failures before something happens. This empowers the regulator to protect Australians in real time. It makes sure complaints are taken seriously from the start.
Order. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Soaring fuel costs are affecting Australians everywhere. Homes and businesses across my electorate are struggling, and some of our most valuable frontline community services are under real threat. Every week, the village chef in Turramurra, our local Meals on Wheels service, it cooks and delivers fresh meals to around 950 clients. On top of that, 2,000 more meals go to partner services and aged care homes weekly. This financial year alone, they've delivered nearly 90,000 meals direct to homes. This service runs on hard work and goodwill. They have 30 paid staff and 500 volunteers. The volunteers are reimbursed just $10 per meal delivery run, even when those runs are long and use up a lot of fuel. In the last 2 weeks, some volunteers have started cancelling shifts. We don't know why exactly, but we can make an educated guess. And it's not only volunteers feeling the pressure. Suppliers are now adding fuel charges to every delivery of fresh food. That's bread, meat and vegetables. And at least one supplier is increasing costs by nearly 10%. Another is adding a flat fee to every single invoice. The village chef is working hard to adapt to this new situation. They're looking at changes to ordering cycles, storage and supply chains, while trying not to compromise on the freshness and the quality of the meals that they provide to their clients. Deputy Speaker, hundreds of people in my electorate depend on this service. Let's not lose sight of the very real human
Member
impacts
for
of the
Solomon
crisis.
has a call.
I rise to speak about 2 soldiers, a sister, a mother and father and a surgeon. On Saturday, the Sergeant Matthew Locke MG charity shield match was played in Matt's hometown of Belgium, New South Wales. Matt was a distinguished SAS veteran of Timor-Leste, Iraq and Afghanistan. He was awarded the Medal of Gallantry and killed in action while serving our nation. The event in his memory is run by his sister Debbie, who is an absolute legend, and through her leadership the charity has delivered 5 kindergartens in Timor-Leste and provided vital support for veterans. On Sunday, the second Jack Fitzgibbon Cup was played between the Parliamentary rugby team, the Wombats and a 2nd Commando Regiment team. I acknowledge the extraordinary grace of Jack's mum, Diane, and his dad, our mate, Joel Fitzgibbon, who attended this match honouring their son, who died during training. Funds raised support the Commando Welfare Trust. Finally, a happy birthday to NT Surgeon Paddy Bade. Paddy has saved many Territorians, but in 2008 he operated on President Jose Ramos Horta after an attempted assassination, and in 2023 saved the life of US Marine Corporal Travis Reyes following injuries sustained from an Osprey crash. To you all, my admiration, and thanks for the service that you and your loved ones have provided to our grateful nation.
Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to rise and acknowledge and congratulate a group of outstanding young athletes from the Yamba Surf Lifesaving Club who've achieved wonderful results at the recent Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships at North Kirra. Mostyn Brown was recently selected in the New South Wales Surf Interstate Pathways team. He is the first in the Yamba Surf Club since 2006. This is a fantastic achievement and a great reflection of his training. At the championships, he won gold in the under-14 beach flags, marking the club's first medal in that event since 1966. Mostyn also recently competed at the New South Wales State Surf Australian Championships near Newcastle, where he won the under-14 male flags as well as the flags as part of the New South Wales team, claiming the Interstate Cup. Congratulations. I also want to recognise the under-13 surf teams of Reid Batovic, Ziggy O'Brien, Leo Dean and Clary Doherty, who secured the club's first ever gold medal in this event. Leo Dean and Clary Doherty also placed 3rd in the under-13 board rescue. These excellent results reflect the hard work and dedication not only of the athletes but the members and coaches of the Surf Lifesaving Club and their families. For a small regional club, these are truly remarkable achievements. Congratulations to everyone.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With H5 avian influenza on our doorstep, the Albanese government's $100 million investment into biosecurity preparedness is critical. It's helping organisations like the Perth Zoo in my electorate of Swan to protect threatened species in captivity. H5 bird flu is a growing global threat, and Australia is the only continent in the world where it has not been detected. But experts are clear, this will change. Overseas, H5 has devastated wild bird populations and disrupted agricultural industries that communities rely on. H5 does not recognise borders, it does not stop in our coastlines, it spreads quickly and without discrimination. That's why preparedness matters. The Albanese government has provided over $200,000 to strengthen the Perth Zoo's biosecurity measures for numbats, black cockatoos and the critically endangered western ground parrot. When I visited the zoo earlier this year, I saw this funding in action, including new roofing that prevents wild birds from entering enclosures. I met amazing zookeepers like Sarah Amies and Vicky Power. Their expertise is critical to protecting these species. It was fabulous to be hosted by the CEO, David Van Orong, and also Kaylee Martin. It's important that we protect these species for future generations.
Member for Curtin.
After Robodebt wrongly accused hundreds of thousands of Australians of being in debt, this government promised that it would never let something like this happen again. Now the government is rolling out tools for automation in aged care and the NDIS. So your level of support is determined by an automated tool, and human assessors are not allowed to change or override the decision even if they think it's wrong. This comes more than 2 years after the Robodebt Royal Commission recommended a legislated framework for automated decision-making in government and clear transparency and oversight. Despite the gravity of getting this wrong, the government has not acted on this recommendation. I'm not arguing against the use of automated tools. Done well, automation can help government move faster and be more efficient. But we need a clear framework for the use of automation to prevent a repeat of Robodebt. This framework must be legislated and mandatory for government. It must include transparency requirements so Australians can understand automated decisions that affect them. It must include decision-level controls so that government gets the decisions right. And it must embed provisions for review and oversight so Australians can be confident that the government is following the rules for automated decision-making. This is how we get automated decision-making right. This is how we unlock government decisions that are fairer and faster.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, I wish to acknowledge Olivia Thornton, who concludes her time as Chief Executive Officer of Cricket ACT, marking the end of an extraordinary period of leadership for the organisation and for cricket in the Territory. Olivia has led Cricket ACT through one of the most defining chapters in its history, leaving the organisation stronger, more connected and well positioned for the future. Olivia played most of her club cricket in Sydney, playing pathways and state-level cricket at New South Wales, with a stint over in county cricket for Nottingham. As Cricket ACT's first female CEO, she broke new ground while delivering results, from record participation growth across boys and girls cricket to the reinstatement of ACT pathway teams, strengthened community engagement throughout Canberra. A highlight for me was working with Olivia to secure upgrades to facilities at Chisholm Oval to ensure the Oval can remain one of the ACT's standout grounds. Her commitment to ensuring cricket has impact beyond the boundary through partnerships with charities and community organisations has been a hallmark of her tenure. I thank Olivia for her service to the Canberra community and I wish her every success as CEO of Tennis New South Wales, a first-class cricketer and first-class person, and let's continue Olivia's work to get that Big Bash team here in Canberra.
Member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What will the Easter Bunny be bringing this year? A couple of chocolates, a bunny, a lolly or two? How about an eye-watering power bill? How about a mortgage repayment that makes your eyes water as well? How about grocery prices that make you think twice about inviting family or friends over for that Easter lunch? For some families this year, the Easter Bunny won't be making an appearance. They won't even be able to afford the fuel to go away with friends for the long weekend or to see extended family. When parents should be getting ready to take a break, unwind and spend time with family and extended family, instead they're going to be thinking about how they'll afford the extra $27,000 in mortgage interest alone, or the extra $1,400 in energy bills, or the extra $1,400 in fuel, or wondering about the fuel rationing the Prime Minister might announce tonight. Well, this reduced standard of living doesn't just come out of thin air. This government has been failing year after year to have the foresight to prevent crises. Energy is the economy. What we've done on electricity and gas was wholly foreseeable. Now, this government is always flat-footed, behind and slow to react. I sometimes wonder who would do a better job, the Easter Bunny or the Prime Minister in charge of this country.
Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, I'd love to inform the House that the National Reconstruction Fund, established by the Albanese Labor government, has announced that it's making a $200 million hybrid note investment into Macquarie Technology Group. Now, Macquarie Technology Group is a 100% Australian-owned startup company that's been around for a while that has a significant footprint in Bennelong. It provides sovereign cloud, cybersecurity services and AI infrastructure for mid to large Australian businesses, critical infrastructure sectors and, importantly, government agencies. This investment by the NRF will support the secure protection of sensitive data and ensures that it remains safely in Australia, exactly where it should be. This huge investment has a big impact for everyday Australians, not just for our personal data, Deputy Speaker, but for workers too. The NRF's investment is set to create 140 really highly skilled job opportunities with Macquarie Technology that specialise in innovation and software engineering. This investment will mean that Macquarie Technology can scale up its services in Bennelong to platform crucial growth in AI-enabled cybersecurity and build out a sovereign data facility. Australian companies need local cybersecurity capability to compete and win on the global stage, and it's because of the Labor government that they can do it.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak for the families of my electorate of Capricornia who are looking at the calendar this month with a sense of dread rather than excitement. Easter should be a time for families to come together, to enjoy a well-earned break and to share in these simple traditions that makes our community strong. But for far too long, many people in central Queensland, the reality of this economy is biting hard. The simple truth is that Australians are struggling to afford Easter this year under this Labor government, whether it is the price of a seafood for a family meal on Good Friday, the cost of fuel to drive and see the grandkids, or even the basic cost of chocolate eggs for the kids. The soaring cost of living is stripping the joy out of the holiday season. In towns like Rockhampton, Clermont and Serena, I'm hearing from parents who are having to make heartbreaking choices. They aren't choosing between different luxuries, they are choosing between paying the electricity bill and providing a traditional Easter celebration for their children. Under this Prime Minister, the promises of relief have turned out to be nothing more than empty words. Deputy Speaker, it is simply not good enough. This government is completely out of touch with financial pain being felt in the regions. Our families deserve better than a government that stands by while Australians struggle to afford Easter. It is time this Labor government stopped the spin and started delivering real economic solutions for the people of Capricornia and the rest of the country.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Fair Work Commission handed down a long overdue decision. They abolished junior rates for Australians over 18. This is a massive win for young workers in retail, fast food and pharmacy, and a major step towards a fairer workplace system in this country. 18-year-olds are adults. They can vote, they can drive, and they face the exact same cost of living pressures as every other adult. They do not get a discount on their rent, they do not get cheaper groceries, and they do not pay less for petrol simply because they are 18, 19 or 20. This decision is going to make a real difference to around 500,000 young workers across Australia. I want to thank the SDA and Gerard Dwyer for their relentless adult wage campaign. I also want to particularly acknowledge Michael Donovan for 30 years as SDA's Victorian State Secretary. Michael has stood up for some of the lowest paid workers in this country. Persistently and effectively, he has fought to deliver real change, and yesterday's historic decision is a testament to that work. From now on, adult age means adult wage.
Member for O'Connor.
I rise today to make the House aware of the dire predicament of just one of the 46 local government authorities across my electorate of O'Connor. Rebecca McCall, CEO of the Wheatbelt Shire of Narrabeen, has shared the results of their recent community survey. The survey confirms a rapidly worsening situation, with farmers, local business, essential workers and residents all reporting growing difficulty securing fuel, sharp price increases and escalating disruption to freight deliveries and essential services. For farmers, this could not come at a worse time. With recent rains, seeding is imminent, and uncertainty around fuel and fertiliser supply places production, productivity and long-term financial viability at risk. Beyond agriculture, there are emerging threats to food supply, health services and emergency response capability, all of which depend on reliable fuel access. Regional Australians do not have the luxury of alternatives. Fuel is not optional in communities like Narrabeen. It is fundamental to keeping people safe, business operating and placing food on the table. The Shire of Narrabeen survey highlights the ongoing failure by this federal Labor government to deliver meaningful fuel cost relief and to ensure reliable fuel supplies to regional Australia. Regional communities like mine deserve certainty of supply, fairness in pricing and guaranteed essential service provision, nothing less than their city cousins receive.
Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm really proud to stand here in the House today and say that Bendigo's largest GP clinic today will go to become a Medicare bulk billing practice. The Bendigo Primary Care Centre is our largest. It has 39,000 patient records. It has 23 doctors, it has nurses, allied health. It is a big clinic, and from today it will be a 100% bulk billing clinic because of our government and our investment in Medicare. The centre is co-located with another great Labor legacy. It is co-located with the Bendigo Medicare Urgent Care Centre, which is already bulk billing patients. This centre is known to people in Bendigo. It was built with the former Labor government GP super clinic funding. It is on the health precinct, co-located with our Bendigo Hospital. That is what is so profound and exciting about today. We have finally realised and achieved the vision of so many in our town. The original plan for this to be a bulk billing clinic has now been achieved thanks to the investment of the Albanese Labor government. I'm so pleased to stand here today, and I really want to thank the doctors who've come on board to agree to bulk bill all their patients and thank them for their patience and working with us.
Member for Maranoa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this Easter will be the hardest Easter for Australians in living memory. Not only because they're paying $27,000 more for their mortgage, their electricity bills have gone up by 40%, their insurance by 30%, but now we've got a government that said there was no crisis on fuel, but now they've found one, and now they're going to make sure that Australians are going to do it even harder over this Easter. But let me just make it a little bit more local and give you a human toll what will happen, not just for those that can't afford to pay their mortgage, but those that were going to go out and visit Western Queensland. See, this is the start of Western Queensland's tourist season because it starts to cool down. And we get over 60,000 visitors out to the Stockman's Hall of Fame, the Qantas Founders Museum, the Walsing Matilda Centre in Winton, right back into the Cosmos Centre at Charleville and to the Big Rig in Roma. And what will happen now is that we are already seeing cancellations because they don't have confidence that this government has handled this crisis of fuel properly. They don't believe that they can go out there and get from town to town and be able to spend money in these economies. And if we don't have that money, we start to go broke because then we rely on the weather and we hope that the rain comes and we can continue to produce your food and fibre. This is a stark reality. This is the human toll that we are seeing from caravan parks in Stanthorpe all the way through to Longreach, which is the trail that many people will start on these Easter holidays. This is the human toll of an Albanese government that has mismanaged this economy and mismanaged our nation.
Member for Brisbane.
Speaker, this government is serious about protecting Australians so they can keep more of what they earn. Today, I joined the Assistant Minister for Productivity, Competition, Charities and Treasury to announce a crackdown on unfair trading, tricks and traps. At a time when cost of living pressures are biting, Australians should be able to trust their markets, to be transparent and not to be stacked against them. So that's why we're introducing legislation to ban unfair trading practices, crack down on dip pricing and put an end to subscription traps. Deputy Speaker, I know that everyone in this room has probably had trouble cancelling a subscription that they've signed up to. Just when you thought you could click that button and it'd all be done, you find yourself down a rabbit hole. That's called shutdown subscription trap, and we're cracking down on it. Businesses often use confusion, dark patterns, consumer fatigue to keep people paying. They won't be able to keep doing that. Deputy Speaker, have you ever tried to book a hotel, a flight or a ticket, maybe even your favourite band, and then you go to the checkout and you find that the fees have been added, that final price has gone up? That practice is called dip pricing, and we're cracking down on that too, so Australians can see the real price up front. And lastly, Deputy Speaker, yesterday it was announced that Australians will no longer pay $1.6 billion in credit card charges from October 1. So when you buy that beer or you buy your groceries, you won't be slapped with these extra charges. These are just more measures being taken by this government to keep more money in your pockets.
Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Easter is a holy time. It's a time when families get together and look forward to those reunions, look forward to having their often city cousins coming to the regions. But this won't be happening this weekend for many, many Australians. And the reason that is because our metropolitan friends won't be able to, as they normally do, visit the country because they won't be able to afford the fuel. That's if they can actually get supply of fuel. And this is a disaster. This is a national crisis. Not that Labor would admit that just a few short weeks ago. But all of us, well, there is supplies, I hear the minister say. Well, if there's supplies, why aren't they getting out to the regions? Why is Andrew Duff at Goolagong having been put out of petrol, have his trucks put off the road for 3 weeks because he can't get fuel? And the minister says the supplies are there. Well, the supplies might be there, but they're not getting out to regional Australia. And people are going broke because of it. People are going bankrupt because they can't get their trucks on the road. Our farmers can't get the fuel in their tanks to sow the crops, to grow the food, to feed you lot, you ungrateful lot who have deserted regional Australia for far too long. And you can yell all you like. We'll go out to regional Australia and tell them that because they are jacking it. They have had a gutful of this government's poor policies.
And I ask members to refrain from personal attacks in this chamber. Member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last weekend I spent some time in the great suburb of Peakhurst, right in the middle of my electorate of Banks, knocking on doors and speaking to residents. The locals in Peakhurst are focused on looking out for their health, ensuring their kids get the best start in life and managing their cost of living. I was so pleased to be able to tell the people of Peakhurst that because of this Labor government's record investment in Medicare, there are now 2 fully bulk-billed GP clinics in Peakhurst. I was also able to tell residents that thanks to the Labor government's Better and Fairer Schools agreement, Peakhurst, Peakhurst West and Peakhurst South public schools will all be fully funded, and that the current funding from the federal government has already grown significantly since we came to government. Lastly, Deputy Speaker, I was able to tell people about the government's suite of cost of living measures. Among them, that in just 91 days, they will be getting a further tax cut. Thank you to everyone who took the time to speak with me, and I look forward to be back out in my community knocking on doors as soon as I get back from this place to make sure their concerns are heard and that this government can continue to work for them.
Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Once upon a time, there was a little chicken running through a village shouting, "The sky is falling, the sky is falling." Everyone laughed. They laughed because it was too much, too over the top to be real. But let's picture her for a minute, not in a village, but in a supermarket. She's in the Easter aisle, surrounded by pretty foil wrappers. Everything looks exactly as it should. She reaches for a 300-gram bag of mini eggs, turns it over, $37. Wow. Since when is a bag of Easter eggs $37? Suddenly she's not a chicken, she's a mathematician. That bag is 11 bottles of milk. It's 12 loaves of bread. She grabs her 100-gram Cadbury bunny instead. $9.50? That's 3 loaves of bread for one hollow ear. Even the hot cross buns are $1.38 a pop. Wow. I suppose we should be grateful. We should be grateful for this. At these prices, the real miracle of Easter is finding a chocolate egg that does not require a second mortgage. Right. But here's the part that isn't funny. Families are skipping Easter. They are skipping Easter. 1 in 6 Aussie kids are growing up in poverty. 45% of people are too ashamed to ask for help. 1 in 3 households are wondering what, if anything, they can put on the dinner table tonight. It won't be chocolate, that's for sure. The Albanese Labor government is saying everything is under control while families are frantically doing mental arithmetic in the aisles. The sky is falling. It sounds like a bad April Fool's joke, except it isn't. It's just what it costs to live right now. Hashtag cost of celebrating in Australia under the Albanese Labor government.
Expired. I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week, the Albanese Labor government launched the Propel Australian Submarine Scholarship Program, a $15.8 million initiative to support the development of Australia's future nuclear-powered submarine workforce. Under this program, up to 3,000 scholarships will be offered to students studying priority STEM subjects at Australian universities. As well as financial support, the program will provide opportunities for the students to learn from accomplished Australian scientists and engineers. The program is being delivered through a partnership between the Australian Submarine Agency and the Australian Academy of Technological Sciences and Engineering. Its purpose is to grow the highly skilled workforce needed to deliver and sustain Australia's nuclear-powered submarines, the SSN-AUKUS-class boats, which will be so critical to our maritime defence capability. Over the coming decades, 20,000 highly skilled jobs will be created across Australia in aid of the nuclear-powered submarine program, including almost 10,000 at various stages across the program in my home state of South Australia. That we need a pipeline of qualified and motivated workers is an understatement, and the Propel program will help to shore up and ready this workforce capability. Greater degrees of self-sufficiency is all about the Albanese Labor government's deliberate policy agenda of a future made in Australia.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Searching for a servo that's not empty, filling up a car at exorbitant cost, cancelling travel plans altogether. This is the Easter that so many Australians face. Instead of a happy holiday, for many there will be uncertainty. Yes, the fuel crisis started abroad, but it has been amplified here in Australia by complacency and confusion from this government. First, the Energy Minister denied there was a crisis. He is a gaslighter extraordinaire, Deputy Speaker. Then, after admitting there was a problem, he sat on his hands. He outsourced his responsibilities to the so-called fuel czar, and then he blamed Australians for buying too much. He and the PM told us there was plenty of fuel, but if that's the case, move the fuel. Meanwhile, we know over 600 servos are without fuel. Then, after the Coalition proposed a fully costed plan to slash the fuel tax on Friday, Labor took the weekend off, and then on Monday they begrudgingly adopted our plan but couldn't say how they would pay for it, adding to the inflationary fire that the Treasurer has overseen. Deputy Speaker, this government's failure to prepare has become its failure to act, and a failure to act always lands on the shoulders of the Australian people.
Give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today is the day. Our promise to cut the fuel excise by 50% have started to come into effect. These changes cut 26.3 cents per litre from fuel prices, saving around $19 on a 65-litre tank. And for families across the north, that's not loose change. That is groceries, school supplies. It's a bit of breathing room at the end of a long week. Because when fuel goes up, everything goes up. The weekly shop, getting to work, getting the kids to school, even the cost of keeping small businesses moving. This is practical cost of living relief delivered now. For tradies heading out at the crack of dawn, for shift workers arriving home late, for truckies keeping our shelves stocked and carrying Australia. This matters. It means fewer tough choices between filling the tank and paying the bills. It means supporting the very people who keep our economy moving every single day. Importantly, it recognises that Australians should not be punished at the pump for global pressures beyond their control. We are stepping in, easing that burden and putting money back where it belongs, in the pockets of everyday Australians. Because at the end of the day, this is about fairness. And I'll tell you something else about fairness. It would be fair of the opposition to start supporting the leader of this party and of this country in getting on with making the lives of everyday Australians that little bit better and stop politicising the fuel crisis on our borders right now.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I'll just invite members to take their seats quickly and quietly. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the Prime Minister told ABC Melbourne, and I quote, "Fuel supplies have not been disrupted." Tonight, the Prime Minister will deliver an emergency address to the nation. Prime Minister, what has changed since yesterday?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Nothing has changed since yesterday. Neither this government's resolve to deal with issues of supply and cost of living or the opposition's approach to these issues, which are outlined in their talking points that are out there for all to see. They're talking points that suggested rather than act responsibly, what they would do was talk up issues that are facing Australians. The issues are real. The war in the Middle East is real.
Order. Members on my left, we'll just allow the Prime Minister to update the House on this issue. Order.
The war in the Middle East is absolutely real, and that is why I certainly agree with the statement, which is real as well. Well, I'm actually talking to Andrew Hastie, the Deputy Liberal Leader in the House of Representatives, said this, and this will be consistent with what I will say tonight. This is where every Australian has to just keep calm and carry on, do what they can to look after themselves and their neighbours. We've got a lot of oil and gas and other precious commodities trapped in the Persian Gulf behind the Strait of Hormuz. So until the war is resolved, we're going to feel supply pressures. That was real when the member for Canning said it. It's real when every member of the government understands it. But it's also real to say that every single shipload of fuel that was due to come here in March arrived on schedule. That is absolutely true. And what is required at times like this is to be considered, be orderly, work through issues, not to pretend there aren't challenges, and the government doesn't pretend that. They're being faced by the entire world, whether it be issues of supply down the track or whether it be income pressures that are on people, which is why we've acted on both of those issues in a responsible and orderly way, which is how my government operates.
Give the call to the Honourable Member for Aston.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government helping to shield Australians from the worst of the impacts of the war in the Middle East?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the fantastic member for Aston, who 3 years ago today became the first government member to win a seat off the opposition in the House of Representatives in 100 years. In 100 years. And then turned that victory in a by-election into being re-elected as a member for Aston last May. Now, the war in the Middle East has caused the biggest spike in global fuel prices in history, and Australians are feeling and seeing that across the economy. I know people are doing it tough, which is why we've acted to make a real difference. From today, we've halved the fuel excise, directly helping families and businesses save 26 cents per litre at the pump. We're backing truckies, slashing the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero, and making sure that they get paid fairly and on time with the legislation that we brought before the Parliament just last week. Australia's National Strategic Reserve is now law, so that shiploads of fuel, fertiliser and other essentials can flow into our economy. And we're giving small business more economic breathing room and support through the Australian Taxation Office and the measures that we've taken there. Leaders across state and federal jurisdictions have adopted the National Fuel Security Plan. Importantly as well, adopted across the political spectrum as well by the 8 states and territories as well as the Commonwealth, so that we're ready for what may come in an orderly way. Planning, making sure that we put in place those procedures. No government can eliminate all of the pressure which is on right around the world. That's just the truth, and we're being straight with people about that. There are challenges ahead, but no matter what the world throws at us, we can take action, and we will continue to take action. And we'll do it in the Australian way, backing in our national interest, securing our economic resilience, making sure that any measures that we take to deal with short-term issues also set us up to be more resilient in the future, learning the lessons that are there from being at the end of supply chains and making sure that we deliver real support to people that make a positive difference as well. Navigating those rough seas which are there at the moment, but always with our eyes on the horizon as well on the future.
Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to his previous answer. On Monday, the Prime Minister's statements included Australia's fuel supply outlook remains secure, and there is more fuel available today than there was prior to the war commencing. Since then, has the government received advice of any additional fuel carriers bound for Australia that have been delayed or cancelled?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
The advice that I gave the Parliament on Monday was correct. Every single ship that was due to arrive here in March arrived. That is just a fact. And of the 81 ships that were due to arrive here in April, 6 of those were cancelled. They were more than replaced by 6 plus 3, 9 additional ships arriving. In addition to that, of course, extra fuel is available from that produced here, because what we did was change the standards for both petrol and diesel so that every bit of fuel that's produced here is kept here domestically as well. So that adds to supply as we go through. We continue to engage as well with our international partners. There's a range of further discussions will take place over future days, including over Easter. We'll continue to engage with our partners. We're a reliable supplier of energy security around our region. We expect that to be reciprocated.
The Prime Minister has concluded his answer. Order. The Leader of the Opposition will take his seat. Order. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the Honourable Member for Barton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What steps is the Albanese Labor government taking to help Australians with cost of living pressures brought on by the war in the Middle East, and how does that compare to other approaches?
Call to the Treasurer.
Speaker, what a wonderful addition to this parliament the member for Barton is already. I thank her for the question and her work in her local community in Sydney. All of Australia, indeed all of the world's economies, are going through a very substantial shock, and the people of Australia didn't choose these circumstances, but they are paying a very hefty price for them at the petrol bowser, but also more broadly as well. We acknowledge that, we understand that, but more than that, we're acting to step up and step in where we responsibly can to help people through a difficult period. Now, a big part of our efforts is working with industry, with states and territories, with international partners, with regulators, with unions, with communities and with others, to make sure that we are working together as much as we can to work through these serious issues in a serious way befitting the pressures that we know Australians are feeling right around the country. And so our plan, whether it's about securing supply, making sure the distribution is working, cracking down on the rip-offs, helping with the cost of living and helping small business, all of that is about working in a cooperative way, a collaborative way where we can. And today, the Minister for Small Business, and supported by the Assistant Treasurer and others, brought together the peak business groups, the BCA and COSBOA, as well as the ABA, the Banking Association, to see what we could do to make sure in particular that our small businesses are being well supported. I want to thank the Small Business Minister for her work in this regard. And it also means when it comes to the Tax Office that the Tax Office is being supportive and flexible where it can, recognising the temporary pressures that a lot of wonderful Australian small businesses are feeling as a consequence of the war in the Middle East. Earlier this week we cut the excise, halved the excise to provide cost of living relief for motorists and truckies as well. The work done by the Transport Minister and others with the PM to ensure that that relief is already flowing. We've seen reports from the NRMA that that relief is already flowing today. Obviously the full benefit will be felt in the coming days, but the NRMA has made it clear that that relief is already flowing. I've asked the ACCC to provide us with a report today on how that rollout is happening. So, Mr Speaker, the contrast here is really clear, and we see the contrast in the leaked coalition talking points that we read about this morning. This is a government working through serious issues in a serious way. What we know from these talking points, Mr Speaker, is that those opposite are desperately hoping that Australia fails. We know from their talking points they're desperately hoping that Australia fails because they see a political opportunity in that for them. Mr Speaker, is it any wonder that they were performing better under Susan Lee than they are under the member for Hume?
Treasurer's time has concluded. Before I give the next call, I'll just do some acknowledgements. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is a Commonwealth Games Australian delegation, including Ben Houston, the President of the Commonwealth Games Australia, Craig Phillips AM of Commonwealth Games Australia, Patria Thomas, the Chef de Mission for Glasgow 2026, and Cody Lynch. We're also welcoming today Councillor Jill Whittaker, OAM, the Mayor of Campbelltown, as a guest of the member for Sturt. And also I see Mrs Yvette Darth, the former member for Peachtree in this place and the former Attorney-General and Minister for Justice in the Queensland State Parliament. And in the Southern Gallery is a group of students and teachers from Corrine Senior High School, visiting from the electorate of Moore. Welcome to you all. And I'll give the call to the honourable member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, many Australians have lobbied tirelessly for gambling advertising reform. So you can imagine how interested we are in today's media report that the government is set to announce some reforms. To be clear, they are only a first step though, because they will only partly address just one of the 31 recommendations in the Murphy report. So what is the veracity of today's report, and what's the government's plan to address the other 30 recommendations?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much. The government has not made any decisions. We worked things through in an orderly way, as I've said. To previous questions regarding gambling reform, we haven't concluded what we're doing. We've worked through and continuing to consult appropriate interested parties, including members of the crossbench. But I've made it also very clear that my view is probably different, it's fair to say, from the member for Clark. With respect, he's long been an advocate in these issues. I think that we need to get absolutely the balance right between people's right to have a punt and the view that I have, which is that it is too prevalent and that people, particularly young people, should be able to watch sport and not see a link between sport necessarily and gambling, that we need to de-link those issues. The government continues to work on these issues, and I don't know with regard to the member for Clark's suggestion about what's been supported and what hasn't been. When the government makes decisions, which we make collectively, we then announce them.
I'll give a call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. With the war in the Middle East disrupting global supply chains, how has the Albanese Labor government acted to strengthen Australia's fuel security?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question and likewise congratulate her on her contribution in this House in the time that she's been here. She's a much valued colleague, Mr Speaker. Now, Mr Speaker, securing Australia's fuel supply has been the focus for this government since the 28th of February, Mr Speaker. Since the National Security Committee met at 8 o'clock in the morning on the day after the bombing of Iran, Mr Speaker, that has been our focus, and in all the meetings since. It's been our focus when we changed the fuel quality standards. It's been our focus when we released 20% of the strategic reserve. It's been our focus when we changed the diesel standards. All actions undertaken by this government, not called for by the opposition, not suggested by the opposition. The opposition, when we've done it, says they've been too late, even though they've never suggested them in the meantime, Mr Speaker, never called for those actions. But it's also what's driven our legislation in relation to giving Export Finance Australia the capacity to support Australian importers and refiners to go and get the fuel that is available in the world for Australians, Mr Speaker. And I'm pleased to tell the House that the legislation, of course, passed the House on Monday, passed the Senate tonight, and will be submitted to Her Excellency the Governor-General for signature this evening, Mr Speaker, and subject to her agreement will be the law of the land and will be implemented tomorrow. But, Mr Speaker, we're not waiting. I can also tell the House that Export Finance Australia has been in detailed conversation with 10 separate companies about going and getting those cargoes, and those conversations started on Sunday. On Sunday, Mr Speaker, just after the Prime Minister and I announced this intervention. So this gives us the best chance in a very difficult international environment, with supply chains under real pressure, from the Middle East. Mr Speaker, it gives us the best chance to go and get those cargoes for Australians where we want them in the national interest, and that's a good thing. And we also continue our engagement with our supply partners, our international partners. This morning I met with my friend and much valued colleague, the Singaporean Minister for Energy, Dr. Seeling Tan, who is in Australia at the moment to discuss the energy crisis. I had a very good chat with him. He informed me he's gone to see Senate question time, which I told him was a very poor choice on his behalf, Mr Speaker, but nevertheless he's in the Senate chamber as we speak. And he assured me, as Prime Minister Wong assured Prime Minister Albanese earlier this week, that Singapore regards their role in supplying our liquid fuel security most seriously indeed. Tomorrow I'll be meeting with my Brunei ministerial counterpart, Dato Azmi, Mr Speaker, another important supplier for Australia, and that discussion is important as well in terms of ensuring the flow of energy between our two great nations, Brunei and Australia. So whether it's international engagement or giving our agencies the tools they need to get the job done, securing Australia's fuel security has been our focus since February 28th.
Give a call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition in the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy said, quote, "The truth is all the ships are arriving," end quote. But there are reports today government ministers have cancelled travel and events in April. Has the government received advice of any additional fuel ships bound for Australia that have been delayed or cancelled?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. If he's referring to what was a proposed trip by myself for Anzac Day in Gallipoli on April 25. Yes, because of the circumstances of travel to Turkey at the moment, obviously I have cancelled it. I've prioritised what we are dealing with at the moment, engaging with our regional partners. That's the responsible and the right thing to do.
Call to the order. Give a call to the honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Transport. What work is the Albanese Labor government doing to support Australians and the transport industry feeling the impacts of war in the Middle East, and who is standing in the way?
Give a call to the Minister for Infrastructure, the Minister for Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Can I thank very much the member for Macarthur, and I know he won't mind me saying this, but I know he's a very proud dad of his son, who I first met on the Western Sydney Airport construction site. He's a great construction worker. I understand he's now working on the M6, another terrific project for Western Sydney, so I do want to shout out to him. We have been working really closely with the transport and fuel industries to make sure we're all working off the same information and tackling challenges as they arise. This morning, the Treasurer, alongside the Minister for Small Business and the Assistant Minister, announced that the ATO will provide temporary relief to businesses unable to meet their tax obligations. We're also making it easier and faster for small businesses to access credit and working with banks on options for loan deferrals and other supports for customers doing it tough. I spoke last week with Tim, one of my local freight owners in Ballarat, and he told me these, amongst the fuel, excise and road user charges, were very much needed. They are happening alongside our temporary 3-month halving of fuel excise and reducing the heavy road user charge to 0 for 3 months. This will reduce the costs of moving essential goods across the country, taking pressure off every part of our supply chain. That helps Australians as they do the weekly grocery shop, visit Bunnings or make purchases from a local small business. And they've been welcomed by industry. This morning I spoke with the Australian Trucking Association, who told us these changes will really help road freight operators feeling the pinch of high fuel prices. Road Freight New South Wales said it provided immediate and meaningful relief to operators, and the Australian retail sector has called the measures critical for retailers facing increased freight and shipping costs. This, of course, builds on the work that we've already done, releasing 20% of the minimum stockholding obligation, underwriting additional cargoes so we can get more fuel, fertiliser and other essential goods into Australia, amending the fuel standards for petrol and diesel to allow more supply into the market, strengthening the ACCC's hand, doubling penalties for companies found guilty of unfairly raising fuel prices, changing the Fair Work Act so transport operators can renegotiate their contracts quickly to help cover rising fuel costs, and of course working with our regional partners, whether it's Singapore or Korea, to shore up supply, strengthen energy security and support the flow of essential goods. Just some of the practical actions this government has taken within this week alone. From peak bodies to unions to small operators, we have been taking these actions because they have told us that they are vital and urgent. Meanwhile, we see from the Coalition's leaked talking points that they're being instructed to tell Australians that despite we do having a clear plan, that they're going to pretend that there's no plan, and despite our work to secure fuel supply, they're out there heightening fears within the community. No leadership from the leader of the opposition.
Has concluded. Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister commit to releasing on a daily basis the latest information on A, the number of service stations which are out of fuel, B, detailed fuel stock holdings by location, and C, the number of ships which are bound for Australia and how many have been cancelled or delayed?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I'll commit to continuing to be transparent, continuing to provide information as myself and the Energy Minister have done, continue to be engaged as we have in not just in this Parliament but in the multiple press conferences that we've had before the entire... I've held more press conferences in the last month or so here in Canberra than his predecessor did in the previous 3 years. So tomorrow I'll be at the National Press Club, again being accountable to the entire population.
The Prime Minister's concluded his answer. The order. The manager will resume your seat. The manager will resume your seat. Order. Order. When the House comes to order. When the House comes to order. Order. I want to hear from the Leader of the House.
Speaker, there's a new habit from the Manager of Opposition Business that when he stands there and doesn't get the call, he shouts anyway. And just remind, well, the microphone's not on, no one hears you do it, but it just doesn't help with the order of the House.
Order. On the point of order, the manager's entitled to respond.
Speaker, the Prime Minister was baiting me, and that's why I just
Resume your
respond.
seat. Yeah. Resume your seat. Yeah. All right. Order. 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 The member for Bennelong. Order. I'm trying to bring the House to order, and I'll just remind all members it would assist greatly if people are taking points of order, they wait for the call and they simply state the point of order, and we'll all have a happy life. At least my life will be happier. Give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
Why, thank you, Speaker. Patience is a virtue. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government easing pressures on the road transport industry?
Call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Lawler for her question and, of course, her ongoing advocacy for truck drivers right across this country. The spike in fuel prices as a result of the conflict in the Middle East is putting pressure on families and businesses. Of course, our government recognises these are challenging times for Australians, including for our road transport industry. And that is why the Albanese Labor government has taken swift action to secure our fuel supplies and ease pressures on businesses, households, truckies and the transport sector. Our government, of course, has reduced the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero from today for 3 months to help truckies continue their vital work for our nation. The government has also deferred the next scheduled increase in the heavy vehicle road user charge by 6 months. In addition to these measures, we have halved the fuel excise for 3 months to make fuel cheaper for Australians. Now, these measures are making a real difference across Australia, including our road transport industry. The Australian Trucking Association Chair, Mark Parry, describes these combined measures as a lifeline. Now, in addition to these measures, I am very pleased to inform the House that Labor's Fairer Fuel Bill has passed the Senate on Monday. This bill creates an urgent pathway with a high threshold that allows truckies and transport operators to argue for a fairer share. Now, Labor's Fairer Fuel Bill has been welcomed right across the transport industry by the industry operators, the owner drivers and, of course, the unions. Frank, a truck driver who was in Parliament this week, said the amendment would go a long way to helping truckies manage rising costs. But I am pleased to report to the House today that these laws are already having an impact. Zach, a truck driver, told me that the passage of these laws is already making a difference by encouraging negotiations. He said businesses are now coming to the party to make sure our higher fuel costs are covered, and this is a good thing. Truckies and transport operators like Zach and Frank deserve the increase in fuel costs caused by the conflict in the Middle East to be shared fairly across the supply chain and not be forced to shoulder these rising costs alone. It is only a Labor government that has and will take strong action to secure our fuel supply and help people with cost of living and keep Australia moving.
Call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, the Queensland LNP government is using its powers to fast-track drilling for oil in the Taroom Trough. Given our national fuel crisis, will Labor work with the Coalition to fast-track approvals for Australian oil projects, including the Taroom Trough, so our country can build our own energy security?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The Coalition won't be involved in this. The Queensland LNP is the Queensland government. I work constructively with the Christopherly government. When it comes to any proposals, they go through our environmental laws, which we improved last year without the support of those opposite, so that what we can do is actually do things faster and more efficiently.
Order. And the House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Bass.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. How is the Albanese Labor government helping our farmers, fishers and producers to manage the impacts of conflict in the Middle East and to continue producing food for millions of Australians and our international neighbours?
Give the call to the Minister for Agriculture, the Minister for Fisheries and the Ministry for Forestry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank my fabulous Tasmanian colleague, the member for Bass. And I know that the member for Bass has been talking to her farmers and primary producers in her electorate, like many people in this building have, about how the war in the Middle East is impacting them at the moment and impacting globally. And certainly we understand that the work our farmers and foresters do underpins our food security, our regional economies, our national economy and, of course, our critical trading relationships. And of course, over recent weeks, we do know that they have been facing some challenges due to this war in the Middle East and its global impacts. And that's why our government has been working day and night to help ease the pressure on our farmers and our fishers. We know that front of mind for our food producers is the fuel and the fertiliser, which is why we've been taking action to keep Australia moving and our farmers farming. We've passed legislation to underwrite the purchase of fuel and fertiliser by the private sector to help get these critical inputs into Australia and to our farmers that need them. We've, of course, halved the fuel excise on petrol and diesel. We've amended the petrol and the diesel standards and we're releasing up to 20% of our strategic fuel stockpile to get more fuel into our regions where our farmers need it. Because we understand how important particularly diesel is for our farmers, for keeping our trawlers and our fishing vessels moving and for ensuring our heavy vehicles can continue to deliver our world-class food and fibre. Our fertiliser supply working group is set to have its first meeting tomorrow. This group will build on the work already underway in our government and across industry to help improve the availability of fertiliser for our farmers. We've heard also from the Treasurer today, of course, how we're helping small businesses, including our farmers and our fishers, to access credit by extending the Small Business Responsible Lending Obligation exemption. And of course how the ATO will be establishing hardship measures which will also help our ag and our fishing industries. As I said yesterday, with engagement with the industry, we have taken the decision to defer the full cost recovery for export services for 1 year until 1 July 2027. And as the Chief Executive of the Australian Meat Industry Council, Tim Ryan, said yesterday, and I quote, "They have listened and they have responded to industry concerns." And Mr Speaker, that is exactly what our government has been doing this whole time with the war in the Middle East. We have been working with industry, listening to their concerns, working together in the national interests, because all of us in this place and right across the country need to be working in the national interest, not going around with talking points to undermine what the government and industry are trying to do together. We should all be working to help shield all Australians, including our farmers and our fishers, from some of the worst impacts of this conflict in the Middle East.
Before I call the member for Bradfield, I'd also like to welcome the Mayor of Mackay, Councillor Greg Williamson, as the guest of the member for Dawson. Give the call to the honourable member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The government's East Coast gas reservation is due to start next year. It will compel the 3 Queensland LNG exporters to reserve up to 25% of our gas for domestic market. While most gas producers support the scheme, some like Beach and Senex have asserted that it could crush gas supplies. Minister, at the same time as you work urgently to end our reliance on costly fossil fuels, will the government stand firm on the domestic gas reservation scheme to ensure that our resources work for us and not multinational corporations?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. The answer is that we are very much, absolutely, confirmed and determined to introduce the gas reservation policy announced by the Minister for Resources and I just before Christmas. And we announced it would start on the 1st of January 2027, although we announced that also from the date of announcement we would regard any contracts entered into at that point as being new and therefore covered by the new regime. The Minister for Resources and I have been consulting very deeply. We called for submissions in December. Those call for submissions closed about a fortnight ago. We received, I think it's 53 submissions that the Minister and I have been working through very carefully. We are now engaged in detailed design. There are a number of elements that need to be determined in close consultation with industry, and by industry I don't just mean gas producers, I also mean heavy industry gas users. We are talking to both sides of the equation, if I put it that way. That's what a good government does, consults deeply. But ultimately the Cabinet will decide the parameters of the gas reservation on the recommendation jointly of the Minister of Resources and I, and we intend to make sure it works for Australians, because the gas that's under our soil and our waters should be gas that the Australian people have first rights to when it comes to the needs of heavy industry and the Australian energy system.
Give the call to the honourable member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services. In the face of global instability, how is the Albanese Labor government taking practical action to protect Australians from rising cost of living pressures and crack down on unfair fees and hidden charges?
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
Speaker, I thank the amazing member for Holt, who has been an absolute champion for consumers throughout her time in this place. Speaker, we know that Australian families, Australian workers, farmers and businesses are doing it tough right now. Conflict in the Middle East means higher fuel costs, higher inflation and supply pressures. That's why the Albanese government is focused on strong, practical action that makes a real difference to household budgets and helps Australians deal with cost of living pressures right now. We've acted to make fuel cheaper for the people who need it by halving the fuel excise and reducing the road user charge for heavy vehicles to zero, cutting costs for families at the Bowser and for truck drivers moving goods across the country. And to ensure these savings are passed on, we've backed that up by increasing maximum penalties for price gouging to $100 million, so unfair and illegal profiteering is met with real consequences. Today we also welcomed efforts by regulators and industry.
The member for Fisher has been interjecting all throughout question time. So you'll leave the chamber. Constantly in the last answer and this answer, that voice continues to chime in. And don't act surprised, because if people are going to continually interject non-stop, everyone's had a pretty good go this week, but people have just got to control themselves. The Minister will continue.
Today, we also welcomed efforts by regulators and industry that provide support at this difficult time. Through greater flexibility in the tax and in the banking systems, practical support to ensure businesses can continue operating, employing Australians and delivering essential goods and services. And we're also cracking down on unfair business practices that quietly drain family budgets. Whether it's hidden fees added at the last click or subscriptions that are hard to cancel, this government, through the hard work of the Assistant Minister, Lee, who introduced legislation to ban unfair trading practices today, is putting a stop to business tactics that cost Australians time and money and which sap their confidence. By strengthening protection against unfair contract terms, banning unfair trading practices, tackling subscription traps and banning drip pricing, we're cracking down on sneaky tactics that quietly rip people off. There are many products that deliver little or no value. Subscriptions to news sites that you only use once, ongoing charges for apps that your kids downloaded, or membership of the Liberal Party. That's because, while under our consumer laws...
Order. No. There is... The minister was... I'll deal with this. I know what you don't need to say it, so you can resume your seat. You don't need to say... The minister wasn't asked about opposition policies or talking points, so we're just going to ask the minister to be directly relevant. There was no tag in that question.
On this side of the chamber, we've been getting on with the job. Yesterday, we supported the Reserve Bank's decision to ban card surcharging. This puts an end to excessive and confusing fees at the checkout, particularly when families are under pressure and every dollar counts. These had been nuisance fees which had been rightly annoying consumers for too long, and it's this government that had acted. And while supporting Australians and standing up for consumers is in this government's DNA, the opposition, as always, continues to oppose or delay practical support. In uncertain times, Australians expect their government to be on their side, and that is exactly what we're doing.
Call to order. We'll give the call to the honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Under the so-called National Fuel Security Plan, can the Prime Minister list who will be classified as a critical user?
Order. No. The Minister for Infrastructure, I can't hear the question. It's a two-way street. I've got to hear the question and then I've got to hear the answer. Order. I'm going to ask, out of respect for the member Mallee, to begin her question again so I can hear the question.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Under the so-called National Fuel Security Plan, can the Prime Minister list who will be classified as a critical user?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question. I note that in the question it speaks about the so-called National Fuel Security Plan. I hope that the member has informed Premier Rockcliffe, Premier Crisafulli and Leah Finocchiaro in the Northern Territory that she doesn't regard the hard work that was done over the weekend to produce the National Fuel Security Plan, and in the many days afterwards. So I was asked about the National Fuel Security Plan, and I'm asking...
Order. Members on my left.
And I am asking... And I am answering it.
Just everyone... The Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives, look, I showed a great deal of respect for the member for Mallee. We just can't have a free-for-all. It's not on. Questions are going to be heard in silence, so the courtesy was given to one side. Do the same to the Prime Minister as well, or any other minister answering a question. The Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I was asked about the National Cabinet document that was agreed unanimously at National Cabinet. And we know from their talking points, backed up by the questions that they've asked here today, that they actually want things to get harder for Australians because they think it will be better for them. Because they think it will be better for them.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? The member for Brisbane has the call. Order. No, when the House comes to order, the member for Brisbane is now going to be heard in silence.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. How is the current fuel crisis impacting housing construction, and how is the Albanese Labor government responding?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Speaker, I thank the member for Brisbane for her question, and I acknowledge her outstanding advocacy for better housing opportunities for her wonderful constituents. Mr Speaker, the war in the Middle East is already having an impact on Australia's economy, and as Housing Minister, I'm particularly concerned about the effect on housing construction. At the outset, Speaker, I want to acknowledge the enormously constructive way that this sector has engaged with me and with our government on some of the challenges that they are facing. The Master Builders Association, HIA, civil contractors, construction workers and others have been meeting regularly with me and my office and helping us understand the situation that they face today and indeed what is likely to happen over the coming weeks. Speaker, they are strong partners of ours and enormously strong advocates for their members. Industry have been really clear with us about two main things, Speaker. First, of course, construction is an essential industry to our country. It is also amongst the largest users of diesel across the Australian economy. So when fuel prices rise, when supply is disrupted in some way, that flows directly and immediately onto our construction industry and to our builders. Speaker, fuel is also a key part of the manufacturing process of materials that builders rely on. I think the Parliament would be aware of the discussion that's been happening in recent weeks, particularly about PVC piping. That is a good where oil is a direct input, and Speaker, we usually buy that product from other countries which are experiencing issues managing the fuel shortages. Speaker, there is one very important and immediate priority that the sector have put to me, and that is our government doing everything that we can to secure fuel supply. And that is why the work of the Prime Minister and the work of the Energy Minister that they've spoken to the Parliament about this week is so important to our economy. Speaker, the Minister for Energy has talked about releasing fuel reserves, adjusting standards so we can stretch supply further, the work of the Export Finance Corporation and the government using those global and diplomatic channels that we have to make sure that we're at the front of the queue for future supply. Speaker, the work with National Cabinet, of course, is absolutely essential. Those state premiers helping us to make sure that fuel is getting to the parts of the country where it's most needed. Speaker, the Treasurer and the Small Business Minister's announcements today about some of that leniency and support that will be offered to small business is absolutely critical for construction. I think the Parliament would understand that this is a sector that is heavily dominated by small and micro businesses, and they are going to need that support. Speaker, the sector enters this challenge on a more stable foundation than it has been on. When we arrived in office, construction costs were rising at 17.3%, the highest in 50 years. On last count, they were rising at 1.8%, Speaker. That doesn't mean there won't be challenges ahead, and we'll work with the sector in partnership to manage them.
The call to the honourable member for Curtin.
This is a question for the Attorney-General. It's coming up to a decade since the implementation of the robo-debt scheme, but there's still no mandatory framework for the use of automated decision-making in government. And now there are real community concerns about the use of automated decisions in aged care and the NDIS. You engaged in a community consultation on automated decision-making well over a year ago. When can we expect to see a legislated and mandatory framework for automated decision-making in government to prevent a repeat of robo-debt?
Call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question and her ongoing interest in this important reform. The Albanese government is working to protect Australians against a repeat of the former Liberal government's illegal and immoral robo-debt scheme. We are developing a consistent whole-of-government framework for the use of automated decision-making, or ADM, implementing recommendations of the Royal Commission into the robo-debt scheme. Responding to the Royal Commission with durable reform is a priority for the government, particularly where it strengthens the integrity, lawfulness and transparency of Commonwealth decision-making. For the benefit of the House, ADM refers to the use of automated systems to carry out administrative actions and make decisions. So, for example, when you receive a Medicare benefit on the spot instead of lodging a claim, that is an automated decision. A well-designed ADM framework will achieve much, including improving accuracy and consistency of administrative decisions, embedding robust safeguards, ensuring ADM tools are used lawfully, responsibly and with appropriate human oversight, It will also enhance public trust by providing transparency about when and how automation is used in government, but it will also lift productivity and service delivery performance, enabling faster, more reliable services that are aligned with community expectations. I can assure the member the framework is being developed carefully and methodically to ensure that it supports innovation whilst maintaining strong protections for individuals, especially where decisions affect rights, entitlements or obligations, and striking that right balance is essential. The government has undertaken extensive consultation, including with the public, to ensure the framework reflects community expectations. Ongoing engagement is also occurring across government to inform the design of the framework, including work with agencies that do have significant experience deploying ADM in their frontline services. The Albanese government's approach is future-focused and it's on delivery. It ensures Australia can responsibly adopt new technologies, derive better quality services in a more timely way, and avoid the types of systemic failures identified by the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. When I'm in a position to provide further information on the timing of these well-advanced reforms, I'm more than happy to engage with the honourable member and any other interested members.
Give the call to the honourable member for Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government improving access to free healthcare for all Australians?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and the member for Griffith. She's made a terrific contribution already in her first year in this place, and I know that in health that contribution is very much shaped by her time as the CEO of the Kookaburra Kids Foundation, a terrific service that supports kids who are impacted by family mental illness. By the time Parliament returns, Mr Speaker, it will be a year since the last election. And we have been busy delivering on all of the promises, all of the commitments that we made to the Australian people back in last May, including to strengthen Medicare, Mr Speaker. Now, central to that particular commitment was the record investment we made to turn around bulk billing on the 1st of November, Mr Speaker, and already more than 3,600 general practices across Australia now are bulk billing all of their patients all of the time. Now, we didn't expect to get to that number until 2028, but we are there already. And I'm pleased to say in the member for Griffith's electorate, the number of 100% bulk billing practices has doubled since November, Mr Speaker. But we're also delivering new models of care to better meet the needs of modern Australia. Today we've got 134 Medicare urgent care clinics open for business, delivering high-quality urgent care for people who have non-life-threatening emergencies, Mr Speaker. More than 2.7 million Australians fully bulk billed. And on January the 1st, 1800 Medicare opened for business. It is delivering high-quality health advice 24/7, 365 days a year, as well as a referral to a free telehealth consult with a GP after hours on weeknights and right across weekends if the triage nurse thinks that's appropriate. But today I particularly want to say that the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and I were delighted to announce the next phase of Medicare Mental Health Check-In. Again, a service that's convenient, that's free, that's backed in by Medicare. And from this week, that service will also provide Australians with low-intensity therapy services online, over the phone, by qualified professionals, particularly for Australians who are experiencing more moderate or more temporary episodes of mental distress. Better care for them, of course, but also taking pressure off the higher intensity mental health services. Importantly, no need for a GP referral. Importantly, no out-of-pocket expenses. And importantly, high-quality care backed in by Medicare, Mr Speaker. That's 12 months of delivering on our commitment to strengthen Medicare, changing the lives and making a real difference to millions of Australians.
Call to the Deputy Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my questions to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister list who will be classified as a critical user under the National Fuel Security Plan?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. And the National Fuel Security Plan as agreed by National Cabinet, does say that there would be preference given to critical users such as life-supporting services, utilities and emergency services. Also relevant, Mr Speaker, although we've made very clear we do not contemplate needing to use the Liquid Fuel Emergency Activities Act, the instrument that is current outlines the essential and critical services. They are an ambulance service, a corrective service, a fire or rescue service, a police service, a public transport service, a state emergency service or equivalent organisation, or a taxi service. Mr Speaker, this is determined by a determination issued by the Minister for Energy. I'm happy to table the current determination, which reads, I, Angus Taylor, Minister for Energy, make the following determination.
Order. Give the call to order. Order. When the House comes to order, I would like to hear from the honourable member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to reform higher education and build the workforce of our future?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank my friend, the classy member for Cunningham, for her question. Can't get anything past you, Daz.
Order.
Mr Speaker, under Bob Hawke and Paul Keating, the number of kids finishing high school jumped from about 40% to 80%. And that was nation-changing reform. It created businesses and a workforce that otherwise wouldn't exist. And a couple of years ago, I released the Universities Accord. What that says is that over the next few decades, we'll need a workforce where 80% haven't just finished school, but they've gone on to TAFE or to university as well. And the Accord sets out a plan for us to get there. Over the last few years, we've bitten off a big chunk of it. We've cut student debt. We're rolling out paid prac for teaching students and nursing students, midwifery students and social work students. We're rolling out free TAFE and study hubs in the bush and now, for the first time ever, in the outer suburbs. And we're funding more places at university. And this week we took the next step. This week, just yesterday, we passed legislation to set up the ATEC. That's the Australian Tertiary Education Commission. And that'll help us to break down the barrier between TAFE and university, make it easier to move between the two, make it easier to get a degree cheaper and faster. And it'll also help to end the hunger games where universities are eating each other alive for students. Instead, the ATEC will allocate places to individual universities. And it will also help more kids from poor families, from the regions and from the bush to get a crack at going to uni in the first place. In the next few months, I'll introduce legislation that will guarantee a place at university for kids from poor families, from the regions and from the bush, if you've got the marks or you've got the skills to take on a degree. If you've got what it takes, you will get a place. And the Australian Tertiary Education Commission will help us to roll all of that out. That'll change what universities look like. But we've also got to change the way universities act. Students have got to be their top priority. And that's what the Student Ombudsman is all about. The boards of universities have got to become more accountable. And that's what the next stage of reform is all about, including the use of consultants. And the university regulator, TEXA, needs better powers to be able to act where universities don't or won't. And that legislation is coming too.
The call to the member for Calare.
To the Prime Minister. The Great Western Highway is closed indefinitely, and 2 days ago a car accident on Chifley Road shut down all access in and out of the Central West. Ian Fitzgerald, who operates ICF Haulage, has 14 permanent employees. He's about to start laying them off because this closure is sending the business broke. Last week in Question Time, you said that the truth is that all governments, state and federal, should have done something about this. It's true. So will your government now lead on delivering a support package for our local businesses being smashed up by this closure?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Clare for his question, and it follows a question he asked in the House last week. I committed then to speak to Minister Atchison, Jenny Atchison, in New South Wales, and I did so, as did the Minister for Transport here. We've also been closely engaged, of course, with your colleague on this side of the House, the member for Macquarie, who has been very concerned. I visited Mount Victoria and that part of the community with the member for Macquarie on a number of occasions over the years. So I'm very conscious that if the road there is shut, then it has a real impact on the wonderful small businesses delivering services, in particular in the tourism sector, but others as well in that community. As you're aware, it remains closed at Mitchell's Causeway following what was a major geotechnical failure. New South Wales has advised that the road is not safe and it can't reopen until it is safe, and there can't be any shortcuts when it comes to safety. Management of the closure and the reopening decision, of course, sit with the New South Wales Government, who are responsible for that area of the road network and the expert advice that they receive. Now, it is expected, based upon that advice, the New South Wales Minister informed me that it's expected to remain in place for at least 3 months. This is a serious issue. The Australian Government has announced assistance for small business today, including temporary tax relief for businesses unable to meet their tax obligations due to fuel supply issues, but it also includes more generous payment plans, remission of interest and penalties, and supporting varying PAYG, pay-as-you-go instalments where there's been a downturn in taxable income. New South Wales has also put in place significant support for business and commuters. I'm happy to continue to work with the member, as will the Minister for Small Business, the member for Cowan, and others on this side of the chamber, as we will continue to work with the member for Macquarie as well, because we are aware, very conscious of the fact that this has occurred at absolutely no fault to any of the communities there, and that is why they are deserving of support.
Give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor Government delivering cost of living relief for Australians, including in the social services portfolio, and are there any risks to this? Well done.
Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker, and thanks so much to the member for Canberra for her question. I was really pleased this morning to visit Vinnie's Samaritan House here in Canberra with the member for Canberra and to meet Brett and Elizabeth and the whole team there at Samaritan House. And we know that members right across this parliament love the work that Vinnie's and services like Vinnie's do around Australia, helping people at times of need. The war in Iran is a long way from Australia, but the impacts are being felt here. We're doing our very best to make sure that we're keeping the fuel supplies coming, but we're also doing our best to help Australians with the cost of living and the pressure that that's putting on Australian families. So I was very pleased today to be able to announce that the Albanese Labor Government is investing an extra $11.7 million in emergency relief funding for services like Vinnie's and others right around Australia. That includes $8.5 million for 196 Commonwealth-funded emergency relief providers. Those services will get an extra 15% on top of their annual funding. We announced that today. That'll help them with things like food parcels for families that need that help. We're also putting almost $2.25 million extra into financial counselling and an extra $1 million for emergency relief providers that are in those top-end areas that have been impacted by Tropical Cyclone Narelle. The extra funding has been welcomed by Uniting Care, Anglicare, the Salvation Army and, of course, St Vincent de Paul Society. Vinnie said, and I quote, "This funding is welcome and necessary." Anglicare said, and I quote, "This funding will help make sure people can get support when they need it most." Of course, we're investing almost $460 million over 5 years in supports like this. When those opposite were in government, they cut $20 million a year from these programs. But that's not all we're doing to help Australians with the cost of living. Of course, there's tax cuts and more tax cuts coming for every taxpayer. We've been supporting wage increases, paid parental leave expansion, 3-day childcare guarantee, cheaper medicines, more bulk billing, 5% deposits for first home buyers, free TAFE, cutting student debts. And, of course, since we came to government, age pensions have gone up by about $5,500 a year. Unemployment benefits have gone up about $4,300 a year. And Commonwealth rent assistance has gone up $1,900 a year. Those opposite are interjecting. When you were in government, you tried to cut $1 billion from pensioner concessions and raise the age to 70.
The minister's time has concluded. Resume your seat. I'm not sure what the manager was doing there, but I'm just going to ask him to, well, whatever you're doing, don't do it. We'll hear from the honourable member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Has the government received advice of any additional fuel ships bound for Australia that have been delayed or cancelled?
The call. Order. Give the order. Order. The member for Nichols. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister has already answered that question. The answer is no. The answer is no.
Order.
Mr Speaker, the situation remains, as the government has said on multiple occasions. There were 6 ships scheduled to arrive sometimes in April that were cancelled, and they have been replaced and then replaced by more with 3 spot cargoes, and I expect that number of spot cargoes to increase materially with the passage of the government's bill to enable Export Finance Australia to support the import of fuel. And I can confirm that for the month of April, orders that are finalised and confirmed amount to 2 billion litres of diesel, 719 million litres of petrol and 740 million litres of crude. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm not quite sure what case the opposition is trying to make here, but the case that the government is making is that the international circumstances are very uncertain. There is a massive impact on the global supply chain of oil and petrol, as we have been saying all through March. But our job is to secure, as best we can, the supply of fuel in those circumstances, and that's exactly what we've done. And we have provided information on that transparently each and every day, and I'll continue to do so over Easter, Mr Speaker.
The call to the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Prime Minister. At a time of global uncertainty and economic pressure, how is the Albanese Labor government fulfilling its commitments and delivering for Australians?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Melbourne for her question, the best member for Melbourne we've had here for some time. Thank you, Mr Speaker. We have always looking for unity, Mr Speaker. Always looking for unity across the parliament. Mr Speaker, we know that Australians at the moment are feeling anxious about what is happening on the globe. They watch it. The Middle East war means there are real pressures on people. The uncertainty that's there from how it will end, when it will end, means that uncertainty is there. We acknowledge that. We're dealing with it. The job of leadership is to deal with immediate issues as they arise, but also to always have your eye on the horizon and how we build a stronger Australia going forward. And that is what we have responded to the biggest spike in global fuel prices in history by cutting the fuel excise in half, establishing the National Strategic Reserve, delivering a national fuel security plan to make a real difference. But at the same time, we've been focused on the agenda that we took to the election last May. Just this week, we have delivered on better wages, fairer prices and a stronger Medicare. We've abolished unfair junior pay rates. We've ended credit and debit card surcharges. We've taken action on unfair hidden fees and subscription traps online. And from today, Medicare mental health check-in service has started. From today. Another week in a year of delivery, ticking off our commitments one by one. 134 Medicare urgent care clinics open, just 3 to go. Cheaper medicines, more GPs bulk billing every patient. The biggest ever investment in women's health, including 33 endo clinics. 230,000 Australians owning their own home for the first time with just a 5% deposit. The 20% cut to student debt delivered. Gender pay gap at an all-time low. Over 300,000 families and businesses with a cheaper battery going forward. $10,000 incentives for construction apprentices and paid prac. 750,000 enrolments in free TAFE. An income tax coming in July.
Member for Goldstein.
This is the last question time. Of course, before the budget. We haven't bothered to have a question from the Shadow Treasurer in the last question time before the budget. It shows that their focus is not on talking Australia up, just talking things down.
Order. Prime Minister.
And on that note, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. I inform the House that today I issued the writ in connection with the by-election for the division of Farrer, and the dates fixed were those announced to the House on the 5th of March 2026. I present the Auditor-General's Performance Audit Report number 28 of 2025-26 entitled Settlement Engagement and Transition Support Program, Department of Home Affairs, Department of Social Services. Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that leave of absence be given to every member of the House of Representatives from the determination of this sitting of the House to the date of its next sitting.
The Leader of the House has moved the motion.
Leave of absence for members.
Sorry, I was just discussing an important matter with the manager. Yes, I'll put the question. Definitely. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the Prime Minister's failure to lead during times of crisis. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Speaker. In times of crisis, Australians look to leaders for clarity, for conviction and for direction. Deputy Speaker, and the strength of a nation's leadership isn't measured in the good times, it's measured in the tough times. The truth is, across our country right now, Australians are worried. They're anxious. They're deeply concerned about what the current challenges mean for them, for their families, for their businesses, for their communities. They're confused by mixed messaging coming from the government. Deputy Speaker, and these aren't abstract concerns. They're felt around the kitchen tables. They're felt at the cafes, at the pubs, wherever people gather, they're talking about it, and they're confused, they're worried, they're anxious. Australians remember with great trepidation the long days spent confined to their homes during the pandemic. They recall governments determining where they could go, who they could see and how they should live their daily lives. These experiences have not been forgotten, Deputy Speaker. They haven't been forgotten. Australians want reassurance that the government has a coherent plan, one that is firmly anchored in the national interest, one that doesn't return us to the days of heavy-handed government intervention. And right at the heart of it, Deputy Speaker, they want transparency. They want to know what's going on. That's how Australians are, and it's fair enough too. We live in one of the greatest democracies in the world, and transparency is a central principle in that democracy. Now, in these circumstances, transparency means understanding what is going on with this fuel crisis. And we've heard the Prime Minister in recent days say that national coordination is essential and the Commonwealth Government is responsible for national fuel security. But 2 days later, he was back to denying any leadership role, saying the response to the fuel shortages was a matter for the states and the territories. Deputy Speaker, not a question for him. Then he was insisting everything was fine, there was no crisis, and mistakenly, a few days later, the Energy Minister, I don't think he was supposed to do it, but he said there was a national crisis. He said they realised what he said and they went into a complete tailspin about it. Time and time again, we've heard the government say, there's lots of fuel, there's more than there's ever been, no shipments have been delayed or cancelled, or they've already been replaced. But today we asked a question, Deputy Speaker, as we have been every day, about what we are seeing in our supply chain, what fuel is there. We asked the Prime Minister to commit to releasing on a daily basis the latest information on the number of servos that are stocked out without fuel, the detailed fuel stock holdings by location, and the number of ships which are bound for Australia and how many have been cancelled or delayed. I would have thought, in the middle of a fuel crisis, they are pretty reasonable things for the Australian people to want to know about. You know what they were saying over there? No, that's too political. That's too political. That's too political. Several of the ministers yelled out, no, that's way too... We can't have the Australian people knowing the facts. That way we can't spin our narrative. We can't spin our narrative. Deputy Speaker, Australians deserve to know what's going on. They are completely confused. The fact that a minister can stand here at the dispatch box and say that there is more fuel in our supply chain than there was before the crisis, and then acknowledge, under pressure, that there's over 600 fuel stations without fuel. Deputy Speaker, it is no wonder Australians are anxious. They're confused, and they want to know what is going on. Now, rather than being honest and open with the public, the government has had, or the opposition has had to pry information out of the government, question by question in Parliament, and they sneer. Every time they have to actually say what is going on, they sneer. Deputy Speaker, they're sneering at the Australian people. They are sneering at people who want to know whether or not they can take their family on a holiday or to meet other family members or to go to church or to go to other events at Easter time. These people want to know, all Australians want to know, whether or not they can do that. Now, Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister's lack of leadership was again on show in the response to our proposal for dealing with affordability of fuel at the power supply. Good idea. And, Deputy Speaker, we laid out a very clear plan, fully funded, so it wouldn't fuel inflation, to bring down the price of fuel by 26 cents, over 26 cents a litre. And you know what? One of the ministers said that day? They said it was a thought bubble. And then they went away and had the weekend off, came in on Monday and realised, they suddenly realised in a panic that they actually had to bring down the price of fuel, Deputy Speaker. They brought down the price of fuel. We showed leadership, Deputy Speaker, and they showed a complete absence of leadership in dealing with this. Now, alongside transparency and responsibility, leadership requires accountability too. And, Deputy Speaker, the lack of willingness to take accountability from this government is like nothing I have seen In the course of my career, I've not seen anything like it. At the beginning of, soon after this crisis began, they said all the inflation that you're feeling, all the interest rate rises that you've seen, they're all caused by the crisis. Deputy Speaker, but what we know is before this began, interest rates were already rising. Inflation was at the highest level of any developed country in the world, Deputy Speaker. But what we also know that this Treasurer has found a long list of people to blame for his complete failures on managing the economy. He's blamed Xi, he's blamed Trump, he's blamed Putin. He's back to blaming Trump now. He'll always find someone to blame. The one thing he will not do is take accountability and fix the problem, Deputy Speaker. No accountability at all. And Australians are feeling the weight of this in their electricity bills. The health insurance premiums up 4.5% today. 4.5% today. In the cost of putting a roof over their heads, $28,000 a year after tax. I'm always reminded of it, after tax, they're having to pay extra because of rising interest rates under this government. The lack of leadership from this Treasurer, from this Prime Minister, has impacted Australians' lives for the worse for the last 4 years. And Deputy Speaker, not only have they been grappling with rising inflation, high inflation, rising interest rates, going into this fuel crisis, they have also been suffering from an economy that just does not work for Australians. And as I said in this place the other day, whilst the economy has grown by 7.5%, population in this country, mostly immigration, has grown by exactly 7.5%, Deputy Speaker. And it is no wonder Australians are having to work harder for less. Australians are struggling to put food on the table, so many families struggling, and they are struggling now to put fuel in the car, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Australians are watching and they're worried. They are looking for leadership, they're looking for clarity, they're looking for action. They're not looking for confusion and contradiction and delay. And this government has repeatedly failed to provide the leadership that they need. I call on the government now to get on with the job. On top of following our lead on bringing down the price of fuel, they should immediately make those fuel stocks, what's available across the supply chain, servos, on the way to the servos in ships coming to the country, make that transparent on a daily basis. Deputy Speaker, it needs to be made transparent on a daily basis. They then need to move the fuel to those servos. We know it's 600 servos. Well, that's the latest count, although we've seen other counts that are being published now of 800 or even 900 servos without fuel. There is a complete lack of clarity about this, but we know it's a lot because we see it when we're getting out and about around our electorates. It is time to move that fuel that they keep talking about to those servos so Australians can have confidence that it's there. And they need to come clean about what happens next. If they are going to impose heavy-handed mandates on Australians, they need to tell Australians that. Tonight at 7 o'clock, the Prime Minister has an opportunity to do these things. These are the tests for him tonight. Transparency, accountability, responsibility, and telling Australians where this goes next, because right now they have simply had enough.
Just before I give you a call, if members are leaving, just please do so quietly and quickly. And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Immigration, Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thank you, Speaker. Oh, the irony of the Leader of the Opposition should move a motion regarding leadership during a time of crisis, Speaker. This is the man whose policy response to increasing our nation's fuel reserves was to store more of our fuel offshore in another country, the United States. Imagine if the Minister for Offshore Fuel over there was the Energy Minister now. With an international oil crisis due to the war in the Middle East, instead of being able to release 20% of our fuel reserve, as our government was able to do over the last couple of weeks, if the Leader of the Opposition was the Energy Minister, we'd be begging the United States to release and to ship fuel to Australia. And the response that we could have got from the United States was, get your own oil. Get your own oil. That could have been the response that we've got, but thank God, Speaker, we have a responsible Labor government in charge that had the foresight to bring Australia's strategic fuel reserves back here in Australia onshore where they belong. During times of international crisis, Speaker, Australians want stable, responsible leadership and cooperation. And that is exactly what the Prime Minister and our government is delivering during this difficult period. As soon as the war broke out in the Middle East, we convened the National Security Committee of Cabinet to develop a plan to secure our fuel supplies and to keep prices as low as possible. Since that day, we've listened to the experts, we've consulted with the states and territories, but most importantly, we've listened to the Australian people. We know that they are feeling pain because of the increase in international energy prices due to the war, and we understand the difficulties that this is creating for families, for households and for businesses. But we've developed a plan in consultation with the Australian people in the states and territories to maximise the supply of fuel, to minimise the price pressure, to crack down on price manipulation, to eliminate energy bottlenecks, to protect regional communities and industries, and to prepare a plan for all contingencies. Speaker, the conflict in the Middle East has reduced supply and inflated international prices for oil, and no nation has been able to escape that reality, nor Australia. And we know that this is hurting households and businesses' budgets. But we've put in place measures to reduce prices. Today, we've halved the fuel excise to 26.5 cents a litre for 3 months, and that is already starting to flow through to prices at the bowser. We've cut the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero for 3 months to lower the costs for truckies, who are essential to keeping food on the shelves, and financial support as well. We're providing financial counselling for farmers, who we know are doing it tough due to supply constraints in rural and regional areas. Speaker, we're also acting to increase supplies throughout the Australian market. We've released 20% of Australia's strategic fuel reserves, about 760 million litres, predominantly of diesel, to bring that, and we were able to do that because we brought that strategic reserve back to Australia, rather than having a voucher system where we would have relied on the United States to not only release the fuel but then to ship it to Australia. We've now got the stockpile here. Now that's the actions of a responsible government for a contingency such as this. We've temporarily changed the petrol and diesel fuel standards to get more fuel flowing. We've legislated new fuel security processes and powers to allow governments to underwrite the purchase of fuel on international markets to give supply confidence and to keep buying fuel for Australia's needs. And we're engaging with international partners. Over the course of the last couple of weeks, I've met with the Japanese minister regarding fuel supplies and representatives of the Republic of Korea to ensure fuel supplies to Australia. We're acting to stop price manipulation. We've doubled penalties for price gouging to $100 million. The ACCC has launched enforcement investigations into major fuel suppliers over anti-competitive behaviour. We've consulted the states and territories to develop a national fuel security plan endorsed by those governments, including LNP governments, and we've coordinated a response for supply by removing bottlenecks where they were occurring in the regions. As well as that, we've appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force coordinator who's working with the states and territories to ensure consistent supply and provide regular updates. But, Speaker, most importantly, we're consulting with the Australian people. Our MPs and senators have been working with their communities regarding supply constraints and feeding that in to the Minister for Energy. We've worked with the states and territories, energy and representatives, and the premiers and chief ministers. We've worked with business groups, farmers and the agricultural sector, and they are on board with the plan. The only ones who aren't on board with the plan seem to be the opposition. This is what the Business Council of Australia, Brand Black, said on the 23rd of March. Australia's companies are working collaboratively with the government, and that's the point I want to stress. This is a time where we really need to adopt a Team Australia moment. We need to come together We need to be working together. We need to be collaborative. We need to be engaged, and we need to recognise that it's only by working together that we'll get through it. The challenges that we're experiencing are largely driven by increased demand. That's the view of the Business Council of Australia, peak business body. Then we've got the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, David Alexander, who said on Monday fuel supply is at a national level continuing. But obviously there are hotspots where there are gaps in distribution, and the government's working to plug those gaps. The government announced it would underwrite the purchase of oil in alternate markets. That's a very smart move by the government. That's the view of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The National Farmers Federation, Speaker, what have they said about the government's plan? They said, quote, the National Farmers Federation welcomes the appointment of Anthea Harris as the Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator. We acknowledge the global factors at the core of these issues and that the need for calm and considered approach to supply chain issues is imperative in responding to global trade and import disruptions. Speaker, even the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party is on board with our changes to policy when Senator Jane Hume said recently, quote, interestingly, when you cut fuel excise, you actually potentially reduce inflation. So the first effect, it actually cuts inflation. It's great news for Australian families and small businesses who are going to pay less for fuel now. Darren Chester, Nationals leader in the House of Representatives, quote, I think from an Australian consumer's perspective, they will welcome the relief, Speaker. So there we have the business community, the farming community in Australia, the Liberal Party and the National Party all on board with our government's approach to dealing with this international fuel crisis, all except the Leader of the Opposition. And isn't it ironic, Speaker, isn't it ironic that the Leader of the Opposition talked about accountability, This from the man who tried to hide increases in electricity prices for Australian consumers until after an election when he was the Energy Minister. He cannot come into this chamber and talk about accountability, given his track record when it comes to electricity prices, Speaker. So most importantly, what our government is doing is ensuring that we are working with the Australian people. And tonight, the Prime Minister will speak to the nation, will speak to the Australian people about the difficulties and the challenges that our nation is facing, but most importantly, he will outline the actions that our government is taking. Strong actions that are collaborative with the states and territories to ensure that we do everything we can to boost supply, to reduce prices and to remove bottlenecks. Now, the opposition are being critical and have become rather hysterical over the last couple of days in their criticisms of the government. And they're very good at the criticism, they're very good at parliamentary speeches, but what we haven't seen from the opposition, Speaker, is a plan. Where is your plan? What is your plan for the Australian people? What is your plan for the Australian people to get through this difficult situation? I'm not aware of any policies that have been released by the government because they have no credible alternative plan, they have no detail, they have no pathway and they have no solution, but most importantly, they have no leadership.
And I give the call to the member for Riverina.
The member for Kingsford Smith, the minister, ought to know that the fuel excise cut was what the coalition asked, demanded, implored the government to do, and the government then saw fit to do it. So it was the plan put forward by the coalition, and the road user charge, that was also said by coalition members to make sure that we could keep our trucks on the road. And when it comes to keeping trucks on the road, I spoke to Andrew Duff from Goolagong. He's got a couple of trucks in that little town on the Lachlan Valley Way in the Cowra Shire, and this is what he said to me, and Labor members ought to listen to this. He said, like, we've got no reception, we've got no services, and now We've always bought bulk fuel off BP Lowe's, always, and we're not hoarding. We've always paid our bill. I've always paid my taxes. I've been in business. I've had my own truck since I was 26 and I'm 41 now. And this is the first time in 15 years I'm staring down the barrel of financial ruin. And that's hard to swallow because we've never defaulted on anything. And even I went to check with the accountant 3 weeks ago because I knew what was coming. Because of what a lot of these politicians don't understand, or maybe they do, I'm talking about this Albanese government. The margins weren't there before this happened, like the base inflation is killing us. Yep. We've gone from paying, when I started out I used to buy a 20-litre drum of Cat DEO oil for engine oil. It was $80. It was $80. So I bought oil. One of our trucks was out because we buy bulk everything now. It's the only way to save, but it cost me $200 for 20 litres of oil the other day. Like the margins and the insurances have literally, and I'm not being dramatic in this sense, they've collapsed the industry, they have, but the thing is they haven't realised it. Now he and his wife Claire, Andrew Duff and his wife Claire, they're good people. And they are emblematic of people right throughout regional Australia. They can't afford to pay for the fuel for their trucks, but that's if they were lucky enough to have fuel, because Goolagong in the central west of New South Wales has been out of diesel, been out of fuel for 3 weeks, and that's simply not good enough. And when the Prime Minister comes in here and says that he and his government are transparent, well, yes, they are, because people can see right through them. They can see right through them. And the issue is about supply. It's about accessibility, it's about availability, and it's about affordability. And all of those things have disappeared in regional Australia. Yes. They've disappeared just like the leadership of this Prime Minister and his government, because they have been gone missing in action right throughout regional Australia. And it's not just the truckies, it's the farmers, because it is sowing season. Now, I know a lot of those opposite don't realise how crucial it is to have diesel at this point in time, in April and early May, where the seeds go in the ground and they grow the crops that are then harvested later in the year. That's how it works. But it can't work and it won't work if they have no diesel to put in their tanks to drive their heavy farm machinery to sow the crops, to direct drill, to scarify. And then later in the year, they won't be putting their headers out in the paddocks because they won't have a crop to strip. And that is so tragic, because that is going to lead the fuel security crisis to a food security crisis, and that will lead to a national security crisis. And this is all on Labor's watch. And what does the Minister for Climate Change and Energy do? He appoints Anthea Harris. My goodness, if she's not busy enough already doing the review into the Water Act, he gives her his own job. He outsources his own job to do it as well. Not good enough, Minister. Simply not good enough. As if the people of the Murray-Darling Basin haven't got enough on their plates, enough on their minds. Now they've got the person who's supposed to be doing the Water Act review is now doing another task, outsourced by the minister, the hapless minister. It's simply not good enough. The same minister who couldn't stop the boats when he had the responsibility to do so now can't tell us what boats are coming and what isn't coming. Simply not good enough. And just as a little aside, it's Easter this weekend. I just finished speaking to Rhiannon Drews from the Junee Licorice and Chocolate Factory, and she said their sales for chocolate Easter eggs are at an all-time low because people simply can't afford it. And the other thing is people aren't going through their little shop because they can't afford the fuel to get out to that place. So that is just a tragedy for that business. It's emblematic of what's happening right across regional Australia.
Member for Reid.
And I have listened very closely to the contributions from those opposite, and I know that they speak with great passion for their constituents and farmers. If only they could convert that passion into a plan for how they would bring more fuel into this country in the short term, because they don't have a plan. And during times of national crises, Australians want us to pull together. They want us to work together. They want us across the parliament, coalition, crossbench, to work together in the national interest. And we do that best. Australians do that best. We've seen that in natural disasters where there are mates helping mates. We saw that during the global financial crisis when the opposition at the time supported the bank deposit guarantee. And we saw that during COVID and lockdowns when the Labor opposition at the time supported JobKeeper to make sure that people were still getting paid. These are big shocks that have happened to our country, external to anything that has been caused by any government at the time, but we all pulled together to get through it. And what we are facing at the moment is another big challenge. And the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, Fatih Birol, said, "This crisis, as things stand now, is 2 oil crises and 1 gas crisis put together." So at a time when we should be pulling together, we should be working in the national interest, and we are. Even the member for New England, the member for One Nation, is pulling together, willing to pitch in. The only people who aren't are those opposite. And I want to be very specific when I refer to those opposite, because the crossbench have also been willing to contribute. And I am talking about the Liberal and National Party members here, because let's look at what they've been saying. Matt Canavan said, "Now, thanks to Labor's war on fossil fuels, Australians are at breaking point." What a ridiculous statement. We are in this situation not because of our climate change agenda, but because of the war in Iran. Let's get the facts straight. Senator Michaelia Cash said, "The government needs to come clean with the Australian people, and I have no confidence." At a time when we need people to trust in government, when we need people to listen to our messages, what do? Undermine trust in our political system, in our democracy and in our government. That is a complete and abject failure on their part. She went on to say, "Get Chris Bowen in a blasted tanker and get him to drive it to those stations." They have completely misunderstood the lessons from their time in COVID. When Scott Morrison went around talking about not holding a hose and the constituency in Australia punished him for that, it's not that they want you to actually hold a hose. They want you to show leadership and be in the country, not in Hawaii. That's the message they were trying to send you. So they don't actually want Chris Bowen to go around driving a tanker. That is ridiculous. They didn't want Scott Morrison to hold a hose. They wanted him to show leadership. And Chris Bowen is showing leadership. He's in this country. He's standing up and showing leadership every day by getting more fuel supply into this country. So those opposite have been alarmists. They have been breeding mistrust in the community, and they have been causing people to panic buy and stockpile. And little wonder that they cannot find leadership, because whilst they all have leader in their title, it's not about having leader in your title, it's about showing up, the actions that you choose to take, the things that you choose to say. Because I could very well come up here and say, talk about the failure of the previous coalition government. I could talk about the fact that they didn't keep fuel reserves on shore, that they kept them in Texas. I could talk about their failure to incentivise Australians to electrify faster. I could talk about the fact that they let 4 of the 6 oil refineries leave our shores. But that would be petty. That would be politicising the issue. And I'm not about point scoring. I'm all about leading.
And I give the call to the member for Casey.
Member for Reid did just go there, although I would remind her that 2 of those refineries were announced as closures under the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd government, so those opposite should be very careful about criticising. And the member for Reid talked about commentary in crises, and I was prepared because I thought this might come up today. I'm going to read out a few quotes from someone that gave commentary during a crisis. COVID, when we all needed to band together, and we've heard from those opposite that you shouldn't be criticising leaders during COVID. That's a failure of leadership if you criticise during COVID. Let's pay bingo. Who said this? At this moment of crisis, the Prime Minister has failed to lead. That was the then opposition leader, Anthony Albanese, during COVID. That's one. The Prime Minister has no plan, just more confusion and blame shifting. That's 2. Opposition Leader at the time, Anthony Albanese. Let's go with 3. This government will blame any weakness on crisis, but that is disingenuous at best. Who was that? Opposition Leader Anthony Albanese. I've got a whole page. I'm not going to read them. I hope the member for Reid takes these to the Prime Minister and holds him to account for his commentary during COVID. Because, let's be honest, we are sick of the sanctimony from this Prime Minister. His own words show the hypocrisy of this Prime Minister and shows a complete failure in leadership. But let's talk about this failure in leadership. This Prime Minister is not a leader. At best, he's a manager. At best, he looks to manage the situation and spin it to his own advantage. And we've seen that this week. They do say that imitation is the greatest form of flattery. Well, the Prime Minister paid the Coalition a great form of flattery, working proactively, offering policies to solve the solutions that we face, by imitating and copying our policy on Monday to cut the fuel excise and reduce the road user charge to take pressure off the Australian people. Announced on Friday by the Coalition, the Opposition Leader wrote to the Prime Minister. 3 days later, on Monday, it became government policy. That is about leadership by the Opposition Leader, working constructively, bringing forward a policy that will take pressure off the Australian people. And it was such a good idea that the Prime Minister took it. So well done, Prime Minister. Although there has been, surprisingly, member for Riverina, some members in this House that have criticised that policy. Surely not in a crisis where fuel prices are above $2.50, diesel above $3. Well, we can't name them because they are nameless Labor backbenchers. They were happy to background against the Prime Minister and the Treasurer into the Australian, but didn't have the courage to put their name to the quotes. But we'll read those. Now, this is a quote from an unnamed Labor backbencher that was backgrounding against the Prime Minister. Prime Minister should start watching his back. And I quote, "Surprised we've done this, given how many of us are against it." Oh, there we go. So we hear the truth. The Labor backbenchers are actually against cutting the fuel excise. So if you're struggling to pay your petrol bill, just realise that the Labor backbenchers didn't want the 26 cents a litre cut. Another quote from the unnamed backbenchers, and multiple backbenchers provided quotes, and I quote, "To say most backbenchers are perplexed would be an understatement." Perplexed. 2 things have happened there if they're perplexed. If those backbenchers that are backgrounding and white-anting the Prime Minister are perplexed, that proves that it was not part of the Prime Minister's plan and he took the coalition policy, imitation, greatest form of flattery. It also means that those opposite on the backbench are clearly not talking to their communities. They are clearly not talking to their communities and understanding that Australians are struggling, truckies are struggling, the diesel price— I'm making stuff up. I'm literally reading quotes your backbenchers provided. Talk to your colleagues. Third quote. We'll go to third. Quote. Third one for the member for Hunter. "We've studied article after article that says this doesn't help. It's a short-term sugar hit." 3 unnamed Labor backbenchers happy to background the Australian. They've gone very quiet because they apparently don't support cost of living relief for the Australian people. Well, the opposition does, because we know our communities are doing it tough. We know that they need support. And that's why the opposition leader led. He wrote to the Prime Minister requesting this policy. The Prime Minister backflipped and followed us. But we know those opposite don't actually support relief for the Australian people. They said it in their own words. Could you be more out of touch?
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. When people in my community talk to me at local events, at mobile offices, at Cessnock, Singleton or Morisset Bunnings, they're not interested in political games. They're not interested in motions like this. They're not interested in cheap political point scoring. What they are interested in is very simple. They want us to get on with the job. They want us to listen. They want us to act. And, Speaker, in times like this, when a crisis is coming from beyond our shores, Australians expect their government to step up and lead with practical action. Because right now, people are feeling the pressure. They're seeing it every time they fill up the car.
They are seeing it in their businesses. They are seeing it at their kitchen table when they're working out what the week ahead looks like. And that's what's been driving the conversations I've been hearing back at home. The one thing I'll say about people of the Hunter is this: they will always let you know exactly how they're feeling, and thank you for that too. They'll tell you straight up, fuel prices are hurting, cost of living is tough, and they just want to know what's being done about it. I've heard it from small business owners, tradies and families juggling mortgages and groceries, all saying the same thing. They do not expect miracles, but they do expect us to take them seriously and do something practical. I've had people say to me, just keep it simple, just listen and do what you can. And that's exactly the approach I've taken. So last week I took those conversations directly to the PM. I've spoken with the relevant ministers as well, and I've made sure those voices are being heard. And the important thing is they are being listened to and action is being taken. That's how this government works. We listen, we act, because this situation, the conflict in the Middle East, is pushing up fuel prices right across the world, Speaker. And that is not something that we can control. But what we can control is how we respond. And what I've seen and what my community is seeing is a government that is responding. We've halved fuel excise for 3 months, taking more than 25 cents off per litre of fuel. That's relief straight up. That's money straight into people's back pockets. We've cut the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero because we know when transport costs go up, everything else follows. We're cracking down on petrol companies doing the wrong thing with tougher penalties and real enforcement. And we're working with states and industry and our international partners to make sure fuel keeps getting where it's needed most. At the same time, we're continuing broader cost of living support, whether it's tax cuts, cheaper medicines or strengthening Medicare. Now, Speaker, that didn't happen in a vacuum. That happened because people spoke up, because this government is all about listening and acting. And that's the difference. Because what Australians expect in times like this is not noise. They expect us to step up. They expect us to work together. They expect us to focus on them. And instead, what they're seeing from those opposite is the same old behaviour. Oppose everything, knock everything, offer nothing. And at the time, Australians just want us to get on with the job, and people see straight through that. They know it doesn't help them pay their bills. They know it doesn't help them make their fuel cheaper. They know it doesn't make their lives easier. What helps is action. What helps is listening. What helps is getting on with the job, and that's exactly what this government is doing. I've seen it firsthand. I've taken concerns from my community straight into conversations with the Prime Minister and ministers, and I've seen those concerns turn into real decisions. And that matters because it shows people that their voice travels from their street to their local member and through to the decisions at the highest level. That's what good governments do. That's what people expect. That's what we are delivering, because it's about keeping Australia moving and supporting communities like mine. So yes, this is a challenging time, Speaker, but what matters is how we respond. And this government is responding by listening to Australians and acting on their interests. That's what leadership looks like, not noise, not politics, just getting on with the job. And that's what I'll continue to do for my community. And my community is telling me, Speaker, every single day that I'm speaking with them, they actually want us to work together. They want the people on the other side from us to work together on this. We right now are in a national crisis, not something that we ever should be arguing about. This is the second time in less than 5 months that we've been in an issue, in a situation where we should be working together. It's utterly disgusting that those opposite are playing political games with people's lives right now. It is putrid what is happening from there. You can see why their numbers are going down, down and down in the polls. You can certainly see it. You guys need to have a good hard look at yourselves and think about what Aussies want, because Aussies want us to work together. The people of the Hunter want us to work together and actually do better for them instead of being up here arguing over petty little things. Thank you, Speaker.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, from panic buying to apparently tonight at 7 p.m, a panic address by a Prime Minister who is really struggling to pull the narrative back to he's in control. This MPI is about leadership and the PM's failure to lead. I do have a few pages here that might address that issue. But I really want to just look at one. I asked the Prime Minister today in question time about the National Fuel Security Plan, and could he Tell us who will be classified as critical users. Well, he couldn't. He wasn't happy about the question and sat down. We asked it again, and we finally found out that it is emergency workers, as you would expect: the police, the SES, the ambulance, fireys, and we understand all of that. What fills me with dismay is that this Prime Minister and his cabinet do not understand that farmers and the trucking industry ought to also be in that critical user list. And that's because if our trucks stop, Australia stops. If farmers can't get their seed into the ground, then it doesn't grow, and guess what? It doesn't make food, and they can't harvest it. Fuel is essential for our farmers. Now, on top of that, urea is essential for our farmers. What is this government doing about it? Well, a little too late, frankly. And I would say right from the get-go, this Prime Minister has failed the leadership test. The fact that he turns to us in the coalition time after time and says, well, what's your solution? Come to me with your answers. No, you are the Prime Minister, and you have a cabinet who are should be working with everyone to sort out these issues. These are complex issues, nobody is denying that, but there are people who are being left behind, and it's people in regional Australia. The Prime Minister has repeatedly said he will leave no one behind. Well, I would argue that he is absolutely leaving regional Australians behind. So halving the fuel excise. Of course, we called for it on Friday. We also called for the road user charge to be dropped. And by Monday, finally, the Prime Minister comes forward and he says, oh, guess what we're going to do? We're going to actually halve the excise, and in agreement with the states, we're going to drop the road user charge. And tonight, I dare say, we will hear from the Prime Minister his next steps. It is a government that is acting to preserve its status rather than acting in the interests of all Australians. That is my deep concern. We belled the cat yesterday on a crazy plan to expand the number of MPs in Parliament. I mean, my goodness me, tone deaf, absolutely tone deaf. And there is no way that the Labor Party can walk away from this. The negotiations were happening. We know they were happening. And John Farrell, the Minister of State, made the statements last week. So we know that it was on the table. The Prime Minister then said, no, nothing to see here. I'm actually happy with the makeup of this Parliament. That's exciting. So suddenly that was off the table. That's not leadership. Why were those discussions even taking place in the crisis that this nation is facing? It's a really good question. Failure number 2. Let us talk about anti-Semitism just for a moment and the Bondi awful events that took place. The Prime Minister took 4 years to finally call out anti-Semitism, and he would not use the words Islamic extremism, just wouldn't use them. And consequently, Bondi took place. Suddenly, there's panic stations and things need to take place. Action needs to happen. We called for a Royal Commission over and over again. It took the Prime Minister, I think, around 3 weeks to eventually come to a point where a Royal Commission was actually called for. That is not leadership. That is following once the herd have bolted. Australians wanted a Royal Commission, and this Prime Minister did not come to the table. There are so many other examples of his failure to lead, and our nation deserves better.
Member for Moreton.
Australians are so often defined by how we treat each other, by how we treat other people. And in ordinary times, that might be described as friendly, it might be described as easygoing, it might be described as being a good mate. But in more challenging times, those traits of mateship often transform. They transform into resilience, they transform into dependability, and they transform into being someone who stands ready when things are tough and when times are hard.
That's right.
That's what happens in challenging times. And there is no doubt that these are challenging times, because there's a war in the Middle East right now, a conflict that is happening that originated so far from our golden sandy shores, but nonetheless one that is having an impact on the global economy.
Huge impact.
And that's also having an impact here at home. We know it's impacting on families. We know it's impacting on farmers. We know that it is impacting on businesses. And Deputy Speaker, the test for leadership in challenging times is listening. It's setting out a vision for our country, and it's making that vision a reality.
That's right.
And we've pulled together leaders and experts, this Prime Minister, this Albanese Labor government, to listen. We've set out a clear plan for that vision, and we are undertaking the practical action to make that plan a reality for the Australian people. And in that practical plan, we are halving the fuel excise to make sure that every litre is cheaper. We are taking the heavy vehicle road user charge down to zero to make sure that trucks can get to their destination. We are cracking down on those seeking to take advantage of a crisis in the Middle East. We are underwriting fuel purchases being made on the international market to make sure we can get more fuel into our country and drive up supply.
That's leadership.
We are making sure that truckies are being treated fairly. We are releasing 20% of our fuel reserves that are now held in this country, to make sure that we have more supply in the pot. And Deputy Speaker, what I would say to those opposite is that talk without action is the natural enemy of change, of reform. Leadership demands more than just a title. And my message to those who sit opposite is this. This is the moment to get on board with Australia. This is the moment to choose the Australian people. This is the moment to choose our nation. This is the moment to be constructive. This is the moment to resist populism. And this is the moment to back our country in. Deputy Speaker, leadership is not about how you tear down the show, although members opposite might be forgiven for thinking that, given what we've seen over the past 12 months. Leadership is not about how loud you shout. And leadership is not about how much fear that you can whip up with talking points designed not to back in Australians, but to reap advantage from a tough time when the chips are down. And Deputy Speaker, if you want to know about leadership, and if you want to know what this place is about, all you need to do is look up. Because that skylight right there, that was put there to remind us that this place is more than just the people sitting in this chamber. It's about what's out there. It's about the Australian people. That's what leadership is. And I remind members opposite to look up.
Member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the absolute nerve of those opposite to come into this place at a time when Australians are doing it tougher than ever before, to come in here and lecture us on leadership. The absolute nerve, Deputy Speaker. Can I say we heard nothing but buzzwords, nothing but plans, nothing but we're going to take action, we're going to do X, Y, Z, no details, but a lecture on leadership, something that those opposite are absolutely lacking. Australians are looking for leadership right now. They are looking and crying out. They're crying out for leadership because we have a Prime Minister, we have a Treasurer, we have an Energy Minister who are not prepared to be upfront and honest with the Australian people, who are not prepared to have direct conversations with Australians at a time when Australians are concerned, at a time where they're anxious. What we're seeing is they're sending mixed messages, and that's resulting in confusion. It's resulting in people who, at a time that Australians should be celebrating, we're approaching Easter, families should be coming together, people should be thinking about things other than how they're going to get places or if they can get places. We're seeing people on that side of the chamber dismissing those concerns. Now, there's nothing to see here, that's right. Now, what we need is reassurance of the plan. And we need transparency. And this is something that we have asked for time and time again at question time and at every opportunity we have had. We need to know what's going on with this fuel crisis because we have memories of COVID. And I speak to the people in my electorate of McPherson, especially because we are a border community down the southern end of the Gold Coast, and the country went through a lot. The world went through a lot. And we need some sort of reassurance from this government, from this Prime Minister, that the government is in control and that our lives are not going to be taken over by government again. Now, the Prime Minister has previously passed the buck to states and territories. He's then he sent out his Energy Minister, who I think somewhat unscripted, came out and said this is a national crisis. So we've seen mixed messages time and time again. And just about every day in question time, the coalitions stood up and asked for something that I think is relatively simple. We've asked about fuel stock holdings, we've asked about outages at petrol stations, we've asked about shipment delays and details. For a government that spends so much time talking about transparency, talking about integrity, talking about the importance of democracy, we're not getting any of those qualities from this leadership, or so-called leadership. Australians deserve to know what is going on. Now, the coalition is prepared to be constructive, and one of the things that members of this side of the House have said is that we are happy with the fact that the government has come to the table in relation to reducing the fuel excise. Now, this is something that we have been calling out for. The Prime Minister and the Minister seemed to just ignore it over the weekend, and then they came back this week and they said, well, yes, they weren't thinking about it. They took a weekend off. And now they've come back and said, yes, OK, we're going to agree with the coalition and we're going to do this. Now, look, we will take it. That is great. It is good for the Australian people because at a time where they're hurting from this fuel crisis, but it's not just the fuel crisis. It's the fuel crisis on top of everything else. It's on top of all the pressures that have been piled on one after the other, not to mention the 14 interest rate rises, not to mention their mortgages going up, not to mention the costs of groceries, the cost of electricity, the cost of fuel, everything. Insurance is a massive one. This is on top of all of that. And despite the fact that one of the government ministers referred to our idea of cutting the fuel excise as a thought bubble, they've now adopted it, and we applaud them on doing that, although every day they didn't do it cost Australians $16 million, $16 million of extra fuel. Now, coming to the table late is not leadership. So to the member who spoke before, the member for Moreton, I say when you come into here and lecture us on leadership, actually look at yourselves. Actually look at yourselves and don't be interjecting when you're not in your seat. Don't be interjecting when you're not in your seat. You can blame everybody else, but when it comes to leadership, you should actually sit up and pay attention because the Australian people deserve that.
Member for Maribyrnong has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Just a moment, Member for Maribyrnong. On a point of order?
It's on the point of order raised by the member for McPherson. I think it would be timely to just remind members.
It didn't raise one. He just didn't give me the courtesy of addressing it at all. So sit down, please. I do not need to remind. Otherwise, I would have reminded your side some time ago as well. Member for Maribyrnong has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australians can see right through this. This matter reeks of hypocrisy, and it demonstrates why the current leader of the opposition just doesn't get it. Leadership is not using a global crisis to stoke fear, to weaponise real anxiety for political gain. Yet that is all those opposite have done since this conflict in the Middle East began. But Australians, not quite surprised at this, they remember what leadership looked like under those opposite when they last were in government. They remember being told, "I don't hold a hose, mate," by the then Liberal Prime Minister who chose to holiday in Hawaii while regional Australia burned. They remember a vaccine rollout so bungled that when the rest of the world was reopening, Australia couldn't, because according to those opposite, it wasn't a race. And then in just the past 3 months, Australians have been reminded of this all over again. Former Leader of the Opposition, Susan Lee, had the chance, in the wake of our country's worst terrorist attack in history, to do what every other opposition leader has done in recent memory: back Team Australia, call for calm, call for unity. Instead, she manufactured outrage and stoked division, and one by one, those opposite fell in behind her. Today, nothing has changed. This new leader of the opposition, rather than working with the government and in the interest of Australian people, uses this chamber to play politics, spread misinformation, scare families who are already anxious watching the events overseas unfold, and then feeling that pressure here at home. All those opposite want to do is talk Australia down, because they are more interested in what they can gain from this crisis rather than backing in Australians. We're not. We're stepping up and we're stepping in. That is what leadership actually looks like. Disciplined, methodical action and the commitment to give Australians the confidence when they need it most. The conflict may lie beyond our control, but our responses do not, and this government is exercising that responsibility every single day. Under this Prime Minister's leadership, the government acted immediately as soon as the crisis began, and we have acted every day since, giving Australian households and businesses the best possible chance to withstand what this global crisis has already thrown at us and what it may still. We double penalties for false and misleading conduct and cartel behaviour, putting fuel companies on notice. We've given ACCC stronger deterrence tools to protect Australians during this time of uncertainty. We have backed our trucking industry to keep moving so our economy keeps moving. And what do those opposite do? I don't think they didn't vote against it. I don't think they were even here in the chamber. What is that leadership? Real leadership means stepping up and stepping in for workers, for businesses, for families under pressure. Deputy Speaker, we have focused every day on securing and strengthening fuel supply. We released 20% of our fuel reserves that are actually here in this country, not somewhere else overseas. We eased petrol standards. We've halved the fuel excise, unlocking more supply and lowering prices for ordinary Australians. While those opposite have been consumed by their own leadership dramas, the Prime Minister convened National Cabinet, bringing the states and territories and the Commonwealth together behind a coordinated approach and plan. That led to the appointment of the Fuel Supply Task Force, the activation of an emergency fuel coordination mechanisms and an agreement on the National Fuel Security Framework. Australians will remember what National Cabinet looked like under those opposite during the pandemic, when the then Prime Minister used it for political cover and attacked state premiers who were simply trying to keep Australians safe. This is different. This is genuine national unity, and Australians recognise it. Deputy Speaker, time and time again, those opposite who have sat on the government benches know the weight of the responsibilities have failed to rise to the occasion in this crisis. When Australians face hardship, their instinct is to look after one another, to look after their families, their neighbours, their community. Those opposite, their first question isn't how can we help, it's how can we benefit. This government, under the steady and disciplined leadership of our Prime Minister, is not interested in playing that game. He's not offloading responsibility to other leaders. He's not boarding a plane for an overseas holiday. He is here, focused on delivering for every Australian.
Thank you. The time for discussion has concluded, and I have received advice from the Honourable Prime Minister nominating members to be members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence. Leader of the House.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to serve on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Defence Act 1903, Mr Burnell, Mr Chester, Ms Mascarenhas, Ms Swanson, Ms Templeman, Mr Thompson, Mr Wallace, they've let back in, and Mr Zappia be appointed members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence.
And I will put the question to the House. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I have received messages from the Senate returning bills without amendments or requests. I do not propose to read these messages, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to establish the Commonwealth Parole Board and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annex schedule. The Senate requests concurrence of the House in the amendments. Attorney General.
I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I'll put that question to the House. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. The ayes have it. I understand that it's the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. Attorney General.
I move that the amendments be agreed to.
I'll put the question to the House that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. There's a division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes, please. Goody.
Because we can't be expected to know what arrangements in place.
So the parole board stuff.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass the right of chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Bean and Braddon as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 93, noes 33. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, while I would prefer us to continue sitting, I think the clear view of the House is that we want everybody to have a happy and safe Easter, and I will move that the House do now adjourn.
Order. Just wait for members to go quickly and quietly. Give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
I want to come here to relay the youth voices of Warringah. Now, remember, I rise to speak about representation and whose voices are heard here in this place and in this parliament. And for me, it's so important that we make sure that we hear the voices of our young people. This month, I hosted a Youth Voices Forum in Warringah. Thank you. An event I have run many times each year since being elected. Young people consistently tell me they do not feel well represented in Parliament and that the issues shaping their lives are not being taken seriously. As I've often said to them, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And for far too many young Australians, feel the decisions are being made about them without them. As one student put it simply that day, young people are 25% of the population, but 100% of the future. Throughout the day, students asked me what it was like to come into Parliament after a career as a professional skier and as a barrister. They asked me what it was like being a woman in politics. Those questions were not abstract. They were about whether people with unconventional pathways and voices like theirs could see themselves belonging in this place and sitting at the table. The strongest message of the day was on mental health, and that's why it's so important. It was a really clear call. One student told me plainly, half of all young Australians suffer silently with extreme psychological distress. This is unacceptable.
Order. I just ask members to, if they have conversations, to leave so we don't interrupt the member for Warringah.
Thank you. Another explained why adolescence matters, saying your adolescence is the most fundamental period to gain skills on how to tackle mental health issues, but wellbeing programs in schools are not doing this. Students called for more counsellors in schools, earlier intervention and an end to stigma. These were not abstract ideas. They were clear policy priorities for those most affected. They also brought up equity and dignity. Equity emerged again and again, particularly for women and gender-diverse young people. On reproductive health care, One student said plainly, universal reproductive health care is a need. Another was unequivocal. Women deserve free period products in schools and in other public places. We deserve them now, and inequality should be eliminated. These young people are asking for dignity, access and fairness, and for this parliament to take their lives seriously. Others raised environmental duty of care and artificial intelligence. Students also spoke powerfully about that need for environmental duty of care, our responsibility to future generations who cannot yet vote. For them, they are those people, and they were frustrated. One grounded that duty right here in Warringah, telling us Dee Why Lagoon and Middle Harbour, some of our most central waterways, and are among Australia's most densely microplastic polluted. They warned clearly that inaction has consequences, saying if we continue to let this pollution into our waterways and into our community, we are risking our wildlife, our natural wonders and our national dignity. That same intergenerational responsibility shaped their concerns about artificial intelligence. Students raised concerns about bias, power and environmental impact. One noted that by the time I have finished this sentence, AI has already finished drinking a litre of water and more. Their message was not anti-technology, it was a call for ethical, transparent governance guided by the public interest. They said the government needs to reclaim the power of AI because if multiple companies control it, then who knows what information will become. These young people are not waiting quietly. I'm proud that a young woman from Warringah, Gemma, has in fact just been announced as a youth parliament representative. That is what being at the table looks like, and I want more young people in Warringah and around Australia to know this. Politics is not a closed shop. If young people are not included in decision-making, they will live with the consequences, because if you're not at the table, you are on the menu. So we cannot encourage young people to engage, then ignore what they tell us. Representation can't be symbolic, it is practical and necessary. So I will continue to bring the youth voices from Warringah into this House, because when young people are at the table, our democracy is stronger and our future is fairer. A special thank you to the 5 students from my Youth Advisory Council, Annabelle, Ambrose, Juliet, Molly and Violet, who helped plan the event. And thank you to Mossman High School, who generously hosted us, and to Raise Mentoring and their Youth Advisory Council, who came and shared their insight. It was Isla, Darcy and Julia were incredible speakers. And finally, the many schools that attended and that will attend the future event in coming months.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give a call to the honourable member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak about the national crisis of domestic violence and outline the action the Albanese government is taking to uphold the rights of Australian women and girls to live in safety. My electorate of Whitlam includes the southern Illawarra region, and I was very concerned to learn last week in the latest report released by the Bureau of Crime Statistics and Research that the Illawarra recorded the highest increase in domestic violence assaults in New South Wales. While recorded incidents of domestic violence remained relatively stable across New South Wales generally, in the 2 years to December 2025, there was a very concerning jump of 12.1% in the Illawarra. Almost 1,200 domestic violence assaults were reported to the region's police in the 2025 calendar year. This is about 3 domestic violence assaults each day. Speaker, in one of my earlier roles that I held before I became the member for Whitlam, I was the CEO of the Illawarra Women's Health Centre. The centre provides a range of services to support women who are currently experiencing or have previously experienced domestic and sexual violence. An important initiative of the Illawarra Women's Health Centre in recent years is the Illawarra Women's Trauma Recovery Centre, which is located in Shell Harbour in my electorate of Whitlam. This Trauma Recovery Centre was made possible by a $25 million investment by the Albanese Labor government and was opened 18 months ago by my predecessor as the member for Whitlam, Stephen Jones. He was joined by the New South Wales Minister for Health, Ryan Park, and the State Member for Shell Harbour, Anna Watson. The centre is the first of its kind in Australia, providing specialised support to victim survivors of family, domestic or sexual violence. Speaker, 1 in 4 Australian women have experienced violence by an intimate partner. These women are our mothers, daughters, sisters, aunts, nieces and friends, and we must recognise that violence against women and girls impacts in some way everyone in our community. The Albanese Labor government is committed to building a safer Australia where every woman and child can live free from gender-based violence. Since elected in 2022, we have invested over $4 billion, more than any other previous government, in frontline services, preventative programs, behaviour change programs and support services for children. We've made the leaving violence payment permanent. That's $5,000 in financial help for women leaving violence. We've provided $1.2 billion for emergency and transitional accommodation for women fleeing domestic violence. We've legislated 10 days of paid domestic violence leave. We've expanded discretionary powers for Centrelink so perpetrators can't use the social security system to burden domestic violence survivors with tens of thousands of dollars in debt. We've reformed the family law system so that it's safer, simpler and more accessible, and we've established the new National Higher Education Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. 18 months ago, the Prime Minister convened an urgent National Cabinet meeting on gender-based violence, and as a result, we agreed to strengthen our collective efforts under the National Plan to end violence against women and children. At the end of last year, Ministers Plibersek and Gallagher, who I have to say have done an absolutely outstanding job in this space, they released an update on our progress. They reported that the Albanese government has boosted support for essential frontline services with $700 million in new matched funding with the states and territories to support women and children at risk to reach safety. Informed by the Australian Law Reform Commission inquiry into justice responses to sexual violence, we are investing over $21 million to expand trauma-informed legal services and pilot new roles to help victims of sexual violence navigate the justice system. We've invested close to $4 billion in the new National Access to Justice Partnership, including $800 million for family violence legal services, the largest amount invested in Australia's history. Speaker, the Albanese Labor government has made ending violence against women and children a national priority, and I'm proud of what we've delivered, but we are fully aware there is still much more work to do and will continue to take action to build a safer Australia for women and girls. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn. Give a call to the member for Monash.
Yeah. Thank you for the call, Mr Speaker. It's been 75 days since the Leongatha Healthcare Clinic closed, and patients are still waiting for access to critical medical records. Now, we've had a very dedicated group of local general practitioners and broader medical administrative staff work around the clock to set up a new clinic, and I want to commend their dedication to our community.
Yeah.
But the fact remains that many patients from the old clinic are still waiting on their medical records. Just last week, I had a Leongatha resident contact my office. Now, he's been fortunate enough to find a new doctor, but he still cannot access his medical records despite having serious multiple health issues. And he's currently awaiting surgery. He described this situation in two simple words. He said, Mr Speaker, it's just absurd and it is unacceptable. And it is unacceptable. And it reflects the broader failure in the Victorian health system, where pressure across regional services and a lack of leadership by the state government has led to multiple examples of unresponsiveness and lack of accountability. I'm calling for an urgent intervention from the Health Commissioner and the state and federal health ministers. I've written to the federal health minister, and I want to commend his office for helping in a number of sensitive and serious situations that have arisen through this time on this issue. But local people in my electorate deserve better. Danny O'Brien and Melina Barth, the two state MPs, have done an outstanding job, and I want to acknowledge their tremendous efforts in sticking up for our community as well. Mr Speaker, there are families in my electorate having to choose between gas and groceries right now because both are going up, and we've got businesses who can't electrify their processes. We've got food manufacturers who can't electrify. They need gas. It is absolutely critical to their business operations. And right now we have a huge amount of hypocrisy from the Teals and the Greens on gas policy. And I want to go through a number of MPs who have supported a policy of increasing taxes and royalties on the sector at the moment, while also making anti-gas and gas expansion comments prior to this year. The exception to that is my well-respected colleague, the member for Husick, member for Chifley. I disagree with him on parts of the policy that he has raised, but at least he's been consistent, unlike the Teals and the Greens. There are hidden agendas, and behind those hidden agendas there's higher bills, and I think Australians deserve better, because when activism drives policy, Australians pay the price. A Greens senator says that blasting and new gas projects are environmental disasters and we must ban them. Well, that senator's now calling for an increase in taxes and royalties on the sector. Another Greens senator said gas companies are greedy and destructive. It's time to stop new gas projects. We've got a Teal senator who's saying gas is cooking our present, no more approvals, protect future generations. We've got an excommunicated Labor senator saying we can't reach net zero with Labor's gas strategy. The transition off gas must happen faster. We've got a Teal MP in this House saying stop new gas fields. We've got another Teal MP in this place saying we don't need more gas, we need smarter use and a faster transition to electrification. Well, tell that to a food manufacturing business in my electorate. Tell that to a family struggling to pay their gas bill. And we've got another Teal MP in this place saying Labor's gas strategy betrays future generations. Expanding gas now wipes out climate progress. These Teals like to lecture regional communities and low socio-economic families, and the Greens as well, because they're on a unity ticket on this issue. Australians deserve better. Families in my electorate deserve better. Gas is incredibly important right now for industry, which is in a very sensitive and precarious state. It is very important as far as affordability and reliability for families in my electorate, and I want to take a stand against the Greens and the Teals, who have no consideration of people doing it really tough right now, of businesses, manufacturing businesses, small businesses who need gas, who need affordable and reliable gas. And I commend the member for Hunter, because I think we have different perspectives on things, but coming from a regional area, he gets this issue as well. And finally, I would just like to wish everyone in my electorate a happy Easter. Please stay safe on our roads.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Barton.
Thanks, Speaker. I had the pleasure last Saturday at Gardner Park in Banksia supporting the bake sale hosted by Banksia Tigers Football Club to fundraise to support displaced Lebanese families. It was a very powerful reminder of the generosity and compassion that defines my local community. Families, players and volunteers came together to bake, organise and sell a wide range of delicious treats, all with the shared goal of helping those doing it tough. From homemade brownies to traditional Lebanese sweets, the effort from everyone involved was truly inspiring. It was great to meet the players, parents and volunteers who worked tirelessly to bring this event together. What is happening in Lebanon is impacting a lot of people in the electorate of Barton, and this Albanese Labor government recently announced an additional $5 million in emergency to support our 1 million people displaced in Lebanon. As we continue to see an escalation in this war, we reiterate that all parties must adhere to international law and protect innocent life. I want to thank the club's president, Hassan Chebli, the committee members, and to everyone who baked, donated, volunteered and attend, because your generosity will go a long way to supporting our Lebanese brothers and sisters. Speaker, it was a great honour to attend the 45th anniversary celebration of CAS, recognising decades of service and support for multicultural communities across my local community. I was also proud to represent the Honourable Tanya Plibersek, Minister for Social Services, who is very committed to inclusive communities and strong social service that reflects the important work of CAS continues to deliver. And for 45 years, CAS has played a vital role in supporting families, seniors, young people and new migrants. And this organisation has helped generations settle, connect and thrive, and this milestone is really a testament to the dedication of the staff, the volunteers and community leaders who have contributed to its success. It was a great celebration of speeches, performances such as a Korean royal court fan dance and a Vietnamese line dancing and a big birthday cake cutting. I would like to particularly thank Stephen Lai, Henry Pan, Tika Lee and all the board members for their leadership, vision and commitment. Their work alongside many others such as the staff and volunteers has ensured that CAS continues to evolve and respond to the changing needs of my very diverse community. Their passion and dedication were clearly reflected in the warmth and pride felt throughout the entire celebration. Anniversaries like this is an opportunity not only to reflect on the past but also to look forward to the future. With strong leadership and community support, CAS will continue to make a very meaningful difference for many years to come. So congratulations again for 45 years of outstanding service and thank you for everything you do for our community. Speaker, I also rise today about the important housing development in Arncliffe, funded by our Federal Housing Australia Future Fund. Now, the New South Wales Labor government has announced that 75% of the homes in this development will be dedicated to social and affordable housing. And this is an incredible announcement, which means the Barton residents who need it most will be able to live right next to Arncliffe Station, close to our hospital and shops and public amenities. Now, this announcement means 311 social housing apartments, 291 affordable housing apartments and 204 private market apartments. And this increase will help address one of the most pressing challenges being faced in my community. This is a significant shift from the previous Liberal government, who had no plans for any affordable housing in this particular area. And I know lots of locals will remember what that site looked like before. Pretty run down, low-density dwellings in a pretty much desperate need of repair. And not anymore, Speaker, because both of the Albanese and also the Minns Labor government, our community is being built very much for a brighter future. And I also want to acknowledge the Premier Chris Minns, the Minister for Housing Rose Jackson and Minister Steve Camper for their leadership and commitment to increasing housing supply in my area, but delivering practical solutions to the housing crisis felt in New South Wales. I also want to recognise the vital role of St George Community Housing and Evolve Housing, whose experience and commitment will help ensure high-quality, secure and affordable homes for the residents of Barton. And this Arncliffe housing development is a strong example of what state and federal Labor governments and community housing providers working together to deliver real outcomes and strengthen our community for the future.
The question is the House to now adjourn. Give the call to the member for Flynn.
Mr Speaker, last month the federal and state governments announced a $2 billion bailout for the Rio Tinto Boyne alumina smelter in my electorate of Flynn and Gladstone. This decision will mean the aluminium production in the region will continue till at least 2040, and for the thousands of workers, contractors and their families who rely on this facility, that certainty matters. It means mortgages can be paid, kids can stay in the local schools and small businesses across central Queensland can keep their doors open. And I welcome that job security, and I understand and stand with the hard-working men and women in the alumina and aluminium industries who turn up every day to keep this country's manufacturing capability alive and who deserve the stability and the respect from their government. But, Mr Speaker, while I acknowledge the outcome, we must also be honest about how we got here. And it is a direct result of policy settings that are making it harder and harder for heavy industry to survive in Australia. We are seeing a situation emerge in Australia, once a global powerhouse of manufacturing and resources processing, is now struggling to keep its own smelters and heavy industry viable. We have some of the highest energy prices in the developed world, and that is not by accident. It is a consequence of the Labor's reckless all-renewables approach that fails to ensure reliable, affordable baseload power for industries that depend on it. Aluminium smelting is energy intensive. It requires constant, stable electricity supply at competitive prices. When those conditions disappear, so too does the competitiveness of our industries. And so what happens? Instead of fixing the underlying problem, high energy costs, we end up with taxpayers stepping in to prop up facilities that should, in a well-functioning system, be commercially sustainable. Mr Speaker, that is not a long-term plan, that is a short-term patch, and it raises serious questions. Why are Australian taxpayers been asked to foot a $2 billion bill to keep a smelter open in a country that has some of the world's most abundant natural resources? This also is a given, the fact that the Labor government is charging carbon tax on this very smelter. Why are we allowing policies to drive up costs to a point where intervention becomes the only option? And how many more industries will find themselves in this same position? Across regional Australia, manufacturers, processors and producers are all feeling the squeeze. They are grappling with rising energy prices, increased regulatory burdens and uncertainty about the future. In Flynn, the Boyne smelter is not just another industrial facility. It supports local jobs, drives investment and underpins the prosperity of the broader region. When it is under threat, the entire community is under threat. So we welcome the continuation of the operations until 2040, but we cannot ignore the warning signs that this situation presents. If we continue down the path where energy policy drives up costs, where industries are forced to rely on government bailouts, and where long-term competitiveness is eroded, then we will see more announcements like this. And that is not good news stories, but last resort measures. Mr Speaker, we should be exporting value-added products to the world, not exporting jobs and importing uncertainty. We should be backing our own workers, not just with short-term funding, but with long-term policy certainty that ensures their industries remain viable for decades to come. And that means getting energy policy right. It means ensuring reliability, affordability, 24/7 power generation, something a renewables-only approach simply cannot do. And it means recognising that the regional communities, like those in Flynn, cannot be an afterthought in the national decision-making process. Because when policies are made in capital cities without the regard for their real-world impacts, it is regional Australians who bear the consequences. And they do deserve more than just band-aid solutions. They deserve a government that understands the importance of industry, that values manufacturing and delivers policy that makes Australia a competitive place to do business. And in closing, Mr Speaker, I would just like to take the opportunity to wish you, my fellow parliamentarians and all of the parliamentary staff a happy and safe Easter.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today I want to speak about an institution that is woven into the fabric of the Hunter and the Upper Hunter, the Lone Pine Barracks, home to the Australian Army in Singleton. For many Australians, Singleton is a name on a highway sign between Newcastle and the Upper Hunter. For those of us who live there, it's a proud military town. At the heart of it sits Lone Pine Barracks, one of the most important army training bases in the country. For decades, generations of soldiers have marched through those gates to begin their careers in service of our wonderful nation. It is the home to the School of Infantry and plays a critical role in training the men and women who go on to serve both Australia here and overseas. Lone Pine Barracks is more than a training ground. It's more than a workplace. It's part of our community. Every year, thousands of recruits, instructors and defence personnel live, train and contribute to the life in Singleton. They rent homes, they buy groceries, they join local sporting clubs, their kids attend our schools and their families volunteer in our community groups. These are not separate from Singleton. They are Singleton. The economic contribution of the Singleton Army Base to the Hunter region is significant. Defence investment supports local jobs directly on base and indirectly across our beautiful region. Local contractors provide maintenance, construction, catering, logistics and specialist services. Small businesses supply everything from equipment to uniforms to fresh produce. The ripple effect is real. When Defence invests in infrastructure upgrades at Lone Pine Barracks, that work flows to Hunter tradies and Hunter businesses. When soldiers and their families settle in the area, it supports our real estate market, our rental sector, our retail sector and our hospitality venues. In a regional economy like ours, built on mining, agriculture, viticulture, thoroughbreds, manufacturing and tourism, defence provides stability. It provides steady employment and long-term investment that matters. It matters for young people in the Hunter who are considering a career in the ADF. It matters for families who rely on the certainty of defence employment. It matters for Singleton businesses who know that the presence of the Army base underpins economic activity in our town. Beyond the dollars and cents, Lone Pine Barracks represents something even more important: service. Service to this beautiful country. The soldiers who train at Singleton go on to serve in peacekeeping missions, humanitarian operations and combat deployments. They respond to natural disasters, support flood and bushfire recovery efforts and stand ready whenever Australia calls. We saw that firsthand during the recent disasters when defence personnel stepped up to help communities right across New South Wales. Many of those soldiers trained in Singleton, and the Hunter is extremely proud of that. We are proud that our region plays a direct role in preparing the men and women who defend our nation. We are proud that Singleton is synonymous professionalism, discipline and excellence in infantry training. And yes, Speaker, we are also proud of the slightly less but much appreciated feature of the Lone Pine Barracks in its remarkable wine cellar. Only in the Hunter could you have one of the country's most important training bases sitting in the middle of one of Australia's premier wine regions. The Officers' Mess wine cellar at Singleton showcases the very best of the Hunter Valley wines and reflects the region's long and proud winemaking history. It's a reminder that the Army base is not isolated from its surroundings. It is connected to the culture, the industry and one of the identities of the Hunter. When visiting defence personnel and dignitaries experience that cellar, they experience the Hunter. They taste our region, they take a piece of it with them. It's a small but symbolic example of how defence and community is intertwined. Looking ahead, it is vital that we continue to support investment in the Lone Pine Barracks and ensure it remains a premier training facility for decades to come. That means modern infrastructure, quality accommodation for personnel and families, and strong partnerships with local councils, business and community organisations. It also means recognising the value of defence to regional Australia. The Singleton Army Base strengthens the Hunter economy, it strengthens our community and it strengthens Australia. To the soldiers, the instructors, civilian staff and families connected to Lone Pine Barracks, thank you. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for the service you give to this beautiful country. Thank you for your commitment and thank you for calling to choose the Hunter home, even though it may only be a small part of your career there. And Speaker, everybody in this building, thank you to you all. Have a happy Easter and have a happy Easter to all Australians and everyone in the Hunter. Thank you.
For 1 minute, I give the call to the member for Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank you for the indulgence of standing up. And we've got a minute to go before 5 o'clock. Never one to miss an opportunity. Can I express my best wishes to my parliamentary colleagues on both sides, and of course to yourself, Mr. Speaker, for Easter. Easter is a time of renewal, it's a time of rebirth, it's a time where Christians around the world remember the death of Jesus Christ, and it's a time for families to come together just like Christmas. And I would encourage all my parliamentary colleagues to do just that, spend some quality time with their families, and we'll see you all here in 5 weeks' time. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 12 May 2026 at 12 noon.